Preface of Toilers of the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alison Veldis. Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Preface. Religion, society, and nature. These are the three struggles of man. They constitute at the same time his three needs. He has need of a faith, hence the temple. He must create, hence the city. He must live, hence the plough and the ship. But these three solutions comprise three perpetual conflicts. The mysterious difficulty of life results from all three. Man strives with obstacles under the form of superstition, under the form of prejudice, and under the form of the elements. A triple ananke weighs upon us. There is the fatality of dogmas, the oppression of human laws, the inexorability of nature. In Notre Dame de Paris, the author denounced the first. In the Misérables, he exemplified the second. In this book, he indicates the third. With these three fatalities mingles that inward fatality, the supreme ananke, the human heart. Hauteville House, March 1866. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Book 1 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alison Veldis. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 1. The History of a Bad Reputation. Chapter 1. A Word Written on a White Page. Christmas Day, in the year 1820, was somewhat remarkable in the island of Guernsey. Snow fell on that day. In the Channel Islands a frosty winter is uncommon, and a fall of snow is an event. On that Christmas morning the road which skirts the seashore from St. Peter's Port to the Vale was clothed in white. From midnight till the break of day the snow had been falling. Towards 9 o'clock, a little after the rising of the wintry sun, as it was too early yet for the Church of England folks to go to St. Sampson's, or for the Wesleyans to repair to Eldad Chapel, the road was almost deserted. Throughout that portion of the highway which separates the first from the second tower, only 3 foot passengers could be seen. These were a child, a man, and a woman. Walking at a distance from each other, these wayfarers had no visible connection. The child, a boy of about 8 years old, had stopped and was looking curiously at the wintry scene. The man walked behind the woman at a distance of about 100 paces. Like her, he was coming from the direction of the church of St. Sampson. The appearance of the man, who was still young, was something between that of a workman and a sailor. He wore his working-day clothes, a kind of Guernsey shirt of coarse brown stuff, and trousers partly concealed by top-haul and leggings. A costume which seemed to indicate that, notwithstanding the holy day, he was going to no place of worship. His heavy shoes of rough leather, with their soles covered with large nails, left upon the snow as he walked a print more like that of a prison lock than the foot of a man. The woman, on the contrary, was evidently dressed for church. She wore a large mantle of black silk, wadded, under which she had coquettishly adjusted a dress of Irish poplin, trimmed alternately with white and pink. But for her red stockings, she might have been taken for a Parisian. She walked on with a light and free step, so little suggestive of the burden of life, that it might easily be seen that she was young. Her movements possessed that subtle grace which indicates the most delicate of all transitions, that soft intermingling, as it were, of two twilights, the passage from the condition of a child to that of womanhood. The man seemed to take no heed of her. Suddenly, near a group of oaks at the corner of a field, and at the spot called the Basses Maisons, she turned, and the movement seemed to attract the attention of the man. She stopped, seemed to reflect a moment, then stooped, and the man fancied that he could discern that she was tracing with her finger some letters in the snow. Then she rose again, went on her way at a quicker pace, turned once more, this time smiling, and disappeared to the left of the roadway, by the footpath under the hedges which leads to the Ivy Castle. When she had turned for the second time, the man had recognized her as Déruchette, a charming girl of that neighbourhood. The man felt no need of quickening his pace, and some minutes later he found himself near the group of oaks. Already he had ceased to think of the vanished Déruchette, and if, at that moment, a porpoise had appeared above the water, or a robin had caught his eye in the hedges, it is probable that he would have passed on his way. But it happened that his eyes were fixed upon the ground, and his gaze fell mechanically upon the spot where the girl had stopped. Two little footprints were there plainly visible, and beside them he read this word, evidently written by her in the snow: Gilliatt. It was his own name. He lingered for a while motionless, looking at the letters, the little footprints in the snow, and then walked on, evidently in a thoughtful mood.
Chapter 2. The Bout de la Rue. Gilliatt lived in the parish of St. Sampson. He was not liked by his neighbours, and there were reasons for that fact. To begin with, he lived in a queer kind of haunted dwelling. In the islands of Jersey and Guernsey, sometimes in the country, but often in streets with many inhabitants, you will come upon a house the entrance to which is completely barricaded. Holly bushes obstruct the doorway, hideous boards with nails conceal the windows below, while the casements of the upper stories are neither closed nor open, for all the window frames are barred, but the glass is broken. If there is a little yard, grass grows between its stones, and the parapet of its wall is crumbling away. If there is a garden, it is choked with nettles, brambles, and hemlock, and strange insects abound in it. The chimneys are cracked, the roof is falling in. So much as can be seen from without of the rooms presents a dismantled appearance. The woodwork is rotten, the stone mildewed. The paper of the walls has dropped away and hangs loose until it presents a history of the bygone fashions of paper hangings, the scrawling patterns of the time of the Empire, the crescent-shaped draperies of the Directory, the balustrades and pillars of the days of Louis XVI. The thick draperies of cobwebs filled with flies indicate the quiet reign long enjoyed by innumerable spiders. Sometimes a broken jug may be noticed on a shelf. Such houses are considered to be haunted. Satan is popularly believed to visit them by night. Houses are like the human beings who inhabit them. They become to their former selves what the corpse is to the living body. A superstitious belief among the people is sufficient to reduce them to this state of death. Then their aspect is terrible. These ghostly houses are common in the Channel Islands. The rural and maritime populations are easily moved with notions of the active agency of the powers of evil. Among the Channel Isles and on the neighbouring coast of France, the ideas of the people on this subject are deeply rooted. In their view, Beelzebub has his ministers in all parts of the earth. It is certain that Belphegor is the ambassador from the infernal regions in France, Hutgin in Italy, Belial in Turkey, Thammuz in Spain, Martinet in Switzerland, and Mammon in England. Satan is an emperor just like any other, a sort of Satan's Caesar. His establishment is well organized. Dagon is Grand Almoner, Succor Benoth, chief of the eunuchs, Asmodeus, banker at the gaming table, Cobol, manager of the theatre, and Verdelet, grand master of the ceremonies. Nibus is the court fool, Wierus a savant, a good strigologue, and a man of much learning in demonology, calls Nibus the great parodist. The Norman fishermen who frequent the Channel have many precautions to take at sea, by reason of the illusions with which Satan environs them. It has long been an article of popular faith that St. Maclou inhabited the great square rock called Ortach, in the sea between Aurigny and the Casquettes, and many old sailors used to declare that they had often seen him there, seated and reading in a book. Accordingly the sailors, as they passed, were in the habit of kneeling many times before the Ortach rock, until the day when the fable was destroyed and the truth took its place. For it has been discovered, and is now well established, that the lonely inhabitant of the rock is not a saint, but a devil. This evil spirit, whose name is Jochmus, has the impudence to pass himself off for many centuries as St. Maclou. Even the Church herself is not proof against snares of this kind. The demons Raguel, Oribel, and Tobiel were regarded as saints until the year 745, when Pope Zachary, having at length exposed them, turned them out of saintly company. This sort of weeding of the saintly calendar is certainly very useful, but it can only be practised by very accomplished judges of devils and their ways. The old inhabitants of these parts relate, though all this refers to bygone times, that the Catholic population of the Norman archipelago was once, though quite involuntarily, even in more intimate correspondence with the powers of darkness than the Huguenots themselves. How this happened, however, we do not pretend to say, but it is certain that the people suffered considerable annoyance from this cause. It appears that Satan had taken a fancy to the Catholics, and sought their company a good deal, a circumstance which has given rise to the belief that the devil is more Catholic than Protestant. One of his most insufferable familiarities consisted in paying nocturnal visits to married Catholics in bed, just at the moment when the husband had fallen fast asleep and the wife had begun to doze, a fruitful source of domestic trouble. Partoulet was of opinion that a faithful biography of Voltaire ought not to be without some allusion to this practice of the evil one. The truth of all this is perfectly well known, and described in the forms of excommunication in the rubric De Erroribus Nocturnis et de Semine Diabolorum. The practice was raging particularly at St. Helier's towards the end of the last century, probably as a punishment for the Revolution, for the evil consequences of revolutionary excesses are incalculable. However this may have been, it is certain that this possibility of a visit from the demon at night, when it is impossible to see distinctly, or even in slumber, caused much embarrassment among orthodox dames. The idea of giving to the world a Voltaire was by no means a pleasant one. One of these, in some anxiety, consulted her confessor on this extremely difficult subject, and the best mode for timely discovery of the cheat. The confessor replied, "In order to be sure that it is your husband by your side, and not a demon, place your hand upon his head. If you find horns, you may be sure there is something wrong." But this test was far from satisfactory to the worthy dame. Gilliatt's house had been haunted, but it was no longer in that condition. It was for that reason, however, only regarded with more suspicion. No one learned in demonology can be unaware of the fact that, when a sorcerer has installed himself in a haunted dwelling, the devil considers the house sufficiently occupied, and is polite enough to abstain from visiting there unless called in, like the doctor, on some special occasion. This house was known by the name of the Bout de la Rue. It was situated at the extremity of a little promontory, rather of rock than of land, forming a small harbourage apart in the creek of Haumet Paradis. The water at this spot is deep. The house stood quite alone upon the point, almost separated from the island, and with just sufficient ground about it for a small garden, which was sometimes inundated by the high tides. Between the port of St. Sampson and the creek of Haumet Paradis rises a steep hill, surmounted by the block of towers covered with ivy, and known as Vale Castle, or the Château de la Chance, so that at St. Sampson the Bout de la Rue was shut out from sight. Nothing is commoner than sorcerers in Guernsey. They exercise their profession in certain parishes in profound indifference to the enlightenment of the 19th century. Some of their practices are downright criminal. They set gold boiling, they gather herbs at midnight, they cast sinister looks upon the people's cattle. When the people consult them, they send for bottles containing water of the sick, and they are heard to mutter mysteriously, "The water has a sad look." In March 1857 one of them discovered in water of this kind 7 demons. They are universally feared. Another only lately bewitched a baker as well as his oven. Another had the diabolical wickedness to wafer and seal up envelopes containing nothing inside. Another went so far as to have on a shelf 3 bottles labelled B. These monstrous facts are well authenticated. Some of these sorcerers are obliging, and for 2 or 3 guineas will take on themselves the complaint from which you are suffering. Then they are seen to roll upon their beds and to groan with pain, and while they are in these agonies the believer exclaims, "There, I am well again." Others cure all kinds of diseases by merely tying a handkerchief round the patient's loins, a remedy so simple that it is astonishing that no one had yet thought of it. In the last century the Cour Royale of Guernsey bound such folks upon a heap of faggots and burnt them alive. In these days it condemns them to 8 weeks' imprisonment, 4 weeks on bread and water, and the remainder of the term in solitary confinement. Amant alterna catenae. The last instance of burning sorcerers in Guernsey took place in 1747. The city authorities devoted one of its squares, the Carrefour de Bordage, to that ceremony. Between 1565 and 1700 11 sorcerers thus suffered at this spot. As a rule the criminals made confession of their guilt. Torture was used to assist their confession. The Carrefour de Bordage has indeed rendered many other services to society and religion. It was here that heretics were brought to the stake. Under Queen Mary, among other Huguenots burnt here, were a mother and 2 daughters. The name of this mother was Perrotine Massy. One of the daughters was enceinte, and was delivered of a child even in the midst of the flames. As the old chronicle expresses it, son ventre éclata. The new-born infant rolled out of the fiery furnace. A man named House took it in his arms, but Helier Gosselin, the bailey, like a good Catholic as he was, sternly commanded the child to be cast again into the fire. Chapter 3. For your wife, when you marry. We must return to Gilead. The country people told how, towards the close of the great Revolution, a woman, bringing with her a little child, came to live in Guernsey. She was English, or perhaps French. She had a name which the Guernsey pronunciation and the country folks' bad spelling had finally converted into Gilead. She lived alone with the child, which, according to some, was a nephew, according to others a son or grandson, according to others again a strange child whom she was protecting. She had some means, enough to struggle on in a poor way. She had purchased a small plot of ground in La Sargentée, and another at La Roque-Crespel, near Rocquaine. The house of the Bû de la Rue was haunted at this period. For more than 30 years no one had inhabited it. It was falling into ruins. The garden, so often invaded by the sea, could produce nothing. Besides noises and lights seen there at night time, the house had this mysterious peculiarity. Any one who should leave there in the evening upon the mantelpiece a ball of worsted, a few needles, and a plate filled with soup, would assuredly find in the morning the soup consumed, the plate empty, and a pair of mittens ready knitted. The house, demon included, was offered for sale for a few pounds sterling. The stranger woman became the purchaser, evidently tempted by the devil, or by the advantageous bargain. She did more than purchase the house. She took up her abode there with the child, and from that moment peace reigned within its walls. The Bû de la Rue has found a fit tenant, said the country people. The haunting ceased. There was no longer any light seen there, save that of the tallow candle of the newcomer. Witch's candle is as good as devil's torch. The proverb satisfied the gossips of the neighbourhood. The woman cultivated some acres of land which belonged to her. She had a good cow, of the sort which produces yellow butter. She gathered her white beans, cauliflowers, and golden-drop potatoes. She sowed, like other people, her parsnips by the tonneau, her onions by the hundred, and her beans by the denerel. She did not go herself to market, but disposed of her crops through the agency of Gilbert Faliot, at the sign of the Abreuvoir of St. Sampson. The register of Valio bears evidence that Valio sold for her on one occasion as much as 12 bushels of rare early potatoes. The house had been meanly repaired, but sufficiently to make it habitable. It was only in very bad weather that the raindrops found their way through the ceilings of the rooms. The interior consisted of a ground floor suite of rooms and a granary overhead. The ground floor was divided into 3 rooms, 2 for sleeping and 1 for meals. A ladder connected it with the granary above. The woman attended to the kitchen and taught the child to read. She did not go to church or chapel, which, all things considered, led to the conclusion that she must be French not to go to a place of worship. The circumstance was grave. In short, the newcomers were a puzzle to the neighbourhood. That the woman was French seemed probable. Volcanoes cast forth stones and revolutions men, so families are removed to distant places. Human beings come to pass their lives far from their native homes. Groups of relatives and friends disperse and decay. Strange people fall, as it were, from the clouds, some in Germany, some in England, some in America. The people of the country view them with surprise and curiosity. Whence come these strange faces? Yonder mountain, smoking with revolutionary fires, casts them out. These barren aerolites, these famished and ruined people, these footballs of destiny, are known as refugees, émigrés, adventurers. If they sojourn among strangers, they are tolerated. If they depart, there is a feeling of relief. Sometimes these wanderers are harmless, inoffensive people, strangers, at least as regards the women, to the events which have led to their exile, objects of persecution, helpless and astonished at their fate. They take root again somewhere as they can. They have done no harm to any one, and scarcely comprehend the destiny that has befallen them. So thus I have seen a poor tuft of grass uprooted and carried away by the explosion of a mine. No great explosion was ever followed by more of such strays than the first French Revolution. The strange woman whom the Guernsey folks called Gilliatt was possibly one of these human strays. The woman grew older, the child became a youth. They lived alone and avoided by all, but they were sufficient for each other. Louve et louveteau, c'est pour les champs. This was another of the generous proverbs which the neighbourhood applied to them. Meanwhile the youth grew to manhood, and then, as the old and withered bark falls from the tree, the mother died. She left to her son the little field of Sergentais, the small property called La Roque-Crespel, and the house known as the Bout de la Rue, with the addition, as the official inventory said, of 100 guineas in gold in the pied d'une cauche, that is to say, in the foot of a stocking. The house was already sufficiently furnished with 2 oaken chests, 2 beds, 6 chairs, and a table, besides necessary household utensils. Upon a shelf were some books, and in the corner a trunk, by no means of a mysterious character, which had to be opened for the inventory. This trunk was of drab leather, ornamented with brass nails and little stars of white metal, and it contained a bride's outfit, new and complete, of beautiful Dunkirk linen, chemises and petticoats, and some silk dresses, with a paper on which was written, in the handwriting of the deceased, "For your wife, when you marry." The loss of his mother was a terrible blow for the young man. His disposition had always been unsociable. He became now moody and sullen. The solitude around him was complete. Hitherto it had been mere isolation. Now his life was a blank. While we have only one companion, life is endurable. Left alone, it seems as if it is impossible to struggle on, and we fall back in the race, which is the first sign of despair. As time rolls on, however, we discover that duty is a series of compromises. We contemplate life, regard its end, and submit. But it is a submission which makes the heart bleed. Gilliatt was young, and his wound healed with time. At that age sorrows cannot be lasting. His sadness, disappearing by slow degrees, seemed to mingle itself with the scenes around him, to draw him more and more towards the face of nature, and further from the need of social converse, and finally to assimilate his spirit more completely to the solitude in which he lived. Chapter 4
Chapters 4 to 5 of Book 1 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. Sieur Clubin by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 1, The History of a Bad Reputation. Chapter 4, An Unpopular Man. Gilliatt, as we have said, was not popular in the parish. Nothing could be more natural than that antipathy among his neighbours. The reasons for it were abundant. To begin with, as we have already explained, there was the strange house he lived in. Then there was his mysterious origin. Who could that woman have been? And what was the meaning of this child? Country people do not like mysteries when they relate to strange sojourners among them. Then his clothes were the clothes of a workman, while he had, although certainly not rich, sufficient to live without labour. Then there was his garden, which he succeeded in cultivating, and from which he produced crops of potatoes, in spite of the stormy equinoxes. And then there were the big books which he kept upon a shelf and read from time to time. More reasons. Why did he live that solitary life? The Bû de la Rue was a kind of lazaretto, in which Gilliatt was kept in a sort of moral quarantine. This, in the popular judgment, made it quite simple that people should be astonished at his isolation, and should hold him responsible for the solitude which society had made around his home. He never went to chapel. He often went out at night time. He held converse with sorcerers. He had been seen, on one occasion, sitting on the grass, with an expression of astonishment on his features. He haunted the druidical stones of the Ancresse, and the fairy caverns which are scattered about in that part. It was generally believed that he had been seen politely saluting the roc qui chante, or crowing rock. He bought all birds which people brought to him, and, having bought them, set them at liberty. He was civil to the worthy folks in the streets of Saint-Sampson, but willingly turned out of his way to avoid them if he could. He often went out on fishing expeditions, and always returned with fish. He trimmed his garden on Sundays. He had a bagpipe, which he had bought from one of the Highland soldiers who are sometimes in Guernsey, and on which he played occasionally at twilight on the rocks by the seashore. He had been seen to make strange gestures, like those of one sowing seeds. What kind of treatment could be expected for a man like that? As regards the books left by the deceased woman, which he was in the habit of reading, the neighbours were particularly suspicious. The Reverend Jaquemin Hérode, rector of Saint-Sampson, when he visited the house at the time of the woman's funeral, had read on the backs of these books the titles Rosier's Dictionary, Candide by Voltaire, Advice to the People on Health by Tissot. A French noble, an émigré, who had retired to Saint-Sampson, remarked that this Tissot must have been the Tissot who carried the head of the Princess de Lamballe upon a pike. The reverend gentleman had also remarked upon one of these books the highly fantastic and terribly significant title, De Rhubarbaro. In justice to Gilliatt, however, it must be added that this volume being in Latin, a language which it is doubtful if he understood, the young man had possibly never read it. But it is just those books which a man possesses but does not read which constitute the most suspicious evidence against him. The Spanish Inquisition have deliberated on that point, and have come to a conclusion which places the matter beyond further doubt. The book in question, however, was no other than the treatise of Dr. Tillingius upon the rhubarb plant, published in Germany in 1679. It was by no means certain that Gilliatt did not prepare philters and unholy decoctions. He was undoubtedly in possession of certain phials. Why did he walk abroad at evening, and sometimes even at midnight, on the cliffs? evidently to hold converse with the evil spirits who by night frequent the seashores, enveloped in smoke. On one occasion he had aided a witch at Torteval to clean her chaise. This was an old woman named Mouton Gahy. When a census was taken in the island, in answer to a question about his calling, he replied, "Fisherman, when there are fish to catch." Imagine yourself in the place of Gilliatt's neighbours, and admit that there is something unpleasant in answers like this. Poverty and wealth are comparative terms. Gilliatt has some fields and a house, his own property. Compared with those who had nothing, he was not poor. One day, to test this, and perhaps also as a step towards a correspondence, for there are base women who would marry a demon for the sake of riches, a young girl of the neighbourhood said to Gilliatt, "When are you going to take a wife, neighbour?" He answered, "I will take a wife when the roc qui chante takes a husband." This roc qui chante is a great stone, standing in a field near Monsieur le Mesurier de Frise. It is a stone of a highly suspicious character. No one knows what deeds are done around it. At times you may hear there a cock crowing, when no cock is near, an extremely disagreeable circumstance. Then it is commonly asserted that this stone was originally placed in the field by the elfin people known as Sarregousets, who are the same as the Sands. At night, when it thunders, if you should happen to see men flying in the lurid light of the clouds, or on the rolling waves of the air, these are no other than the Sarregousets. A woman who lives at the Grande Maye knows them well. One evening, when some Sarregousets happened to be assembled at a crossroad, this woman cried out to a man with a cart, who did not know which route to take, "Ask them your way. They are civil folks, and always ready to direct a stranger." There can be little doubt that this woman was a sorceress. The learned and judicious King James I had women of this kind boiled, and then, tasting the water of the cauldron, was able to say from its flavour, "That was a sorceress," or "That was not one." It is to be regretted that the kings of these latter days no longer possess a talent which placed in so strong a light the utility of monarchical institutions. It was not without substantial grounds that Gilliatt lived in this odour of sorcery. One midnight, during a storm, Gilliatt being at sea alone in a bark, on the coast by La Sommeilleuse, he was heard to ask, "Is there a passage sufficient for me?" And a voice cried from the heights above, "Passage enough! Steer boldly!" To whom could he have been speaking, if not to those who replied to him? This seems something like evidence. Another time, one stormy evening, when it was so dark that nothing could be distinguished, Gilliatt was near the Catio Rock, a double row of rocks where witches, goats, and other diabolical creatures assemble and dance on Fridays. And here it is firmly believed that the voice of Gilliatt was heard mingling in the following terrible conversation. "How is Vesin Brovard?" This was a mason who had fallen from the roof of a house. "He is getting better." "Verdia! He fell from a greater height than that of yonder peak. It is delightful to think that he was not dashed to pieces." "Our folks had a fine time for the seaweed gathering last week." "Ay, finer than to-day." "I believe you. There will be little fish at the market to-day." "It blows too hard." "They can't lower their nets." "How is Catherine?" "She is charming." Catherine was evidently the name of a Sarregousset. According to all appearance, Gilliatt had business on hand at night. At least none doubted it. Sometimes he was seen with a pitcher in his hand, pouring water on the ground. Now water cast upon the ground is known to make a shape like that of devils. On the road to St. Sampson, opposite the Martello Tower, No. 1, stand 3 stones, arranged in the form of steps. Upon the platform of those stones, now empty, stood anciently a cross, or perhaps a gallows. These stones are full of evil influences. Staid and worthy people and perfectly credible witnesses testified to having seen Gilliatt at this spot conversing with a toad. Now, there are no toads at Guernsey. The share of Guernsey in the reptiles of the Channel Isles consisting exclusively of the snakes. It is Jersey that has all the toads. This toad, then, must have swum from the neighbouring island in order to hold converse with Gilliatt. The converse was of a friendly kind. These facts were clearly established, and the proof is that the 3 stones are there to this day. Those who doubt it may go and see them, and at a little distance there is also a house on which the passer-by may read this inscription: "Dealer in cattle, alive and dead, old cordage, iron, bones, and tobacco for chewing, prompt payment for goods, and every attention given to orders." A man must be sceptical indeed to contest the existence of those stones, and of the house in question. Now both these circumstances were injurious to the reputation of Gilliatt. Only the most ignorant are unaware of the fact that the greatest danger of the coasts of the Channel Islands is the king of the Auxcriniers. No inhabitant of the seas is more redoubtable. Whoever has seen him is certain to be wrecked between one Saint Michel and the other. He is little, being in fact a dwarf, and is deaf in his quality of king. He knows the names of all those who have been drowned in the seas, and the spots where they lie. He has a profound knowledge of that great graveyard, which stretches far and wide beneath the waters of the ocean. A head, massive in the lower part, and narrow in the forehead, a squat and corpulent figure, a skull covered with warty excrescences, long legs, long arms, fins for feet, claws for hands, and a sea-green countenance. Such are the chief characteristics of this king of the waves. His claws have palms like hands, his fins human nails. Imagine a spectral fish with the face of a human being. No power could check his career unless he could be exorcised, or, mayhap, fished up from the sea. Meanwhile he continues his sinister operations. Nothing is more unpleasant than an interview with this monster. Amid the rolling waves and breakers, or in the thick of the mist, the sailor perceives, sometimes, a strange creature with a beetle brow, wide nostrils, flattened ears, an enormous mouth, gap-toothed jaws, peaked eyebrows, and great grinning eyes. When the lightning is livid, he appears red. When it is purple, he looks wan. He has a stiff spreading beard, running with water, and overlapping a sort of pelerine ornamented with 14 shells, 7 before and 7 behind. These shells are curious to those who are learned in conchology. The king of the Auxcriniers is only seen in stormy seas. He is the terrible harbinger of the tempest. His hideous form traces itself in the fog, in the squall, in the tempest of rain. His breast is hideous. A coat of scales covers his sides like a vest. He rises above the waves, which fly before the wind, twisting and curling like thin shavings of wood beneath the carpenter's plane. Then his entire form issues out of the foam, and if there should happen to be in the horizon any vessels in distress, pale in the twilight, or his face lighted up with a sinister smile, he dances terrible and uncouth to behold. It is an evil omen indeed to meet him on a voyage. At the period when the people of Saint-Sampson were particularly excited on the subject of Gilliatt, the last persons who had seen the king of the Auxcriniers declared that his pelerine was now ornamented with only 13 shells. 13! He was only the more dangerous. But what had become of the 14th? Had he given it to someone? No one would say positively, and folks confined themselves to conjecture. But it was an undoubted fact that a certain Monsieur Lupin Mabillé of Godaines, a man of property, paying a good sum to the land tax, was ready to depose on oath that he had once seen in the hands of Gilliatt a very remarkable kind of shell. It was not uncommon to hear dialogues like the following among the country people. "I have a fine bull here, neighbour. What do you say?" "Very fine, neighbour. It is a fact, though 'tis I who say it. He is better, though, for tallow than for meat." "Ver dear!" "Are you sure that Gilliatt hasn't cast his eye upon it?" Gilliatt would stop sometimes beside a field where some labourers were assembled, or near gardens in which gardeners were engaged, and would perhaps hear these mysterious words: "When the mort du diable flourishes, reap the winter why." The mort du diable is the scabwort plant. "The ash tree is coming out in leaf. There will be no more frost." "Summer solstice, thistle in flower." "If it rain not in June, the wheat will turn white. Look out for mildew." "When the wild cherry appears, beware of the full moon." "If the weather on the 6th day of the new moon is like that of the 4th, or like that of the 5th day, it will be the same 9 times out of 12 in the first case, and 11 times out of 12 in the second, during the whole month." "Keep your eye on neighbours who go to law with you. Beware of malicious influences. A pig which has had warm milk given to it will die. A cow which has had its teeth rubbed with leeks will eat no more." "Spawning time with the smelts. Beware of fevers." "When frogs begin to appear, sow your melons." "When the liverwort flowers, sow your barley." "When the limes are in bloom, mow the meadows." "When the elm tree flowers, open the hotbed frames." "When tobacco fields are in blossom, close your greenhouses." And, fearful to relate, these occult precepts were not without truth. Those who put faith in them could vouch for the fact. One night, in the month of June, when Gilliatt was playing upon his bagpipe, upon the sandhills on the shore of the Demi de Fontenelle, it had happened that the mackerel fishing had failed. One evening, at low water, it came to pass that a cart filled with seaweed for manure overturned on the beach in front of Gilliatt's house. It is most probable that he was afraid of being brought before the magistrates, for he took considerable trouble in helping to raise the cart, and he filled it again himself. A little neglected child of the neighbourhood being troubled with vermin, he had gone himself to St. Peter's Port, and had returned with an ointment, with which he rubbed the child's head. Thus Gilliatt had removed the pest from the poor child, which was an evidence that Gilliatt himself had originally given it, for everybody knows that there is a certain charm for giving vermin to people. Gilliatt was suspected of looking into wells, a dangerous practice with those who have an evil eye. And in fact, at Arculon, near St. Peter's Port, the water of a well became unwholesome. The good woman to whom this well belonged said to Gilliatt, "Look here at this water," and she showed him a glassful. Gilliatt acknowledged it. "The water is thick," he said, "that is true." The good woman, who dreaded him in her heart, said, "Make it sweet again for me." Gilliatt asked her some questions, whether she had a stable, whether the stable had a drain, whether the gutter of the drain did not pass near the well. The good woman replied, "Yes." Gilliatt went into the stable, worked at the drain, turned the gutter in another direction, and the water became pure again. People in the country round might think what they pleased. A well does not become foul one moment and sweet the next without good cause. The bottom of the affair was involved in obscurity, and in short, it was difficult to escape the conclusion that Gilliatt himself had bewitched the water. On one occasion, when he went to Jersey, it was remarked that he had taken a lodging in the street called the Rue des Alleurs. Now the word alleurs signifies spirits from the other world. In villages it is the custom to gather together all these little hints and indications of a man's career, and when they are gathered together, the total constitutes his reputation among the inhabitants. It happened that Gilliatt was once caught with blood issuing from his nose. The circumstances appeared grave. The master of a bark who had sailed almost entirely round the world affirmed that among the Torgusians all sorcerers were subject to bleeding at the nose. In fact, when you see a man in those parts bleeding at the nose, you know at once what is in the wind. Moderate reasoners, however, remarked that the characteristics of sorcerers among the Tongusians may possibly not apply in the same degree to the sorcerers of Guernsey. In the environ of one of the Saint Michels, he had been seen to stop in a close belonging to the Huriaux, skirting the highway from the Videclin. He whistled in the field, and a moment afterwards a crow alighted there, a moment later a magpie. The fact was attested by a worthy man who has since been appointed to the office of Douzainier of the Douzaine, as those are called who are authorized to make a new survey and register of the fief of the king. At Hamel, in the Vingtaine of Lépine, there lived some old women who were positive of having heard one morning a number of swallows distinctly calling "Gilliatt." Add to all this, he was of a malicious temper. One day a poor man was beating an ass. The ass was obstinate. The poor man gave him a few kicks in the belly with his wooden shoe, and the ass fell. Gilliatt ran to raise the unlucky beast, but he was dead. Upon this, Gilliatt administered to the poor man a sound thrashing. Another day, Gilliatt, seeing a boy come down from a tree with a brood of little birds, newly hatched and unfledged, he took the brood away from the boy, and carried his malevolence so far as even to take them back and replace them in the tree. Some passers-by took up the boy's complaint, but Gilliatt made no reply except to point to the old birds, who were hovering and crying plaintively over the tree as they looked for their nest. He had a weakness for birds, another sign by which the people recognize a magician. Children take a pleasure in robbing the nests of birds along the cliff. They bring home quantities of yellow, blue, and green eggs, with which they make rosaries for mantelpiece ornaments. As the cliffs are peaked, they sometimes slip and are killed. Nothing is prettier than shutters decorated with sea-birds' eggs. Gilliatt's mischievous ingenuity had no end. He would climb, at the peril of his own life, into the steep places of the sea rocks, and hang up bundles of hay, old hats, and all kinds of scarecrows, to deter the birds from building there, and as a consequence to prevent the children from visiting those spots. These are some of the reasons why Gilliatt was disliked throughout the country. Perhaps nothing less could have been expected. Chapter 5. More suspicious facts about Gilliatt. Public opinion was not yet quite settled with regard to Gilliatt. In general, he was regarded as a marcou. Some went so far as to believe him to be a cambion. A cambion is the child of a woman begotten by a devil. When a woman bears to her husband 7 male children consecutively, the 7th is a marcou. But the series must not be broken by the birth of any female child. The marcou has a natural fleur-de-lis imprinted upon some part of his body, for which reason he has the power of curing scrofula, exactly the same as the King of France. Marcous are found in all parts of France, but particularly in the Orléanais. Every village of Gâtinais has its marcou. It is sufficient for the cure of the sick that the marcou should breathe upon their wounds, or let them touch his fleur-de-lis. The night of Good Friday is particularly favourable to these ceremonies. 10 years ago there lived, at Ormes-in-Gâtinais, one of these creatures who was nicknamed the Beau Marcou, and consulted by all the country of Beauce. He was a cooper named Foulon, who kept a horse and vehicle. To put a stop to his miracles, it was found necessary to call in the assistance of the gendarmes. His fleur-de-lis was on the left breast. Other marcous have it in different places. There are marcous at Jersey, Auvigny, and at Guernsey. This fact is doubtless in some way connected with the rights possessed by France over Normandy. Or why the fleur-de-lis? There are also, in the Channel Islands, people afflicted with scrofula, which of course necessitates a due supply of these marcous. Some people, who happened to be present one day when Gilliatt was bathing in the sea, had fancied that they could perceive upon him a fleur-de-lis. Interrogated on that subject, he made no reply, but merely burst into laughter. For he laughed sometimes like other men. From that time, however, no one ever saw him bathe. He bathed thenceforth only in perilous and solitary places, probably by moonlight, a thing in itself somewhat suspicious. Those who obstinately regarded him as a Cambion or son of the devil were evidently in error. They ought to have known that Cambions scarcely exist out of Germany. But the Vale and Saint-Sampson were, 50 years ago, places remarkable for the ignorance of their inhabitants. To fancy that a resident of the island of Guernsey could be the son of the devil was evidently absurd. Gilliatt, for the very reason that he caused a disquietude among the people, was sought for and consulted. The peasants came in fear to talk to him of their diseases. That fear itself had in it something of faith in his powers; for, in the country, the more the doctor is suspected of magic, the more certain is the cure. Gilliatt had certain remedies of his own, which he had inherited from the deceased woman. He communicated them to all who had need of them, and would never receive money for them. He cured whitlows with applications of herbs. A liquor in one of his phials allayed fever. The chemist of Saint-Sampson, or pharmacien as they would call him in France, thought that this was probably a decoction of Jesuit's bark. The more generous among his censors admitted that Gilliatt was not so bad a demon in his dealings with the sick, so far as regarded his ordinary remedies. But in his character of a marcou he would do nothing. If persons afflicted with scrofula came to him to ask to touch the fleur-de-lis on his skin, he made no other answer than that of shutting the door in their faces. He persistently refused to perform any miracles, a ridiculous position for a sorcerer. No one is bound to be a sorcerer, but when a man is one, he ought not to shirk the duties of his position. One or two exceptions might be found to this almost universal antipathy. Sieur Landoys of the Clos Landes was clerk and registrar of St. Peter's Port, custodian of the documents, and keeper of the register of births, marriages, and deaths. This Landoys was vain of his descent from Peter Landoys, treasurer of the province of Brittany, who was hanged in 1485. One day, when Sieur Landoys was bathing in the sea, he ventured to swim out too far, and was on the point of drowning. Gilliatt plunged into the water, narrowly escaping drowning himself, and succeeded in saving him. From that day, Landoys never spoke an evil word of Gilliatt. To those who expressed surprise at this change, he replied, "Why should I detest a man who never did me any harm, and who has rendered me a service?" The parish clerk and registrar even came at last to feel a sort of friendship for Gilliatt. This public functionary was a man without prejudices. He had no faith in sorcerers. He laughed at people who went in fear of ghostly visitors. As for him, he had a boat in which he amused himself by making fishing excursions in his leisure hours. But he had never seen anything extraordinary, unless it was on one occasion a woman clothed in white who rose about the waters in the light of the moon, and even of this circumstance he was not quite sure. Moutongahi, the old witch of Torteval, had given him a little bag to be worn under the cravat as a protection against evil spirits. He ridiculed the bag and knew not what it contained, though, to be sure, he carried it about him, feeling more security with this charm hanging on his neck. Some courageous persons, emboldened by the example of Landoys, ventured to cite, in Gilliatt's favour, certain extenuating circumstances. A few signs of good qualities, as his sobriety, his abstinence from spirits and tobacco, and sometimes they went so far as to pass this elegant eulogium upon him: He neither smokes, drinks, chews tobacco, or takes snuff. Sobriety, however, can only count as a virtue when there are other virtues to support it. The ban of public opinion lay heavily upon Gilliatt. In any case, as a marcou, Gilliatt had it in his power to render great services. On a certain Good Friday, at midnight, a day and an hour propitious to this kind of cure, all the scrofulous people of the island, either by sudden inspiration or by concerted action, presented themselves in a crowd at the Butte de la Rue, and with pitiable sores and imploring gestures called on Gilliatt to make them clean. But he refused, and herein the people found another proof of his malevolence. End of chapter 5 of book 1. Recording by Paul Adams. www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 6 to 8 of book 1 of Toilers of the Sea, part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 1, The History of a Bad Reputation. Chapter 6, The Dutch Sloop. Such was the character of Gilliatt. The young women considered him ugly. Ugly he was not. He might perhaps have been called handsome. There was something in his profile of rude but antique grace. In repose it had some resemblance to that of a sculptured Dacian on the Trajan column. His ears were small, delicate, without lobes, and of an admirable form for hearing. Between his eyes he had that proud vertical line which indicates in a man boldness and perseverance. The corners of his mouth were depressed, giving a slight expression of bitterness. His forehead had a calm and noble roundness. The clear pupils of his eyes possessed a steadfast look, although troubled a little with that involuntary movement of the eyelids which fishermen contract from the glitter of the waves. His laugh was boyish and pleasing. No ivory could be of a finer white than his teeth, but exposure to the sun had made him swarthy as a Moor. The ocean, the tempest, and the darkness cannot be braved with impunity. At 30 he looked already like a man of 45. He wore the sombre mask of the wind and the sea. The people had nicknamed him Malicious Gilliatt. There is an Indian fable to the effect that one day the god Brahma inquired of the spirit of power, "Who is stronger than thee?" And the spirit replied, "Cunning." A Chinese proverb says, "What could not the lion do if he was the monkey also?" Gilliatt was neither the lion nor the monkey, but his actions gave some evidence of the truth of the Chinese proverb and of the Hindu fable. Although only of ordinary height and strength, he was enabled, so inventive and powerful was his dexterity, to lift burdens that might have taxed a giant, and to accomplish feats which would have done credit to an athlete. He had in him something of the power of the gymnast. He used, with equal address, his left hand and his right. He never carried a gun, but was often seen with his net. He spared the birds, but not the fish. Ill luck to these dumb creatures, he was an excellent swimmer. Solitude either develops the mental powers, or renders men dull and vicious. Gilliatt sometimes presented himself under both these aspects. At times, when his features wore that air of strange surprise already mentioned, he might have been taken for a man of mental powers scarcely superior to the savage. At other moments, an indescribable air of penetration lighted up his face. Ancient Chaldea possessed some men of this stamp. At certain times the dullness of the shepherd mind became transparent, and revealed the inspired sage. After all, he was but a poor man, uninstructed save to the extent of reading and writing. It is probable that the condition of his mind was at that limit which separates the dreamer from the thinker. The thinker wills, the dreamer is a passive instrument. Solitude sinks deeply into pure natures and modifies them in a certain degree. They become, unconsciously, penetrated with a kind of sacred awe. The shadow in which the mind of Gilliatt constantly dwelt was composed in almost equal degrees of two elements, both obscure but very different. Within himself all was ignorance and weakness; without, infinity and mysterious power. By dint of frequent climbing on the rock, of escalading the rugged cliffs, of going to and fro among the islands in all weathers, of navigating any sort of craft which came to hand, of venturing night and day in difficult channels, he had become, without taking count of his other advantages, and merely in following his fancy and pleasure, a seaman of extraordinary skill. He was a born pilot. The true pilot is the man who navigates the bed of the ocean even more than its surface. The waves of the sea are an external problem, continually modified by the submarine conditions of the waters in which the vessel is making her way. To see Gilliatt guiding his craft among the reefs and shallows of the Norman archipelago, one might have fancied that he carried in his head a plan of the bottom of the sea. He was familiar with it all, and feared nothing. He was better acquainted with the buoys in the channel than the cormorants who make them their resting places. The almost imperceptible differences which distinguish the four upright buoys of the Creux, Aligonde, the Trémy, and the Sardrette were perfectly visible and clear to him, even in misty weather. He hesitated neither at the oval, apple-headed buoy of Onfray, nor at the triple iron point of the Rousse, nor at the white ball of the Courbette, nor at the black ball of Longue Pierre; and there was no fear of his confounding the cross of Goubeau with the sword planted in earth at La Platte, nor the hammer-shaped buoy of the Barbets with the curl-shaped buoy of the Moulinet. His rare skill in seamanship showed itself in a striking manner one day at Guernsey, on the occasion of one of those sea tournaments which are called regattas. The feat to be performed was to navigate alone a boat with 4 sails from Saint-Sampson to the Isle of Herm at 1 league distance, and to bring the boat back from Herm to Saint-Sampson. To manage, without assistance, a boat with 4 sails is a feat which every fisherman is equal to, and the difficulty seemed little, but there was a condition which rendered it far from simple. The boat, to begin with, was one of those large and heavy sloops of bygone times, which the sailors of the last century knew by the name of Dutch belly boats. This ancient style of flat, pot-bellied craft, carrying on the larboard and starboard sides, in compensation for the want of a keel, 2 wings, which lowered themselves, sometimes the one, sometimes the other, according to the wind, may occasionally be met with still at sea. In the second place, there was the return from Herm, a journey which was rendered more difficult by a heavy ballasting of stones. The conditions were to go empty, but to return loaded. The sloop was the prize of the contest. It was dedicated beforehand to the winner. This Dutch belly boat had been employed as a pilot boat. The pilot who had rigged and worked it for 20 years was the most robust of all the sailors of the Channel. When he died, no one had been found capable of managing the sloop, and it was, in consequence, determined to make it the prize of the regatta. The sloop, though not decked, had some sea qualities, and was a tempting prize for a skilful sailor. Her mast was somewhat forward, which increased the motive power of her sails, besides having the advantage of not being in the way of her pilot. It was a strong-built vessel, heavy but roomy, and taking the open sea well; in fact, a good, serviceable craft. There was eager anxiety for the prize. The task was a rough one, but the reward of success was worth having. 7 or 8 fishermen, among the most vigorous of the island, presented themselves. One by one they essayed, but not one could succeed in reaching Herm. The last one who tried his skill was known for having crossed in a rowing boat the terrible narrow sea between Sark and Brec Oo. Sweating with his exertions, he brought back the sloop and said, "It is impossible." Gilliatt then entered the bark, seized first of all the oar, then the mainsail, and pushed out to sea. Then, without either making fast the boom, which would have been imprudent, or letting it go, which kept the sail under his direction, and leaving the boom to move with the wind without drifting, he held the tiller with his left hand. In 3/4 of an hour he was at Herm. 3 hours later, although a strong breeze had sprung up and was blowing across the roads, the sloop, guided by Gilliatt, returned to Saint-Sampson with its load of stones. He had, with an extravagant display of his resources, even added to the cargo the little bronze cannon at Herm, which the people were in the habit of firing off on the 5th of November, by way of rejoicing over the death of Guy Fawkes. Guy Fawkes, by the way, had been dead 260 years, a remarkably long period of rejoicing. Gilliatt, thus burdened and encumbered, although he had the Guy Fawkes Day cannon in the boat and the south wind in his sails, steered, or rather brought back, the heavy craft to Saint-Sampson. Seeing which, Mess Lethierry exclaimed, "There's a bold sailor for you!" And he held out his hand to Gilliatt. We shall have occasion to speak again of Mess Lethierry. The sloop was awarded to Gilliatt. This adventure detracted nothing from his evil reputation. Several persons declared that the feat was not at all astonishing, for that Gilliatt had concealed in the boat a branch of wild medlar. But this could not be proved. From that day forward, Gilliatt navigated no boat except the old sloop. In this heavy craft he went on his fishing avocation. He kept it at anchor in the excellent little shelter which he had all to himself, under the very wall of his house of the Bû de la Rue. At nightfall he cast his nets over his shoulder, traversed his little garden, climbed over the parapet of dry stones, stepped lightly from rock to rock, and, jumping into the sloop, pushed out to sea. He brought home heavy takes of fish, but people said that his medlar branch was always hanging up in the boat. No one had ever seen this branch, but every one believed in its existence. When he had more fish than he wanted, he did not sell it, but gave it away. The poor people took his gift, but were little grateful, for they knew the secret of his medlar branch. Such devices cannot be permitted. It is unlawful to trick the sea out of its treasures. He was a fisherman, but he was something else. He had, by instinct or for amusement, acquired a knowledge of 3 or 4 trades. He was a carpenter, worker in iron, wheelwright, boat caulker, and to some extent an engineer. No one could mend a broken wheel better than he could. He manufactured, in a fashion of his own, all the things which fishermen use. In a corner of the Bû de la Rue he had a small forge and an anvil, and the sloop having but one anchor, he had succeeded, without help, in making another. The anchor was excellent. The ring had the necessary strength, and Gilliatt, although entirely uninstructed in this branch of the smith's art, had found the exact dimensions of the stock for preventing the overbalancing of the fluke ends. He had patiently replaced all the nails in the planks by rivets, which rendered rust in the holes impossible. In this way he had much improved the sea-going qualities of the sloop. He employed it sometimes when he took a fancy to spend a month or 2 in some solitary islet, like Chusey or the Casquets. People remarked, "Ay, ay, Gilliatt is away," but this was a circumstance which nobody regretted. Chapter 7. A fit tenant for a haunted house. Gilliatt was a man of dreams, hence his daring, hence also his timidity. He had ideas on many things which were peculiarly his own. There was in his character, perhaps, something of the visionary and the transcendentalist. Hallucinations may haunt the poor peasant like Martin, no less than the king like Henry IV. There are times when the unknown reveals itself in a mysterious way to the spirit of man. A sudden rent in the veil of darkness will make manifest things hitherto unseen, and then close again upon the mysteries within. Such visions have occasionally the power to effect a transfiguration in those whom they visit. They convert a poor camel-driver into a Mahomet, a peasant girl tending her coats into a Joan of Arc. Solitude generates a certain amount of sublime exaltation. It is like the smoke arising from the burning bush. A mysterious lucidity of mind results, which converts the student into a seer and the poet into a prophet. Herein we find a key to the mysteries of Horeb, Kedron, Ombos, to the intoxication of Castilian laurels, the revelations of the month Busion. Hence, too, we have Pelea at Dodona, Femino at Delphos, Trophonius in Lebedia, Ezekiel on the Chebar, and Jerome in the Thetai. More frequently, this visionary state overwhelms and stupefies its victim. There is such a thing as a divine besottedness. The Hindu fakir bears about with him the burden of his vision, as the cretin his goiter. Luther holding converse with devils in his garret at Wittenberg, Pascal shutting out the view of the infernal regions with the screen of his cabinet, the African Obi conversing with the white-faced god Bossum, are each and all the same phenomenon, diversely interpreted by the minds in which they manifest themselves according to their capacity and power. Luther and Pascal were grand, and are grand still. The Obi is simply a poor half-witted creature. Gilliatt was neither so exalted nor so low. He was a dreamer, nothing more. Nature presented itself to him under a somewhat strange aspect. Just as he had often found in the perfectly limpid water of the sea strange creatures of considerable size and of various shapes, of the Medusa genus, which out of the water bore a resemblance to soft crystal, and which, cast again into the sea, became lost to sight in that medium by reason of their identity in transparency and colour, so he imagined that other transparencies, similar to these almost invisible denizens of the ocean, might probably inhabit the air around us. The birds are scarcely inhabitants of the air, but rather amphibious creatures passing much of their lives upon the earth. Gilliatt could not believe the air a mere desert. He used to say, "Since the water is filled with life, why not the atmosphere?" Creatures colourless and transparent like the air would escape from our observation. What proof have we that there are no such creatures? Analogy indicates that the liquid fields of air must have their swimming habitants, even as the waters of the deep. These aerial fish would, of course, be diaphanous, a provision of their wise Creator for our sakes as well as their own. Allowing the light to pass through their forms, casting no shadow, having no defined outline, they would necessarily remain unknown to us and beyond the grasp of human sense. Gilliatt indulged the wild fancy that if it were possible to exhaust the earth of its atmosphere, or if we could fish the air as we fish the depths of the sea, we should discover the existence of a multitude of strange animals. And then, he would add in his reverie, many things would be made clear. Reverie, which is thought in its nebulous state, borders closely upon the land of sleep, by which it is bounded as by a natural frontier. The discovery of a new world, in the form of an atmosphere filled with transparent creatures, would be the beginning of a knowledge of the vast unknown. But beyond opens up the illimitable domain of the possible, teeming with yet other beings, and characterized by other phenomena. All this would be nothing supernatural, but merely the occult continuation of the infinite variety of creation. In the midst of that laborious idleness, which was the chief feature in his existence, Gilliatt was singularly observant. He even carried his observations into the domain of sleep. Sleep has a close relation with the possible, which we call also the invraisemblable. The world of sleep has an existence of its own. Night-time, regarded as a separate sphere of creation, is a universe in itself. The material nature of man, upon which philosophers tell us that a column of air 45 miles in height continually presses, is wearied out at night, sinks into lassitude, lies down, and finds repose. The eyes of the flesh are closed, but in that drooping head, less inactive than is supposed, other eyes are opened. The unknown reveals itself. The shadow existences of the invisible world become more akin to man, whether it be that there is a real communication, or whether things far off in the unfathomable abyss are mysteriously brought nearer. It seems as if the impalpable creatures inhabiting space come then to contemplate our natures, curious to comprehend the denizens of the earth. Some phantom creation ascends or descends to walk beside us in the dim twilight. Some existence altogether different from our own, composed partly of human consciousness, partly of something else, quits his fellows and returns again, after presenting himself for a moment to our inward sight. And the sleeper, not wholly slumbering, not yet entirely conscious, beholds around him strange manifestations of life. Pale spectres, terrible or smiling, dismal phantoms, uncouth masks, unknown faces, hydra-headed monsters, undefined shapes, reflections of moonlight where there is no moon, vague fragments of monstrous forms. All these things which come and go in the troubled atmosphere of sleep, and to which men give the name of dreams, are, in truth, only realities, invisible to those who walk about the daylight world. The dream world is the aquarium of night. So at least thought Gilead. Chapter 8. The Guildholm Ur-Seat. The curious visitor in these days would seek in vain in the little bay of Oumet for the house in which Gilliatt lived, or for his garden, or the creek in which he sheltered the Dutch sloop. The Bû de la Rue no longer exists. Even the little peninsula on which his house stood has vanished, levelled by the pickaxe of the quarryman, and carried away, cartload by cartload, by dealers in rock and granite. It must be sought now in the churches, the palaces, and the quays of a great city. All that ridge of rocks has been long ago conveyed to London. These long lines of broken cliffs in the sea, with their frequent gaps and crevices, are like miniature chains of mountains. They strike the eye with the impression which a giant may be supposed to have in contemplating the Cordilleras. In the language of the country they are called bancs. These bancs vary considerably in form. Some resemble a long spine, of which each rock forms one of the vertebrae. Some are like the backbone of a fish, while some bear an odd resemblance to a crocodile in the act of drinking. At the extremity of the ridge on which the Bû de la Rue was situate was a large rock, which the fishing people of Oumet called the Beast's Horn. This rock, a sort of pyramid, resembled, though less in height, the pinnacle of Jersey. At high water the sea divided it from the ridge, and the horn stood alone. At low water it was approached by an isthmus of rocks. The remarkable feature of this Beast's Horn was a sort of natural seat on the side next the sea, hollowed out by the water and polished by the rains. The seat, however, was a treacherous one. The stranger was insensibly attracted to it by the beauty of the prospect, as the Guernsey folks said. Something detained him there in spite of himself, for there is a charm in a wide view. The seat seemed to offer itself for his convenience. It formed a sort of niche in the peaked façade of the rock. To climb up to it was easy, for the sea, which had fashioned it out of its rocky base, had also cast beneath it, at convenient distances, a kind of natural stairs composed of flat stones. The perilous abyss is full of these snares. Beware, therefore, of its proffered aids. The spot was tempting. The stranger mounted and sat down. There he found himself at his ease. For his seat he had the granite, rounded and hollowed out by the foam; for supports, two rocky elbows which seemed made expressly for him; against his back the high vertical wall of rock, which he looked up to and admired, without thinking of the impossibility of scaling it. Nothing could be more simple than to fall into reverie in that convenient resting place. All around spread the wide sea; far off the ships were seen passing to and fro. It was possible to follow a sail with the eye till it sank in the horizon beyond the Cascade. The stranger was entranced. He looked around, enjoying the beauty of the scene and the light touch of wind and wave. There is a sort of bat found at Cayenne, which has the power of fanning people to sleep in the shade with a gentle beating of its dusky wings. Like this strange creature, the wind wanders about, alternately ravaging or lulling into security. So the stranger would continue contemplating the sea, listening for a movement in the air, and yielding himself up to dreamy indolence. When the eyes are satiated with light and beauty, it is a luxury to close them for a while. Suddenly the loiterer would arouse, but it was too late. The sea had crept up step by step. The waters surrounded the rock. The stranger had been lured on to his death. A terrible rock was this in a rising sea. The tide gathers at first insensibly, then with violence. When it touches the rocks, a sudden wrath seems to possess it, and it foams. Swimming is difficult in the breakers. Excellent swimmers have been lost at the Horn of the Bû de la Rue. In certain places, and at certain periods, the aspect of the sea is dangerous, fatal, as at times is the glance of a woman. Very old inhabitants of Guernsey used to call this niche, fashioned in the rock by the waves, Guildholm seat, or Kiddermore, a Celtic word, say some authorities, which those who understand Celtic cannot interpret, and which all who understand French can. Qui dort meurt. He who sleeps must die. Such is the country folk's translation. The reader may choose between the translation Qui dort meurt and that given in 1819, I believe, in the Armorican by Monsieur Athanas. According to this learned Celtic scholar, Guildholm signifies the resting place of birds. There is at Origny another seat of this kind, called the Monk's Chair, so well sculptured by the waves, and with steps of rock so conveniently placed that it might be said that the sea politely sets a footstool for those who rest there. In the open sea, at high water, the Guildholm was no longer visible; the water covered it entirely. The Guildholm was a neighbour of the Bû de la Rue. Gilliatt knew it well, and often seated himself there. Was it his meditating place? No. We have already said he did not meditate, but dream. The sea, however, never entrapped him there. End of chapter 8 and book 1. Reading by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 1 to 4 of Book 2 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 2, Mess Lethierry. Chapter 1. A troubled life, but a quiet conscience. Mess Lethierry, a conspicuous man in Saint-Sampson, was a redoubtable sailor. He had voyaged a great deal. He had been a cabin boy, seaman, topmast man, second mate, pilot, and captain. He was at this period a ship owner. There was not a man to compare with him for general knowledge of the sea. He was brave in putting off to ships in distress. In foul weather he would take his way along the beach, scanning the horizon. "What have we yonder?" he would say. "Some craft in trouble?" Whether it were an interloping Weymouth fisherman, a cutter from Aurigny, a bisquine from Courseulles, the yacht of some nobleman, an English craft or a French one, poor or rich, mattered little. He jumped into a boat, called together 2 or 3 strong fellows, or did without them, as the case may be, pushed out to sea, rose and rose again on rolling waves, plunged into the storm, and encountered the danger face to face. Then, afar off, amid the rain and lightning, and drenched with water, he was sometimes seen upright in his boat like a lion with a foaming mane. Often he would pass whole days in danger amidst the waves, the hail, and the wind, making his way to the sides of foundering vessels during the tempest, and rescuing men and merchandise. At night, after feats like these, he would return home and pass his time in knitting stockings. For 50 years he led this kind of life, from 10 years of age to 60. So long did he feel himself still young. At 60 he began to discover that he could no longer lift with one hand the great anvil at the forge of Varclin. This anvil weighed 300 weight. At length rheumatic pains compelled him to be a prisoner. He was forced to give up his old struggle with the sea, to pass from the heroic into the patriarchal stage, to sink into the condition of a harmless, worthy old fellow. Happily his rheumatism attacks happened at the period when he had secured a comfortable competency. These two consequences of labour are natural companions. At the moment when men become rich, how often comes paralysis, the successful crowning of a laborious life? Old and weary men say among themselves, "Let us rest and enjoy life." The population of islands like Guernsey is composed of men who have passed their lives in going about their little fields or in sailing round the world. These are the two classes of the labouring people, the labourers on the land and the toilers of the sea. Mess Lethierry was of the latter class. He had had a life of hard work. He had been upon the continent, was for some time a ship carpenter at Rochefort, and afterwards at Sète. We have just spoken of sailing round the world. He had made the circuit of all France, getting work as a journeyman carpenter, and had been employed at the great salt works of Franche-Comté. Though a humble man, he had led a life of adventure. In France he had learned to read, to think, to have a will of his own. He had had a hand in many things, and in all he had done had kept a character for probity. At bottom, however, he was simply a sailor. The water was his element. He used to say that he lived with the fish when really at home. In short, his whole existence, except 2 or 3 years, had been devoted to the ocean. Flung into the water, as he said, he had navigated the great oceans, both of the Atlantic and the Pacific, but he preferred the Channel. He used to exclaim enthusiastically, "That is the sea for a rough time of it." He was born at sea, and at sea would have preferred to end his days. After sailing several times round the world, and seeing most countries, he had returned to Guernsey, and never permanently left the island again. Henceforth his great voyages were to Granville and St. Malo. Mess Lethierry was a Guernsey man, that peculiar amalgamation of Frenchman and Norman, or rather English. He had within himself this quadruple extraction, merged and almost lost in that far wider country, the ocean. Throughout his life, and wheresoever he went, he had preserved the habits of a Norman fisherman. All this, however, did not prevent his looking now and then into some old book, of taking pleasure in reading, in knowing the names of philosophers and poets, and in talking a little now and then in all languages. Chapter 2. A certain predilection. Gilliatt was a child of nature. Mess Lethierry was the same. Lethierry's uncultivated nature, however, was not without certain refinements. He was fastidious upon the subject of women's hands. In his early years, while still a lad, passing from the stage of cabin boy to that of sailor, he had heard the Admiral de Suffren say, "There goes a pretty girl, but what horrible great red hands!" An observation from an admiral on any subject is a command, a law, an authority far above that of an oracle. The exclamation of Admiral de Suffren had rendered Lethierry fastidious and exacting in the matter of small and white hands. His own hand, a large club fist of the colour of mahogany, was like a mallet or a pair of pincers for a friendly grasp, and, tightly closed, would almost break a paving stone. He had never married. He had either no inclination for matrimony, or had never found a suitable match. That, perhaps, was due to his being a stickler for hands like those of a duchess. Such hands are, indeed, somewhat rare among the fishermen's daughters at Port Bail. It was whispered, however, that at Rochefort, on the Charente, he had, once upon a time, made the acquaintance of a certain grisette, realizing his ideal. She was a pretty girl with graceful hands, but she was a vixen, and had also a habit of scratching. Woe betide any one who attacked her. Yet her nails, though capable at a pinch of being turned into claws, were of a cleanliness which left nothing to be desired. It was these peculiarly bewitching nails which had first enchanted and then disturbed the peace of Lethierry, who, fearing that he might one day become no longer master of his mistress, had decided not to conduct that young lady to the nuptial altar. Another time he met at Origny a country girl who pleased him. He thought of marriage, when one of the inhabitants of the place said to him, "I congratulate you. You will have for your wife a good fuel maker." Lethierry asked the meaning of this. It appeared that the country people at Origny have a certain custom of collecting manure from their cow-houses, which they throw against a wall, where it is left to dry and fall to the ground. Cakes of dried manure of this kind are used for fuel, and are called croipillons. A country girl of Origny has no chance of getting a husband if she is not a good fuel maker, but the young lady's especial talent only inspired disgust in Lethierry. Besides, he had in his love matters a kind of rough country folks' philosophy, a sailor-like sort of habit of mind. Always smitten, but never enslaved, he boasted of having been in his youth easily conquered by a petticoat, or rather a cotillon, for what is nowadays called a crinoline was in his time called a cotillon, a term which, in his use of it, signifies both something more and something less than a wife. These rude seafaring men of the Norman archipelago have a certain amount of shrewdness. Almost all can read and write. On Sundays, little cabin boys may be seen in those parts, seated upon a coil of ropes, reading, with book in hand. From all time, these Norman sailors have had a peculiar satirical vein, and have been famous for clever sayings. It was one of these men, the bold pilot Queripel, who said to Montgomery, when he sought refuge in Jersey after the unfortunate accident in killing Henry II at a tournament with a blow of his lance, "Tête folle a cassé tête vide." Another one, Touzeau, a sea captain at Saint-Brelade, was the author of that philosophical pun, erroneously attributed to Camus, "Après la mort, les papes deviennent en papillons, et les sires deviennent en cirons." Chapter 3. The Old Sea Language. The mariners of the Channel are the true ancient Gauls. The islands, which in these days become more and more English, preserved for many ages their old French character. The peasant in Sark speaks the language of Louis XIV. 40 years ago, the old classical nautical language was to be found in the mouths of the sailors of Jersey and Origny. When amongst them, it was possible to imagine oneself carried back to the sea life of the 17th century. From that speaking trumpet, which terrified Admiral Hiddy, a philologist might have learnt the ancient technicalities of manoeuvring and giving orders at sea, in the very words which were roared out to his sailors by Jean Bart. The old French maritime vocabulary is now almost entirely changed, but was still in use in Jersey in 1820. A ship that was a good plier was bon boulanier. One that carried a weather helm in spite of her foresails and rudder was un vaisseau ardent. To get under way was prendre air. To lie to in a storm, capeiller. To make fast running rigging was faire dormant. To get to windward, faire chapelle. To get the cable tight, faire test. To be out of trim, être en pantaine. To keep the sails full, porter plein. These expressions have fallen out of use. Today we say louvoyer for to beat to windward. They said louvoyer. For naviguer, sail, they said naviguer. For virer vent devant, to tack, donner vent devant. For aller de l'avant, to make headway, tailler de l'avant. For tirer d'accord, hold together, aller d'accord. For déraper, to weigh anchor, déplanter. For embraquer, to hold tight, abraquer. For taquet, cleats, beaton. For burin, toggles, tap. For balancine, forelift, mainlift, etc., valancine. For tribord, starboard, stribord. For les hommes de quart à bâbord, men of the larboard watch, les bâbourdis. Tourville wrote to Hocquincourt, nous avons cinglé, sailed, for cinglé. Instead of la rafale, squall, le rafale. Instead of bossoir, cathead, boussoir. Instead of dross, truss, drous. Instead of loffe, to luff, faire une oliffe. Instead of élanger, to lay alongside, allonger. Instead of fort breeze, stiff breeze, servant. Instead of joual, stock of an anchor, ya. Instead of suit, storeroom, fosse. Such, at the beginning of this century, was the maritime dialect of the Channel Islands. Angot would have been startled had he heard the speech of a Jersey pilot. Whilst everywhere else the sails faseaiant, shivered, in these islands they barbeaiant. A saut de vent, sudden shift of wind, was a vol vent. The old methods of mooring known as la valture and la portugaise were alone used, and such commands as jure chaque and basse wild might still be heard. While a sailor of Granville was already employing the word clan for sheave-hold, one of Saint-Aubin or of Saint-Sampson still stuck to his Canal de Pouliot. What was called Bout-d'Allange, Upper Faltock, at St. Malo, was Oreille d'Ain at St. Helier. Mess Lethierry, as did the Duc de Vibon, called the shear of the decks la tenture, and the caulker's chisel la patarasse. It was with this uncouth sea dialect in his mouth that Duquesne beat de Ruyter, that Duguay-Trouin defeated Wasnaer, and that Tourville in 1681 poured a broadside into the first galley which bombarded Algiers. It is now a dead language. The idiom of the sea is altogether different. Duperrey would not be able to understand Suffren. The language of French naval signals is not less transformed. There is a long distance between the four pennants, red, white, yellow, and blue, of La Bourdonnais, and the 18 flags of these days, which, hoisted 2 and 2, 3 and 3, or 4 and 4, furnish, for distance communication, 66,000 combinations, are never deficient, and, so to speak, foresee the unforeseen. Chapter 4. One is vulnerable where one loves. Mess Lethierry's heart and hand were always ready, a large heart and a large hand. His failing was that admirable one, self-confidence. He had a certain fashion of his own of undertaking to do a thing. It was a solemn fashion. He said, "I give my word of honour to do it, with God's help." That said, he went through with his duty. He put his faith in God, nothing more. His rare church-going was merely formal. At sea he was superstitious. Nevertheless, the storm had not yet arisen which could daunt him. One reason of this was his impatience of opposition. He could tolerate it neither from the ocean nor anything else. He meant to have his way. So much the worse for the sea if it thwarted him. It might try, if it would, but Mess Lethierry would not give in. A refractory wave could no more stop him than an angry neighbour. What he had said was said. What he planned out was done. He bent neither before an objection nor before the tempest. The word no had no existence for him, whether it was in the mouth of a man or in the angry muttering of a thundercloud. In the teeth of all he went on in his way. He would take no refusals, hence his obstinacy in life and his intrepidity on the ocean. He seasoned his simple meal of fish soup for himself, knowing the quantities of pepper, salt, and herbs which it required, and was as well pleased with the cooking as with the meal. To complete the sketch of Lethierry's peculiarities, the reader must conjure a being to whom the putting on of a surtout would amount to a transfiguration, whom a landsman's greatcoat would convert into a strange animal, one who, standing with his locks blown about by the wind, might have represented old Jean Bart, but who, in the landsman's round hat, would have looked an idiot. Awkward in cities, wild and redoubtable at sea. A man with broad shoulders fit for a porter. One who indulged in no oaths, was rarely in anger, whose voice had a soft accent which became like thunder in a speaking trumpet. A peasant who had read something of the philosophy of Diderot and d'Alembert. A Guernsey man who had seen the great Revolution, a learned ignoramus, free from bigotry, but indulging in visions, with more faith in the White Lady than in the Holy Virgin, possessing the strength of Polyphemus, the perseverance of Columbus, with a little of the bull in his nature, and a little of the child. Add to these physical and mental peculiarities a somewhat flat nose, large cheeks, a set of teeth still perfect, a face filled with wrinkles, and which seems to have been buffeted by the waves and subjected to the beating of the winds of 40 years, a brow in which the storm and tempest were plainly written, an incarnation of a rock in the open sea. Add to this, too, a good-tempered smile, always ready to light up his weather-beaten countenance, and you have before you Mess Lethierry. Mess Lethierry had two special objects of affection only. Their names were Durande and Déruchette. End of chapter 4 and book 2. Reading by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 1 to 3 of Book 3 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 3, Durande and Déruchette. Chapter 1, Prattle and Smoke. The human body might well be regarded as a mere simulacrum, but it envelops our reality, it darkens our light, and broadens the shadow in which we live. The soul is the reality of our existence. Strictly speaking, the human visage is a mask. The true man is that which exists under what is called man. If that being, which thus exists sheltered and secreted behind that illusion which we call the flesh, could be approached, more than one strange revelation would be made. The vulgar error is to mistake the outward husk for the living spirit. Yonder maiden, for example, if we could see her as she really is, might she not figure as some bird of the air, a bird transmuted into a young maiden? What could be more exquisite? Picture it in your own home, and call it Déruchette. Delicious creature! One might be almost tempted to say, "Good morning, Mademoiselle Goldfinch." The wings are invisible, but the chirping may still be heard. Sometimes, too, she pipes a clear, loud song. In her childlike prattle the creature is perhaps inferior, but in her song, how superior to humanity! When womanhood dawns, this angel flies away, but sometimes returns, bringing back a little one to a mother. Meanwhile, she who is one day to be a mother is for a long while a child. The girl becomes a maiden, fresh and joyous as the lark. Noting her movements, we feel as if it was good of her not to fly away. The dear familiar companion moves at her own sweet will about the house, flits from branch to branch, or rather from room to room, goes to and fro, approaches and retires, plumes her wings, or rather combs her hair, and makes all kinds of gentle noises, murmurings of unspeakable delight to certain ears. She asks a question and is answered, is asked something in return and chirps a reply. It is delightful to chat with her when tired of serious talk, for this creature carries with her something of a skyey element. She is, as it were, a thread of gold, interwoven with your sombre thoughts. You feel almost grateful to her for her kindness in not making herself invisible, when it would be so easy for her to be even impalpable, for the beautiful is a necessary of life. There is, in this world, no function more important than that of being charming. The forest glade would be incomplete without the humming-bird. To shed joy around, to radiate happiness, to cast light upon dark days, to be the golden thread of our destiny, and the very spirit of grace and harmony, is this not to render a service? Does not beauty confer a benefit upon us, even by the simple fact of being beautiful? Here and there we meet with one who possesses that fairy-like power of enchanting all about her. Sometimes she is ignorant herself of this magical influence, which is, however, for that reason, only the more perfect. Her presence lights up the home. Her approach is like a cheerful warmth. She passes by, and we are content. She stays a while, and we are happy. To behold her is to live. She is the aurora with a human face. She has no need to do more than simply to be. She makes an Eden of the house. Paradise breathes from her, and she communicates this delight to all, without taking any greater trouble than that of existing beside them. Is it not a thing divine to have a smile which, none know how, has the power to lighten the weight of that enormous chain which all the living in common drag behind them? Déruchette possessed this smile. We may even say that this smile was Déruchette herself. There is one thing which has more resemblance to ourselves than even our face, and that is our expression. But there is yet another thing which more resembles us than this, and that is our smile. Déruchette smiling was simply Déruchette. There is something peculiarly attractive in the Jersey and Guernsey race. The women, particularly the young, are remarkable for a pure and exquisite beauty. Their complexion is a combination of the Saxon fairness with the proverbial ruddiness of the Norman people. Rosy cheeks and blue eyes, but the eyes want brilliancy. The English training dulls them. Their liquid glances will be irresistible whenever the secret is found of giving them that depth which is the glory of the Parisienne. Happily, English women are not yet transformed into the Parisian type. Déruchette was not a Parisian, yet she was certainly not a Guernesiaise. Lethierry had brought her up to be neat and delicate and pretty, and so she was. Déruchette had, at times, an air of bewitching languor and a certain mischief in the eye, which was altogether involuntary. She scarcely knew, perhaps, the meaning of the word love, and yet not unwillingly ensnared those about her in the toils. But all this in her was innocent. She never thought of marrying. Déruchette had the prettiest little hands in the world, and little feet to match them. Sweetness and goodness reigned throughout her person. Her family and fortune were her uncle Mess Lethierry. Her occupation was only to live her daily life. Her accomplishments were the knowledge of a few songs. Her intellectual gifts were summed up in her simple innocence. She had the graceful repose of the West Indian woman, mingled at times with giddiness and vivacity, with the teasing playfulness of a child, yet with a dash of melancholy. Her dress was somewhat rustic, and like that peculiar to her country, elegant, though not in accordance with the fashions of great cities, for she wore flowers in her bonnet all the year round. Add to all this an open brow, a neck supple and graceful, chestnut hair, a fair skin slightly freckled with exposure to the sun, a mouth somewhat large but well defined, and visited from time to time by a dangerous smile. This was Déruchette. Sometimes in the evening, a little after sunset, at the moment when the dusk of the sky mingles with the dusk of the sea, and twilight invests the waves with a mysterious awe, the people beheld, entering the harbour of Saint-Sampson, upon the dark rolling waters, a strange undefined thing. A monstrous form which puffed and blew, a horrid machine which roared like a wild beast and smoked like a volcano, a species of hydra foaming among the breakers and leaving behind it a dense cloud as it rushed on towards the town with a frightful beating of its fins and a throat belching forth flame. This was Durande. Chapter 2. The Old Story of Utopia. A steamboat was a prodigious novelty in the waters of the Channel in 1820. The whole coast of Normandy was long, strangely excited by it. Nowadays 10 or a dozen steam vessels, crossing and recrossing within the bounds of the horizon, scarcely attract a glance from loiterers on the shore. At the most, some persons, whose interest or business it is to note such things, will observe the indications in their smoke of whether they burn Welsh or Newcastle coal. They pass, and that is all. Welcome if coming home, a pleasant passage if outward bound. Folks were less calm on the subject of these wonderful inventions in the first quarter of the present century, and the new and strange machines and their long lines of smoke regarded with no good will by the Channel Islanders. In that puritanical archipelago, where the Queen of England has been censured for violating the Scriptures by using chloroform during her accouchement, the first steam vessel which made its appearance received the name of the Devil Boat. In the eyes of these worthy fishermen, once Catholics, now Calvinists, but always bigots, it seemed to be a portion of the infernal regions which had been somehow set afloat. A local preacher selected for his discourse the question of whether man has the right to make fire and water work together when God has divided them. This beast, composed of iron and fire, did it not resemble Leviathan? Was it not an attempt to bring chaos again into the universe? This is not the only occasion on which the progress of civilization has been stigmatized as a return to chaos. A mad notion, a gross delusion, an absurdity. Such was the verdict of the Academy of Sciences when consulted by Napoleon on the subject of steamboats early in the present century. The poor fishermen of Saint-Sampson may be excused for not being, in scientific matters, any wiser than the mathematicians of Paris, and in religious matters a little island like Guernsey is not bound to be more enlightened than a great continent like America. In the year 1807, when the first steamboat of Fulton, commanded by Livingstone, furnished with one of Watt's engines, sent from England, and manoeuvred, besides her ordinary crew, by 2 Frenchmen only, André Michaud and another made her first voyage from New York to Albany. It happened that she set sail on the 17th of August. The Methodists took up this important fact, and in numberless chapels preachers were heard calling down a malediction on the machine, and declaring that this number 17 was no other than the total of the 10 horns and 7 heads of the beast of the Apocalypse. In America they invoked against the steamboats the beast from the book of Revelations, in Europe the reptile of the book of Genesis. This was the simple difference. The savants had rejected steamboats as impossible. The priests had anathematized them as impious. Science had condemned, and religion consigned them to perdition. Fulton was a new incarnation of Lucifer. The simple people on the coasts and in the villages were confirmed in their prejudice by the uneasiness which they felt at the outlandish sight. The religious view of steamboats may be summed up as follows. Water and fire were divorced at the creation. This divorce was enjoined by God himself. Man has no right to join what his Maker has put asunder, to reunite what he has disunited. The peasant's view was simply, I don't like the look of this thing. No one but Mess Lethierry, perhaps, could have been found at that early period daring enough to dream of such an enterprise as the establishment of a steam vessel between Guernsey and St. Malo. He, alone, as an independent thinker, was capable of conceiving such an idea, or, as a hardy mariner, of carrying it out. The French part of his nature probably conceived the idea. The English part supplied the energy to put it in execution. How and when this was, we are about to inform the reader. Chapter 3. Rantaine. About 40 years before the period of the commencement of our narrative, there stood in the suburbs of Paris, near the city wall, between the Fosse aux Loups and the Tombe Issoire, a house of doubtful reputation. It was a lonely, ruinous building, evidently a place for dark deeds on an occasion. Here lived, with his wife and child, a species of town bandit, a man who had been clerk to an attorney practising at the Châtelet. He figured somewhat later at the Assize Court. The name of this family, Rantaine. On a mahogany chest of drawers in the old house were 2 china cups, ornamented with flowers, on one of which appeared, in gilt letters, the words, "A souvenir of friendship," on the other, "A token of esteem." The child lived in an atmosphere of vice in this miserable home. The father and mother having belonged to the lower middle class, the boy had learnt to read, and they brought it up in a fashion. The mother, pale and almost in rags, gave "instruction," as she called it, mechanically to the little one, heard it spell a few words to her, and interrupted the lesson to accompany her husband on some criminal expedition, or earn the wages of prostitution. Meanwhile, the book remained open on the table as she had left it, and the boy sat beside it, meditating in his way. The father and mother, detected one day in one of their criminal enterprises, suddenly vanished into that obscurity in which the penal laws envelop convicted malefactors. The child too disappeared. Lethierry, in his wanderings about the world, stumbled one day on an adventurer like himself, helped him out of some scrape, rendered him a kindly service, and was apparently repaid with gratitude. He took a fancy to the stranger, picked him up, and brought him to Guernsey, where, finding him intelligent in learning the duties of a sailor aboard a coasting vessel, he made him a companion. This stranger was the little Rantaine, now grown up to manhood. Rantaine, like Lethierry, had a bull neck, a large and powerful breadth of shoulders for carrying burdens, and loins like those of the Farnese Hercules. Lethierry and he had a remarkable similarity of appearance. Rantaine was the taller. People who saw their forms behind as they were walking side by side along the port exclaimed, "There are 2 brothers." On looking them in the face, the effect was different. All that was open in the countenance of Lethierry was reserved and cautious in that of Rantaine. Rantaine was an expert swordsman, played on the harmonica, could snuff a candle at 20 paces with a pistol ball, could strike a tremendous blow with the fist, recite verses from Voltaire's Henriade, and interpret dreams. He knew by heart Les Tombeaux de Saint Denis by Treneuil. He talked sometimes of having had relations with the Sultan of Calicut, whom the Portuguese call the Zamorin. If anyone had seen the little memorandum book which he carried about with him, he would have found notes and jottings of this kind. At Lyons, in a fissure of the wall of one of the cells in the prison of Saint Joseph, a file. He spoke always with a grave deliberation. He called himself the son of a Chevalier de Saint Louis. His linen was of a miscellaneous kind, and marked with different initials. Nobody was ever more tender than he was at the point of honour. He fought and killed his man. The mother of a pretty actress could not have an eye more watchful for an insult. He might have stood for the personification of subtlety under an outer garb of enormous strength. It was the power of his fist, applied one day at a fair, upon a cabeza de moro, which had originally taken the fancy of Lethierry. No one in Guernsey knew anything of his adventures. They were of a checkered kind. If the great theatre of destiny had a special wardrobe, Rantaine ought to have taken the dress of Harlequin. He had lived and had seen the world. He had run through the gamut of possible trades and qualities, had been a cook at Madagascar, trainer of birds at Honolulu, a religious journalist at the Galapagos Islands, a poet at Umrawuti, a freeman at Haiti. In this latter character he had delivered at Grand Goave a funeral oration, of which the local journals have preserved this fragment. Farewell, then, noble spirit! In the azure vault of the heavens, where thou wingest now thy flight, thou wilt, no doubt, rejoin the good Abbé Léon de Crameau of Little Goave. Tell him that, thanks to 10 years of glorious efforts, thou hast completed the church of the Ansa à Veau. Adieu, transcendent genius, model mason! His Freemason's mask did not prevent him, as we see, wearing a little of the Roman Catholic. The former won to his side the men of progress, and the latter the men of order. He declared himself a white of pure caste, and hated the negroes, though, for all that, he would certainly have been an admirer of the Emperor Suluk. In 1815, at Bordeaux, the glow of his royalist enthusiasm broke forth in the shape of a huge white feather in his cap. His life had been a series of eclipses, of appearances, disappearances, and reappearances. He was a sort of revolving light upon the coasts of scampdom. He knew a little Turkish. Instead of guillotined, would say neboissé. He had been a slave in Tripoli, in the house of a Thaleb, and had learnt Turkish by dint of blows with a stick. His employment had been to stand at evenings at the doors of the mosque, there to read aloud to the faithful the Koran, inscribed upon slips of wood or pieces of camel leather. It is not improbable that he was a renegade. He was capable of everything, and something worse. He had a trick of laughing loud and knitting his brows at the same time. He used to say, "In politics I esteem only men inaccessible to influences," or "I am for decency and good morals," or "The pyramid must be replaced upon its base." His manner was rather cheerful and cordial than otherwise. The expression of his mouth contradicted the sense of his words. His nostrils had an odd way of distending themselves. In the corners of his eyes he had a little network of wrinkles, in which all sorts of dark thoughts seemed to meet together. It was here alone that the secret of his physiognomy could be thoroughly studied. His flat foot was a vulture's claw. His skull was low at the top and large about the temples. His ill-shapen ear, bristled with hair, seemed to say, "Beware of speaking to the animal in this cave." One fine day, in Guernsey, Rantaine was suddenly missing. Lethierry's partner had absconded, leaving the treasury of their partnership empty. In this treasury there was some money of Rantaines, no doubt, but there was also 50,000 francs belonging to Lethierry. By 40 years of industry and probity as a coaster and ship carpenter, Lethierry had saved 100,000 francs. Rantaine robbed him of half the sum. Half ruined, Lethierry did not lose heart, but began at once to think how to repair his misfortune. A stout heart may be ruined in fortune, but not in spirit. It was just about that time that people began to talk of the new kind of boat to be moved by steam engines. Lethierry conceived the idea of trying Fulton's invention, so much disputed about, and by one of these fire boats to connect the Channel Islands with the French coast. He staked his all upon this idea. He devoted to it the wreck of his savings. Accordingly, 6 months after Rantaine's flight, the astonished people of Saint-Sampson beheld, issuing from the port, a vessel discharging huge volumes of smoke and looking like a ship afire at sea. This was the first steam vessel to navigate the Channel. This vessel, to which the people in their dislike and contempt for novelty immediately gave the nickname of Lethierry's Galley, was announced as intended to maintain a constant communication between Guernsey and Saint-Malo. End of chapter 3 of book 3. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 4 to 6 of book 3 of Toilers of the Sea, part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 3, Durande and Déruchette. Chapter 4, continuation of the story of Utopia. It may be well imagined that the new enterprise did not prosper much at first. The owners of cutters passing between the island of Guernsey and the French coast were loud in their outcries. They denounced this attack upon the Holy Scriptures and their monopoly. The chapels began to fulminate against it. One reverend gentleman, named Elihu, stigmatized the new steam vessel as an atheistical construction, and the sailing boat was declared the only orthodox craft. The people saw the horns of the devil among the beasts which the fire-ship carried to and fro. This storm of protest continued a considerable time. At last, however, it began to be perceived that these animals arrived less tired and sold better, their meat being superior; that the sea risk was less also for passengers; that this mode of travelling was less expensive, shorter, and more sure; that they started at a fixed time and arrived at a fixed time; that consignments of fish travelling faster arrived fresher; and that it was now possible to find a sale in the French markets for the surplus of great takes of fish so common in Guernsey. The butter, too, from the far-famed Guernsey cows made the passage quicker in the "devil boat" than in the old sailing vessels, and lost nothing of its good quality; insomuch that Dinan, in Brittany, began to become a customer for it, as well as Saint-Brieuc and Rennes. In short, thanks to what they called Lethierry's Galley, the people enjoyed safe travelling, regular communication, prompt and easy passages to and fro, an increase of circulation, an extension of markets and of commerce, and finally it was felt that it was necessary to patronize this devil's boat, which flew in the face of the Holy Scriptures and brought wealth to the island. Some daring spirits even went so far as to express a positive satisfaction at it. Sieur Landoys, the registrar, bestowed his approval upon the vessel, an undoubted piece of impartiality on his part, as he did not like Lethierry. For, first of all, Lethierry was entitled to the dignity of Mess, while Landoys was merely Sieur Landoys. Then, although registrar of St. Peter's Port, Landoys was a parishioner of Saint-Sampson. Now, there was not in the entire parish another man besides them devoid of prejudices. It seemed little enough, therefore, to indulge themselves with a detestation of each other. Two of a trade, says the proverb, rarely agree. Sieur Landoys, however, had the honesty to support the steamboat. Others followed Landoys. By little and little, these facts multiplied. The growth of opinion is like the rising tide. Time and the continued and increasing success of the venture, with the evidence of real service rendered, and the improvement in the general welfare, gradually converted the people; and the day at length arrived when, with the exception of a few wiseacres, every one admired Lethierry's galley. It would probably win less admiration nowadays. This steamboat of 40 years since would doubtless provoke a smile among our modern boat builders. For this marvel was ill-shaped, this prodigy was clumsy and infirm. The distance between our grand Atlantic steam vessels of the present day and the boats with wheel paddles, which Denis Papin floated on the Fulda in 1707, is not greater than that between a three-decker, like the Montebello, 200 feet long, having a mainyard of 115 feet, carrying a weight of 3,000 tons, 1,100 men, 120 guns, 10,000 cannonballs, and 160 packages of canister, belching forth at every broadside when in action, 3,300 pounds of iron, and spreading to the wind when it moves 5,600 square metres of canvas. And the old Danish galley of the 2nd century, discovered full of stone hatchets and bows and clubs, in the mud of the seashore, at Wester Satrap, and preserved at the Hôtel de Ville at Flensburg. Exactly 100 years, from 1707 to 1807, separate the first paddle boat of Papin from the first steamboat of Fulton. Lethierry's galley was assuredly a great improvement upon those two rough sketches, but it was itself only a sketch. For all that, it was a masterpiece in its way. Every scientific discovery in embryo presents that double aspect: a monster in the fetus, a marvel in the germ. Chapter 5. The Devil Boat. Lethierry's galley was not masted with a view to sailing well, a fact which was not a defect. It is, indeed, one of the laws of naval construction. Besides, her motive power being steam, her sails were only accessory. A paddle steamboat, moreover, is almost insensible to sails. The new steam vessel was too short, round, and thick-set. She had too much bow, and too great a breadth of quarter. The daring of inventors had not yet reached the point of making a steam vessel light. Lethierry's boat had some of the defects of Gilliatt's Dutch sloop. She pitched very little, but she rolled a good deal. Her paddle boxes were too high. She had too much beam for her length. The massive machinery encumbered her, and to make her capable of carrying a heavy cargo, her constructors had raised her bulwarks to an unusual height, giving to the vessel the defects of old 74s, a bastard model which would have to be cut down to render them really seaworthy, or fit to go into action. Being short, she ought to have been able to veer quickly, the time employed in a manoeuvre of that kind being in proportion to the length of the vessel. But her weight deprived her of the advantage of her shortness. Her midship frame was too broad, a fact which retarded her, the resistance of the sea being proportioned to the largest section below the waterline and to the square of the speed. Her prow was vertical, which would not be regarded as a fault at the present day, but at that period this portion of the construction was invariably sloped at an angle of 45 degrees. All of the curving lines of the hull agreed well together, but it was not long enough for oblique sailing, or for lying parallel with the water displaced, which should always be thrown off laterally. In rough weather she drew too much water, sometimes fore, sometimes aft, which showed that her centre of gravity was not rightly adjusted. Owing to the weight of the engine, the cargo shifted, so that the centre of gravity was often aft of the mainmast, and then steam power had to be resorted to, for at such times the mainsail had to be furled, as it only made the vessel fall off. If close to the wind, very careful manoeuvring was required. The rudder was the old-fashioned bar rudder, not the wheeled one of the present time. 2 skiffs, a species of UUs, were suspended to the davits. The vessel had 4 anchors, the sheet anchor, the second or working anchor, and 2 bower anchors. These 4 anchors, slung by chains, were moved, according to the occasion, by the great capstan of the poop, or by the small capstan at the prow. At that period the pump windlass had not superseded the intermitting efforts of the old handspike. Having only 2 bower anchors, one on the starboard and the other on the larboard side, the vessel could not move conveniently in certain winds, though she could aid herself at such times with the second anchor. Her buoys were normal, and so constructed that they carried the weight of the buoy ropes without dipping. The launch was of a useful size, of service in all cases of need, and able to raise the main anchor. A novelty about her was that she was rigged with chains, which in no way detracted, however, from the mobility of the running rigging, or from the firmness of the standing rigging. The masts, yards, etc., although not of first-rate quality, were not in any way amiss, and the rigging at the masthead was not very noticeable. The ribs were solid, but coarse, less delicacy of wood being required for steam than for sail. Her speed was 6 knots an hour. When lying to, she rowed well. Take her as she was, Lethierry's galley was a good sea-boat, but people felt that in moments of danger from reefs or waterspouts she would be hardly manageable. Unhappily, her build made her roll about on the waves with a perpetual creaking like that of a new shoe. She was, above all, a merchandise boat, and, like all ships built more for commerce than for fighting, was constructed exclusively with a view to stowage. She carried few passengers. The transport of cattle rendered stowage difficult and very peculiar. Vessels carried bullocks at that time in the hold, which was a complication of the difficulty. At the present day they are stowed on the foredeck. The paddle boxes of Lethierry's devil boat were painted white, the hull, down to the waterline, red, and all the rest of the vessel black, according to the somewhat ugly fashion of this century. When empty she drew 7 feet of water, and when laden 14. With regard to the engine, it was of considerable power. To speak exactly, its power was equal to that of 1 horse to every 3 tons burden, which is almost equal to that of a tugboat. The paddles were well placed, a little in advance of the centre of gravity of the vessel. The maximum pressure of the engine was equal to 2 atmospheres. It consumed a great deal of coal, although it was constructed on the condensation and expansion principles. It had no flywheel on account of the instability of the point of support. But this was then, as now, compensated for by 2 cranks at the extremities of the revolving shaft, so arranged that one was always at right angles when the other was at dead point. The whole rested on a single sheet of cast iron, so that even in case of any serious damage, no shock of the waves could upset its equilibrium, and even if the hull were injured, the engine would remain intact. To render it stronger still, the connecting rod had been placed near the steam cylinders, so that the centre of oscillation of the working beam was transferred from the middle to the end. Since then, oscillating cylinders have been invented, which do away with necessity of connecting rods, but in those days the placing of the connecting rod near the cylinder was thought a triumph of engineering. The boiler was in sections and provided with a salt water pump. The wheels were very large, which lessened the loss of power. The smokestack was lofty, which increased the draught. On the other hand, the size of the wheels exposed them to the force of the waves, and the height of the smokestack to the violence of the wind. Wooden paddle floats, iron clamps, bosses of cast iron, such were the wheels, which, well constructed, could, strange though it may seem, be taken to pieces. 3 floats were always under water. The speed of the centre of the floats only exceeded by 1/6 the speed of the vessel itself. This was the chief defect of the wheels. Moreover, the cranks were too long, and the slide valve caused too much friction in the admission of steam into the cylinder. For that period the engine seemed, and indeed was, admirable. It had been constructed in France, at the works at Bercy. Mess Lethierry had roughly sketched it. The engineer who had constructed it in accordance with his diagram was dead, so that the engine was unique and probably could not have been replaced. The designer still lived, but the constructor was no more. The engine had cost 40,000 francs. Lethierry had himself constructed the Devil boat upon the great covered stocks by the side of the first tower between St. Peter's Port and Saint-Sampson. He had been to Brême to buy the wood. All his skill as a shipwright was exhausted in its construction. His ingenuity might be seen in the planks, the seams of which were straight and even, and covered with sarangousti, an Indian mastic, better than resin. The sheathing was well beaten. To remedy the roundness of the hull, Lethierry had fitted out a boom at the bowsprit, which allowed him to add a false spritsail to the regular one. On the day of the launch he cried aloud, "At last I am afloat!" The vessel was successful, in fact, as the reader has already learnt. Either by chance or design, she had been launched on the 14th of July, the anniversary of the taking of the Bastille. On that day, mounted upon the bridge between the 2 paddle boxes, looked Lethierry upon the sea, and exclaimed, "It is your turn now. The Parisians took the Bastille. Now science takes the sea." Lethierry's boat made the voyage from Guernsey to St. Malo once a week. She started on the Tuesday morning and returned on the Friday evening in time for the Saturday market. She was a stronger craft than any of the largest coasting sloops in all the archipelago, and her capacity being in proportion to her dimensions, one of her voyages was equal to 4 voyages of an ordinary boat in the same trade. Hence they were very profitable. The reputation of a vessel depends on its stowage, and Lethierry was an admirable stower of cargo. When he was no longer able to work himself, he trained up a sailor to undertake this duty. At the end of 2 years the steamboat brought in a clear £750 sterling a year, or 18,000 francs. The pound sterling of Guernsey is worth 24 francs only, that of England 25, and that of Jersey 26. These differences are less unimportant than they seem. The banks, at all events, know how to turn them to advantage. Chapter 6. Lethierry's exaltation. The Devil boat prospered. Mess Lethierry began to look forward to the time when he should be called Monsieur. At Guernsey people do not become Messieurs at one bound. Between the plain man and the gentleman there is quite a scale to climb. To begin with, we have the simple name, plain Peter, let us suppose. The second step is neighbour Peter. The third, Father Peter. The fourth, Sieur Peter. The fifth, Mess Peter. And then we reach the summit in Monsieur Peter. This scale ascending thus from the ground is carried to still greater heights. All the upper classes of England join on and continue it. Here are the various steps becoming more and more glorious. Above the Monsieur or Mister there is the Esquire. Above the Squire, the Knight. Above the Knight, still rising, we have the Baronet, the Scotch Laird, the Baron, the Viscount, the Earl, called Count in France and Jarl in Norway, the Marquis, the Duke, the Prince of the royal blood, and the King. So, by degrees, we ascend from the people to the middle class, from the middle class to the baronetage, from the baronetage to the peerage, from the peerage to royalty. Thanks to his successful ingenuity, thanks to steam, and his engines, and the Devil boat, Mess Lethierry was fast becoming an important personage. When building his vessel he had been compelled to borrow money, he had become indebted at Brême, he had become indebted at Saint-Malo, but every year he diminished his obligations. He had, moreover, purchased on credit, at the very entrance to the port of Saint-Sampson, a pretty stone-built house, entirely new, situate between the sea and a garden. On the corner of this house was inscribed the name of the Bravées. Its front formed a part of the wall of the port itself, and it was remarkable for a double row of windows. On the north, alongside a little enclosure filled with flowers, and on the south commanding a view of the ocean. It had thus two facades, one opening to the tempest and the sea, the other looking into a garden filled with roses. These two frontages seemed made for the two inmates of the house, Mess Lethierry and Déruchette. The Bravées was popular at Saint-Sampson, for Mess Lethierry had at length become a popular man. This popularity was due partly to his good nature, his devotedness, and his courage, partly to the number of lives he had saved, and a great deal to his success, and to the fact that he had awarded to Saint-Sampson the honour of being the port of the departure and arrival of the new steamboat. Having made the discovery that the Devil boat was decidedly a success, St. Peter's, the capital, desired to obtain it for that port, but Lethierry held fast to Saint-Sampson. It was his native town. "It was there that I was first pitched into the water," he used to say. Hence his great local popularity. His position as a small landed proprietor, paying land tax, made him, what they call in Guernsey, un habitant. He was chosen duzenier. The poor sailor had mounted 5 out of 6 steps of the Guernsey social scale. He had attained the dignity of mess. He was rapidly approaching the monsieur, and who could predict whether he might not even raise higher than that? Who could say that they might not one day find in the almanac of Guernsey, under the heading of nobility and gentry, the astonishing and superb inscription, Lethierry, Esquire? But Mess Lethierry had nothing of vanity in his nature, or he had no sense of it, or if he had, disdained it. To know that he was useful was his greatest pleasure. To be popular touched him less than being necessary. He had, as we have already said, only 2 objects of delight, and consequently only 2 ambitions, the Durande and Déruchette. However this may have been, he had embarked in the lottery of the sea, and had gained the chief prize. This chief prize was the Durande, steaming away in all her pride. End of chapter 6 of book 3. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 7 to 9 of book 3 of Toilers of the Sea, part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 3, Durande and Déruchette. Chapter 7, the same godfather and the same patron saint. Having created his steamboat, Lethierry had christened it. He had called it Durande, La Durande. We will speak of her henceforth by no other name. We will claim the liberty also, in spite of typographical usage, of not italicizing this name, Durande, conforming in this to the notion of Mess Lethierry, in whose eyes La Durande was almost a living person. Durande and Déruchette are the same name. Déruchette is the diminutive. This diminutive is very common in France. In the country the names of saints are endowed with all these diminutives, as well as all their augmentatives. One might suppose there were several persons, when there is in fact only one. This system of patrons and patronesses under different names is by no means rare. Lise, Lisette, Lisa, Eliza, Isabel, Lisbeth, Betsy, all these are simply Elizabeth. It is probable that Mahout, Maclou, Marlowe, and Magloire are the same saint. This, however, we do not vouch for. Saint Durande is a saint of Langoumois and of the Charente. Whether she is an orthodox member of the calendar is a question for the Bollandists. Orthodox or not, she has been made the patron saint of numerous chapels. It was while Lethierry was a young sailor at Rochefort that he had made the acquaintance of this saint, probably in the person of some pretty Charentaise, perhaps in that of the grisette with the white nails. The saint had remained sufficiently in his memory for him to give the name to the two things which he loved most, Durande to the steamboat, Déruchette to the girl. Of one he was the father, of the other the uncle. Déruchette was the daughter of a brother who had died. She was an orphan child. He had adopted her, and had taken the place both of father and mother. Déruchette was not only his niece, she was his godchild. He had held her in his arms at the baptismal font. It was he who had chosen her patron saint, Durande, and her Christian name, Déruchette. Déruchette, as we have said, was born at St. Peter's Port. Her name was inscribed at its date on the register of the parish. As long as the niece was a child, and the uncle poor, nobody took heed of her appellation of Déruchette. But when the little girl became a miss, and the sailor a gentleman, the name of Déruchette shocked the feelings of Guernsey society. The uncouthness of the sound astonished everyone. Folks asked Mess Lethierry, "Why Déruchette?" He answered, "It is a very good name in its way." Several attempts were made to get him to obtain a change in the baptismal name, but he would be no party to them. One day a fine lady of the upper circle of society in Saint-Sampson, the wife of a rich retired iron founder, said to Mess Lethierry, "In future I shall call your daughter Nancy." "If names of country towns are in fashion," said he, "why not Lons-le-Saulnier?" The fine lady did not yield her point, and on the morrow said, "We are determined not to have it Déruchette. I have found for your daughter a very pretty name, Marianne." "A very pretty name indeed," replied Mess Lethierry, "composed of two words which signify a husband and an ass." He held fast to Déruchette. It would be a mistake to infer from Lethierry's pun that he had no wish to see his niece married. He desired to see her married, certainly, but in his own way. He intended her to have a husband after his own heart, one who would work hard, and whose wife would have little to do. He liked rough hands in a man, and delicate ones in a woman. To prevent Déruchette spoiling her pretty hands, he had always brought her up like a young lady. He had provided her with a music master, a piano, a little library, and a few needles and threads in a pretty work basket. She was, indeed, more often reading than stitching, more often playing than reading. This was as Mess Lethierry wished it. To be charming was all that he expected of her. He had reared the young girl like a flower. Whoever has studied the character of sailors will understand this. Rude and hard in their nature, they have an odd partiality for grace and delicacy. To realize the idea of the uncle, the niece ought to have been rich. So indeed felt Mess Lethierry. His steamboat voyaged for this end. The mission of Durande was to provide a marriage portion for Déruchette. Chapter 8. Bonnie Dundee. Déruchette occupied the prettiest room at the Bravées. It had two windows, was furnished with various articles made of fine-grained mahogany, had a bed with 4 curtains, green and white, and looked out upon the garden, and beyond it towards the high hill, on which stands the Vale Castle. Gilliatt's house, the Bû de la Rue, was on the other side of this hill. Déruchette had her music and piano in this chamber. She accompanied herself on the instrument when singing the melody which she preferred, the melancholy Scottish air of Bonnie Dundee. The very spirit of night breathes in this melody, but her voice was full of the freshness of dawn. The contrast was quaint and pleasing. People said, "Miss Déruchette is at her piano." The passers-by at the foot of the hill stopped sometimes before the wall of the garden of the Bravées to listen to that sweet voice and the plaintive song. Déruchette was the very embodiment of joy as she went to and fro in the house. She brought with her a perpetual spring. She was beautiful, but more pretty than beautiful, and still more graceful than pretty. She reminded the good old pilots, friends of Mess Lethierry, of that princess in the song which the soldiers and sailors sing, who was so beautiful. Qu'elle passait pour telle dans le régiment. Mess Lethierry used to say, "She has a head of hair like a ship's cable." From her infancy she had been remarkable for beauty. The learned in such matters had grave doubts about her nose, but the little one, having probably determined to be pretty, had finally satisfied their requirements. She grew to girlhood without any serious loss of beauty. Her nose became neither too long nor too short, and when grown up, her critics admitted her to be charming. She never addressed her uncle otherwise than as father. Lethierry allowed her to soil her fingers a little in gardening, and even in some kind of household duties. She watered her beds of pink hollyhocks, purple foxgloves, perennial phloxes, and scarlet herb bennets. She took good advantage of the climate of Guernsey, so favourable to flowers. She had, like many other persons there, aloes in the open ground, and, what is more difficult, she succeeded in cultivating the Nepalese cinquefoil. Her little kitchen garden was scientifically arranged. She was able to produce from it several kinds of rare vegetables. She sowed Dutch cauliflower and Brussels cabbages, which she thinned out in July, turnips for August, endive for September, short parsnip for the autumn, and rampions for winter. Mess Lethierry did not interfere with her in this, so long as she did not handle the spade and rake too much, or meddle with the coarser kinds of garden labour. He had provided her with 2 servants, one named Grace and the other Douce, which are favourite names in Guernsey. Grace and Douce did the hard work of the house and garden, and they had the right to have red hands. With regard to Mess Lethierry, his room was a little retreat with a view over the harbour, and communicating with the great lower room of the ground floor, on which was situated the door of the house, near which the various staircases met. His room was furnished with his hammock, his chronometer, and his pipe. There was also a table and a chair. The ceiling had been whitewashed, as well as the 4 walls. A fine marine map, bearing the inscription W. Fadden, 5 Charing Cross, geographer to His Majesty, and representing the Channel Islands, was nailed up at the side of the door, and on the left, stretched out and fastened with other nails, appeared one of those large cotton handkerchiefs, on which are printed, in colours, the signals of all countries in the world, having at the 4 corners the standards of France, Russia, Spain, and the United States, and in the centre the Union Jack of England. Douce and Grace were 2 faithful creatures within certain limits. Douce was good-natured enough, and Grace was probably good-looking. Douce was unmarried, and had secretly a gallant. In the Channel Islands the word is common, as indeed is the fact itself. The 2 girls, regarded as servants, had something of the Creole in their character, a sort of slowness in their movements, not out of keeping with the Norman spirit pervading the relations of servant and master in the Channel Islands. Grace, coquettish and good-looking, was always scanning the future with a nervous anxiety. This arose from the fact of her not only having, like Douce, a gallant, but also, as the scandal-loving averred, a sailor husband, whose return one day was a thing she dreaded. This, however, does not concern us. In a household less austere and less innocent, Douce would have continued to be the servant, but Grace would have become the soubrette. The dangerous talents of Grace were lost upon a young mistress so pure and good as Déruchette. For the rest, the intrigues of Douce and Grace were cautiously concealed. Mess Lethierry knew nothing of such matters, and no token of them had ever reached Déruchette. The lower room of the ground floor, a hall with a large fireplace, and surrounded with benches and tables, had served in the last century as a meeting place for a conventicle of French Protestant refugees. The sole ornament of the bare stone wall was a sheet of parchment set in a frame of black wood, on which were represented some of the charitable deeds of the great Bossuet, Bishop of Meaux. Some poor diocesans of this famous orator, surnamed the Eagle, persecuted by him at the time of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and driven to take shelter at Guernsey, had hung this picture on the wall to preserve the remembrance of those facts. The spectator who had the patience to decipher a rude handwriting in faded ink might have learnt the following facts, which are but little known. 29th October 1685, Monsieur the Bishop of Meaux appeals to the king to destroy the temples of Morcef and Nanteuil. 2nd April 1686, arrest of Cochard, father and son, for their religious opinions, at the request of Monsieur the Bishop of Meaux. Released, the Cochards having recanted. 28th October 1699, Monsieur the Bishop of Meaux sent to Madame Pontchartrain a petition of remonstrance, pointing out that it will be necessary to place the young ladies named Chalande and de Neuville, who are of the Reformed religion, in the house of the New Catholics at Paris. 7th July 1703, the king's order executed as requested by Monsieur the Bishop of Meaux for shutting up in an asylum Baudouin and his wife, two bad Catholics of Fueblaine. At the end of the hall, near the door of Mess Lethierry's room, was a little corner with a wooden partition, which had become the Huguenot's sanctum, and had become, thanks to its row of rails and a small hole to pass paper or money through, the steamboat office. That is to say, the office of the Gironde, kept by Mess Lethierry in person. Upon the old oaken reading desk, where once rested the Holy Bible, lay a great ledger, with its alternate pages headed Debit and Credit. Chapter 9. The Man Who Discovered Rantaine's Character. As long as Mess Lethierry had been able to do duty, he had commanded the Durande, and had had no other pilot or captain but himself. But a time had come, as we have said, when he had been compelled to find a successor. He had chosen for that purpose Sieur Clubin of Torteval, a taciturn man. Sieur Clubin had a character upon the coast for strict probity. He had become the alter ego, the double of Mess Lethierry. Sieur Clubin, although he had rather the look of a notary than of a sailor, was a mariner of rare skill. He had all the talents which are required to meet dangers of every kind. He was a skilful stower, a safe man aloft, an able and careful boatswain, a powerful steersman, an experienced pilot, and a bold captain. He was prudent, and he carried his prudence sometimes to the point of daring, which is a great quality at sea. His natural apprehensiveness of danger was tempered by a strong instinct of what was possible in an emergency. He was one of those mariners who will face risks to a point perfectly well known to themselves, and who generally manage to come successfully out of every peril. Every certainty which a man can command, dealing with so fickle an element as the sea, he possessed. Sieur Clubin, moreover, was a renowned swimmer. He was one of that race of men broken into the buffeting of the waves, who can remain as long as they please in the water, who can start from the Havre des Pas at Jersey, double the Colette, swim round the Hermitage and Castle Elizabeth, and return in 2 hours to the point from which they started. He came from Torteval, where he had the reputation of often having swum across the passage so much dreaded, from the Hanway rocks to the point of Plemont. One circumstance which had recommended Sieur Clubin to Mess Lethierry more than any other was his having judged correctly the character of Rantaine. He had pointed out to Lethierry the dishonesty of the man, and had said, "Rantaine will rob you." His prediction was verified. More than once, in matters, it is true, not very important, Mess Lethierry had put his ever scrupulous honesty to the proof, and he freely communicated with him on the subject of his affairs. Mess Lethierry used to say, "A good conscience expects to be treated with perfect confidence." End of chapter 9 of book 3. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 10 to 13 of Book 3 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 3, Durand and Déruchette. Chapter 10. Long Yarns. Mess Lethierry, for the sake of his own ease, always wore his seafaring clothes, and preferred his tarpaulin overcoat to his pilot jacket. Déruchette felt vexed occasionally about this peculiarity. Nothing is prettier than a pouting beauty. She laughed and scolded. "My dear father," she would say, "what a smell of pitch!" and she would give him a gentle tap upon his broad shoulders. This good seaman had gathered from his voyages many wonderful stories. He had seen at Madagascar birds' feathers, 3 of which sufficed to make a roof of a house. He had seen in India field sorrel, the stalks of which were 9 inches high. In New Holland he had seen troops of turkeys and geese led about and guarded by a bird, like a flock by a shepherd's dog. This bird was called the agami. He had visited elephants' cemeteries. In Africa he had encountered gorillas, a terrible species of man-monkey. He knew the ways of all the ape tribe, from the wild dog-faced monkey, which he called the macaco bravo, to the howling monkey, or macaco barbado. In Chile he had seen a pouched monkey move the compassion of the huntsman by showing its little one. He had seen in California a hollow trunk of a tree fall to the ground, so vast that a man on horseback could ride 100 paces inside. In Morocco he had seen the Mozabites and the Biskris fight with matraques and bars of iron. The Biskris because they had been called Kelbs, which means dogs, and the Mozabites because they had been treated as Kamsi, which means people of the 5th sect. He had seen in China the pirate Chang Thong Quang La Kwoi cut to pieces for having assassinated the app of a village. At Thudanmo he had seen a lion carry off an old woman in the open market-place. He was present at the arrival of the Great Serpent, brought from Canton to Saigon to celebrate in the pagoda of Cho Len the fête of Quan Nan, the goddess of navigators. He had beheld the great Quan Su among the Moi. At Rio de Janeiro he had seen the Brazilian ladies in the evening put little balls of gauze into their hair, each containing a beautiful kind of firefly, and the whole forming a headdress of little twinkling lights. He had combated in Paraguay with swarms of enormous ants and spiders, big and downy as an infant's head, and compassing with their long legs 1/3 of a yard, and attacking men by pricking them with their bristles, which enter the skin as sharp as arrows and raise painful blisters. On the river Aranos, a tributary of the Tocantins, in the virgin forests to the north of Diamantina, he had determined the existence of the famous bat-shaped people, the Murciélagos, or men who are born with white hair and red eyes, who live in the shady solitudes of the woods, sleep by day, awake by night, and fish and hunt in the dark, seeing better then than by the light of the moon. He told how, near Beirut, once in an encampment of an expedition of which he formed part, a rain gauge belonging to one of the party happened to be stolen from a tent. A wizard, wearing 2 or 3 strips of leather only, and looking like a man having nothing on but his braces, thereupon rang a bell at the end of a horn so violently that a hyena finally answered the summons by bringing back the missing instrument. The hyena was, in fact, the thief. These veritable histories bore a strong resemblance to fictions, but they amused Déruchette. The poupée, or doll, of the Durande, as the people of the Channel Islands called the figurehead of a ship, was the connecting link between the vessel and Lethierry's niece. In the Norman Islands, the figurehead of a ship, a roughly carved wooden statue, is called the poupée. Hence the local saying, meaning to sail, être entre poupe et poupée. The poupée of the Durande was particularly dear to Mess Lethierry. He had instructed the carver to make it resemble Déruchette. It looked like a rude attempt to cut out a face with a hatchet, or like a clumsy log trying hard to look like a girl. This unshapely block produced a great effect upon Mess Lethierry's imagination. He looked upon it with an almost superstitious admiration. His faith in it was complete. He was able to trace in it an excellent resemblance to Déruchette. Thus the dogma resembles the truth, and the idol the deity. Mess Lethierry had 2 grand fête days in every week. One was Tuesday, the other Friday. His first delight consisted in seeing the Durande weigh anchor, his second in seeing her enter the port again. He leaned upon his elbows at the window contemplating his work, and was happy. On Fridays, the presence of Mess Lethierry at his window was a signal. When people passing the Bravées saw him lighting his pipe, they said, "Aye, the steamboat is in sight." One kind of smoke was the herald of the other. The Durande, when she entered the port, made her cable fast to a huge iron ring under Mess Lethierry's window, and fixed in the basement of the house. On those nights Lethierry slept soundly in his hammock, with a soothing consciousness of the presence of Déruchette asleep in her room near him, and of the Durande moored opposite. The moorings of the Durande were close to the great bell of the port. A little strip of quay passed thence before the door of the Bravées. The quay, the Bravées and its house, the garden, the alleys bordered with edges, and the greater part even of the surrounding houses no longer exist. The demand for Guernsey granite has invaded these too. The whole of this part of the town is now occupied by stone cutters' yards. Chapter 11. Matrimonial Prospects. Déruchette was approaching womanhood, and was still unmarried. Mess Lethierry, in bringing her up to have white hands, had also rendered her somewhat fastidious. A training of that kind has its disadvantages, but Lethierry was himself still more fastidious. He would have liked to have provided at the same time for both his idols, to have found in the guide and companion of the one a commander for the other. What is a husband but the pilot on the voyage of matrimony? Why not, then, the same conductor for the vessel and for the girl? The affairs of a household have their tides, their ebbs and flows, and he who knows how to steer a bark ought to know how to guide a woman's destiny, subject as both are to the influences of the moon and the wind. Sieur Clubin, being only 15 years younger than Lethierry, would necessarily be only a provisional master for the Durande. It would be necessary to find a young captain, a permanent master, a true successor of the founder, inventor, and creator of the first Channel steamboat. A captain for the Durande who should come up to his ideal would have been already almost a son-in-law in Lethierry's eyes. Why not make him son-in-law in a double sense? The idea pleased him. The husband in posse of Déruchette haunted his dreams. His ideal was a powerful seaman, tanned and browned by weather, a sea athlete. This, however, was not exactly the ideal of Déruchette. Her dreams, if dreams they could even be called, were of a more ethereal character. The uncle and the niece were at all events agreed in not being in haste to seek a solution of these problems. When Déruchette began to be regarded as a probable heiress, a crowd of suitors had presented themselves. Attentions under these circumstances are not generally worth much. Mess Lethierry felt this. He would grumble out the old French proverb, "A maiden of gold, a suitor of brass." He politely showed the fortune seekers to the door. He was content to wait, and so was Déruchette. It was, perhaps, a singular fact that he had little inclination for the local aristocracy. In that respect Mess Lethierry showed himself not entirely English. It will hardly be believed that he even refused for Déruchette a Gondewell of Jersey and a Bunay-Nicolin of Sark. People were bold enough to affirm, though we doubt if this were possible, that he had even declined the proposals of a member of the family of Edu, which is evidently descended from Edouard, in English Edward, the Confessor. Chapter 12. An anomaly in the character of Lethierry. Mess Lethierry had a failing, and a serious one. He detested a priest, though not as an individual, but as an institution. Reading one day, for he used to read, in a work of Voltaire, for he would even read Voltaire, the remark that priests have something cat-like in their nature, he laid down the book and was heard to mutter, "Then I suppose I have something dog-like in mine." It must be remembered that the priests, Lutheran and Calvinist, as well as Catholic, had vigorously combated the new devil boat and had persecuted its inventor. To be a sort of revolutionist in the art of navigation, to introduce the spirit of progress in the Norman archipelago, to disturb the peace of the poor little island of Guernsey with a new invention, was in their eyes, as we have not concealed from the reader, an abominable and most condemnable rashness. Nor had they omitted to condemn it pretty loudly. It must not be forgotten that we are now speaking of the Guernsey clergy of a bygone generation, very different from that of the present time, who in almost all the local places of worship display a laudable sympathy with progress. They had embarrassed Lethierry in 100 ways. Every sort of resisting force which can be found in sermons and discourses had been employed against him. Detested by the churchmen, he naturally came to detest them in his turn. Their hatred was the extenuating circumstance to be taken into account in judging of his. But it must be confessed that his dislike for priests was, in some degree, in his very nature. It was hardly necessary for them to hate him in order to inspire him with aversion. As he said, he moved among them like the dog among cats. He had an antipathy to them, not only in idea, but in what is more difficult to analyze, his instincts. He felt their secret claws, and showed his teeth. Sometimes, it must be confessed, a little at random and out of season. It is a mistake to make no distinctions. A dislike in the mass is a prejudice. The good Savoyard curé would have found no favour in his eyes. It is not certain that a worthy priest was even a possible thing in Lethierry's mind. His philosophy was carried so far that his good sense sometimes abandoned him. There is such a thing as the intolerance of tolerance, as well as the violence of moderates. But Lethierry was at bottom too good-natured to be a thorough hater. He did not attack so much as avoid. He kept the church people at a distance. He suffered evil at their hands, but he confined himself to not wishing them any good. The shade of difference, in fact, between his aversion and theirs lay in the fact that they bore animosity, while he had only a strong antipathy. Small as is the island of Guernsey, it has unfortunately plenty of room for differences of religion. There, to take the broad distinction, is the Catholic faith and the Protestant faith. Every form of worship has its temple or chapel. In Germany, at Heidelberg, for example, people are not so particular. They divide a church in two, one half for St. Peter, the other half for Calvin. And between the two is a partition to prevent religious variances terminating in fisticuffs. The shares are equal. The Catholics have 3 altars, the Huguenots 3 altars. As the services are at the same hours, one bell summonses both denominations to prayers. It rings, in fact, both for God and for Satan, according as each pleases to regard it. Nothing can be more simple. The phlegmatic character of the Germans favours, I suppose, this peculiar arrangement, but in Guernsey every religion has its own domicile. There is the orthodox parish and the heretic parish. The individual may choose. Neither one nor the other was the choice of Mess Lethierry. This sailor, workman, philosopher, and parvenu trader, though a simple man in appearance, was by no means simple at bottom. He had his opinions and his prejudices. On the subject of the priests he was immovable. He would have entered the lists with Montlosier. Occasionally he indulged in rather disrespectful jokes upon this subject. He had certain odd expressions thereupon peculiar to himself, but significant enough. Going to confession he called combing one's conscience. The little learning that he had, a certain amount of reading picked up here and there between the squalls at sea, did not prevent his making blunders in spelling. He made also mistakes in pronunciation, some of which, however, gave a double sense to his words, which might have been suspected of a sly intention. After peace had been brought about by Waterloo between the France of Louis XVIII and the England of Wellington, Mess Lethierry was heard to say, Bourmont a été le traître d'union entre les deux camps. On one occasion he wrote pape-ote for papaute. We do not think these puns were intentional. Though he was a strong anti-papist, that circumstance was far from conciliating the Anglicans. He was no more liked by the Protestant rectors than by the Catholic cures. The enunciation of the greatest dogmas did not prevent his anti-theological temper bursting forth. Accident, for example, having once brought him to hear a sermon on eternal punishment by the Reverend Jacquemin Hérode, a magnificent discourse, filled from one end to the other with sacred texts, proving the everlasting pains, the tortures, the torments, the perditions, the inexorable chastisements, the burnings without ends, the inextinguishable maledictions, the wrath of the Almighty, the celestial fury, the divine vengeance, and other incontestable realities, he was heard to say as he was going out in the midst of the faithful flock, "You see, I have an odd notion of my own on this matter. I imagine God as a merciful being." This leaven of atheism was doubtless due to his sojourn in France. Although a Guernsey man of pure extraction, he was called in the island the Frenchman, but chiefly on account of his improper manner of speaking. He did not indeed conceal the truth from himself. He was impregnated with ideas subversive of established institutions. His obstinacy in constructing that devil boat had proved that. He used to say, "I was suckled by the 89, a bad sort of nurse." These were not his only indiscretions. In France, to preserve appearances, in England, to be respectable, is the chief condition of a quiet life. To be respectable implies a multitude of little observances, from the strict keeping of Sunday down to the careful tying of a cravat. To act so that nobody may point at you, this is the terrible social law. To be pointed at with the finger is almost the same thing as an anathematization. Little towns, always hotbeds of gossip, are remarkable for that isolating malignancy, which is like the tremendous malediction of the church seen through the wrong end of the telescope. The bravest are afraid of this ordeal. They are ready to confront the storm, the fire of cannon, but they shrink at the glance of Mrs. Grundy. Mess Lethierry was more obstinate than logical, but under pressure even his obstinacy would bend. He put, to use another of his phrases eminently suggestive of latent compromises, not always pleasant to avow, a little water in his wine. He kept aloof from the clergy, but he did not absolutely close his door against them. On official occasions, and at the customary epochs of pastoral visits, he received with sufficiently good grace both the Lutheran rector and the Papist chaplain. He had even, though at distant intervals, accompanied Déruchette to the Anglican parish church, to which Déruchette herself, as we have said, only went on the 4 great festivals of the year. On the whole, these little concessions, which always cost him a pang, irritated him, and far from inclining him towards the church people, only increased his inward disinclination to them. He compensated himself by more raillery. His nature, in general so devoid of bitterness, had no uncharitable side except this. To alter him, however, was impossible. In fact, this was in his very temperament, and was beyond his own power to control. Every sort of priest or clergyman was distasteful to him. He had a little of the old revolutionary want of reverence. He did not distinguish between one form of worship and another. He did not do justice to that great step in the progress of ideas, the denial of the real presence. His short-sightedness in these matters even prevented his perceiving any essential difference between a minister and an abbé. A reverend doctor and a reverend father were pretty nearly the same to him. He used to say, "Wesley is not more to my taste than Loyola." When he saw a reverend pastor walking with his wife, he would turn to look at them and mutter, "A married priest," in a tone which brought out all the absurdity which those words had in the ears of Frenchmen at that time. He used to relate how, on his last voyage to England, he had seen the Bishopess of London. His dislike for marriages of that sort amounted almost to disgust. "Gown and gown do not mate well," he would say. The sacerdotal function was to him in the nature of a distinct sex. It would have been natural to him to have said, "Neither a man nor a woman, only a priest." And he had the bad taste to apply to the Anglican and the Roman Catholic clergy the same disdainful epithets. He confounded the 2 cassocks in the same phraseology. He did not take the trouble to vary in favour of Catholics or Lutherans, or whatever they might be, the figures of speech common among military men of that period. He would say to Déruchette, "Marry whom you please, provided you do not marry a parson." Chapter 13. Thoughtlessness adds a grace to beauty. A word once said, Mess Lethierry remembered it. A word once said, Déruchette soon forgot it. Here was another difference between the uncle and the niece. Brought up in the peculiar way already described, Déruchette was little accustomed to responsibility. There is a latent danger in an education not sufficiently serious, which cannot be too much insisted on. It is perhaps unwise to endeavour to make a child happy too soon. So long as she was happy, Déruchette thought all was well. She knew, too, that it was always a pleasure to her uncle to see her pleased. The religious sentiment in her nature was satisfied with going to the parish church 4 times in the year. We have seen her in her Christmas Day toilet. Of life she was entirely ignorant. She had a disposition which one day might lead her to love passionately. Meanwhile she was contented. She sang by fits and starts, chatted by fits and starts, enjoyed the hour as it passed, fulfilled some little duty, and was gone again, and was delightful in all. Add to all this the English sort of liberty which she enjoyed. In England the very infants go alone, girls are their own mistresses, and adolescence is almost wholly unrestrained. Such are the differences of manners. Later, how many of these free maidens become female slaves? I use the word in its least odious sense. I mean that they are free in the development of their nature, but slaves to duty. Déruchette awoke every morning with little thought of her actions of the day before. It would have troubled her a good deal to have had to give an account of how she had spent her time the previous week. All this, however, did not prevent her having certain hours of strange disquietude, times when some dark cloud seemed to pass over the brightness of her joy. Those azure depths are subject to such shadows. But clouds like these soon passed away. She quickly shook off such moods with a cheerful laugh, knowing neither why she had been sad, nor why she had regained her serenity. She was always at play. As a child she would take delight in teasing the passers-by. She played practical jokes upon the boys. If the fiend himself had passed that way, she would hardly have spared him some ingenious trick. She was pretty and innocent, and she could abuse the immunity accorded to such qualities. She was ready with a smile, as a cat with a stroke of her claws. So much the worse for the victim of her scratches. She thought no more of them. Yesterday had no existence for her. She lived in the fullness of today. Such it is to have too much happiness fall to one's lot. With Déruchette, impressions vanished like the melted snow. End of chapter 13 and book 3. Recording by Paul Adams. www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 1 to 4 of Book 4 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 4, The Bagpipe. Chapter 1, Streaks of Fire on the Horizon. Gilliatt had never spoken to Déruchette. He knew her from having seen her at a distance, as men know the morning star. At the period when Déruchette had met Gilliatt on the road leading from St. Peter's Port to Vale, and had surprised him by tracing his name in the snow, she was just 16 years of age. Only the evening before, Mess Lethierry had said to her, "Come, no more childish tricks. You are a great girl." That word Gilliatt, written by the young maiden, had sunk into an unfathomed depth. What were women to Gilliatt? He could not have answered that question himself. When he met one, he generally inspired her with something of the timidity which he felt himself. He never spoke to a woman except from urgent necessity. He had never played the part of a gallant to any one of the country girls. When he found himself alone on the road and perceived a woman coming towards him, he would climb over a fence or bury himself in some copse. He even avoided old women. Once in his life he had seen a Parisian lady. A Parisienne on the wing was a strange event in Guernsey at that distant epoch, and Gilliatt had heard this gentle lady relate her little troubles in these words: "I am very much annoyed. I have got some spots of rain upon my bonnet. Pale buff is a shocking colour for rain." Having found, some time afterwards, between the leaves of a book, an old engraving representing a lady of the Chaussée d'Antin in full dress, he had stuck it against the wall at home as a souvenir of this remarkable apparition. On that Christmas morning, when he had met Déruchette, and when she had written his name and disappeared laughing, he returned home, scarcely conscious of why he had gone out. That night he slept little. He was dreaming of 1,000 things: that it would be well to cultivate black radishes in the garden; that he had not seen the boat from Sark pass by. Had anything happened to it? Then he remembered that he had seen the white stonecrop in flower, a rare thing at that season. He had never known exactly who was the woman who had reared him, and he made up his mind that she must have been his mother, and thought of her with redoubled tenderness. He called to mind the lady's clothing in the old leathern trunk. He thought that the Reverend Jaquemin Hérode would probably, one day or other, be appointed Dean of St. Peter's Port and surrogate of the bishop, and that the rectory of Saint Sampson would become vacant. Next he remembered that the morrow of Christmas would be the 27th day of the moon, and that consequently high water would be at 21 minutes past 3, the half ebb at 7:15, low water at 33 minutes past 9, and half flood at 39 minutes past 12. He recalled in the most trifling details the costume of the Highlander who had sold him the bagpipe, his bonnet with a thistle ornament, his claymore, his close-fitting short jacket, his philibeg ornamented with a pocket, and his snuff-horn, his pins set with a Scottish stone, his 2 girdles, his sash and belts, his sword, cutlass, dirk, and skene-dhu, his black-sheathed knife with its black handle ornamented with 2 cairngorms, and the bare knees of the soldier, his socks, gaiters, and buckled shoes. This highly equipped figure became a spectre in his imagination, which pursued him with a sense of feverishness as he sunk into oblivion. When he awoke it was full daylight, and his first thought was of Déruchette. The next night he slept more soundly, but he was dreaming again of the Scottish soldier. In the midst of his sleep he remembered that the after-Christmas sittings of the chief law court would commence on the 21st of January. He dreamed also about the Reverend Jaquemin Hérode. He thought of Déruchette, and seemed to be in violent anger with her. He wished he had been a child again to throw stones at her windows. Then he thought that if he were a child again, he should have his mother by his side, and he began to sob. Gilliatt had a project at this time of going to pass 3 months at Chousy or at the Miriquier, but he did not go. He walked no more along the road to St. Peter's Port. He had an odd fancy that his name of Gilliatt had remained there traced upon the ground, and that the passers-by stopped to read it. Chapter 2. The unknown unfolds itself by degrees. On the other hand, Gilliatt had the satisfaction of seeing the Bravées every day. By some accident he was continually passing that way. His business seemed always to lead him by the path which passed under the wall of Déruchette's garden. One morning, as he was walking along this path, he heard a market woman who was returning from the Bravées say to another, "Mess Lethierry is fond of sea-kale." He dug in his garden of the Bû de la Rue a trench for sea-kale. The sea-kale is a vegetable which has a flavour like asparagus. The wall of the garden of the Bravées was very low. It would have been easy to scale it. The idea of scaling it would have appeared to him terrible. But there was nothing to hinder his hearing, as anyone else might, the voices of persons talking as he passed, in the rooms or in the garden. He did not listen, but he heard them. Once he could distinguish the voices of the 2 servants, Grace and Douce, disputing. It was a sound which belonged to the house, and their quarrel remained in his ears like a remembrance of music. On another occasion he distinguished a voice which was different, and which seemed to him to be the voice of Déruchette. He quickened his pace, and was soon out of hearing. The words uttered by that voice, however, remained fixed in his memory. He repeated them at every instant. They were, "Will you please give me the little broom?" By degrees he became bolder. He had the daring to stay a while. One day it happened that Déruchette was singing at her piano, altogether invisible from without, although her window was open. The air was that of Bonnie Dundee. He grew pale, but he screwed his courage to the point of listening. Springtide came. One day Gilliatt enjoyed a beatific vision. The heavens were opened, and there, before his eyes, appeared Déruchette watering lettuces in her little garden. Soon afterwards he took to doing more than merely listening there. He watched her habits, observed her hours, and waited to catch a glimpse of her. In all this he was very careful not to be seen. The year advanced. The time came when the trellises were heavy with roses and haunted by the butterflies. By little and little he had come to conceal himself for hours behind her wall, motionless and silent, seen by no one, and holding his breath as Déruchette passed in and out of her garden. Men grow accustomed to poison by degrees. From his hiding place he could often hear the sound of Déruchette conversing with Mess Lethierry under a thick arch of leaves, in a spot where there was a garden seat. The words came distinctly to his ears. What a change had come over him! He had even descended to watch and listen. Alas, there is something of the character of a spy in every human heart. There was another garden seat, visible to him, and nearer. Déruchette would sit there sometimes. From the flowers that he had observed her gathering, he had guessed her taste in the matter of perfumes. The scent of the bindweed was her favourite, then the pink, then the honeysuckle, then the jasmine. The rose stood only fifth in the scale. She looked at the lilies, but did not smell them. Gilliatt figured her in his imagination from this choice of odours. With each perfume he associated some perfection. The very idea of speaking to Déruchette would have made his hair stand on end. A poor old rag-picker, whose wandering brought her, from time to time, into the little road leading under the enclosure of the Bravées, had occasionally remarked Gilliatt's assiduity beside the wall, and his devotion for this retired spot. Did she connect the presence of a man before this wall with the possibility of a woman behind it? Did she perceive that vague, invisible thread? Was she, in her decrepit mendicancy, still youthful enough to remember something of the old happier days? And could she, in this dark night and winter of her wretched life, still recognise the dawn? We know not. But it appears that, on one occasion, passing near Gilliatt at his post, she brought to bear upon him something as like a smile, as she was still capable of, and muttered between her teeth, "It is getting warmer." Gilliatt heard the words and was struck by them. "It warms one," he muttered, with an inward note of interrogation. It is getting warmer. What did the old woman mean? He repeated the phrase mechanically all day, but he could not guess its meaning. Chapter 3. The air Bonnie Dundee finds an echo on the hill. It was in a spot behind the enclosure of the garden of the Bravées, at an angle of the wall, half concealed with holly and ivy, and covered with nettles, wild mallow, and large white mullein growing between the blocks of stone, that he passed the greater part of that summer. He watched there, lost in deep thought. The lizards grew accustomed to his presence, and basked in the sun among the same stones. The summer was bright and full of dreamy indolence. Overhead the light clouds came and went. Gilliatt sat upon the grass. The air was full of the songs of birds. He held his two hands up to his forehead, sometimes trying to recollect himself. Why should she write my name in the snow? From a distance the sea breeze came up in gentle breaths. At intervals the horn of the quarrymen sounded abruptly, warning the passers-by to take shelter, as they shattered some mass with gunpowder. The port of Saint-Sampson was not visible from this place, but he could see the tips of masts above the trees. The seagulls flew wide and afar. Gilliatt had heard his mother say that women could love men, that such things happened sometimes. He remembered it, and said within himself, "Who knows? May not Déruchette love me?" Then a feeling of sadness would come upon him. He would say, "She too thinks of me in her turn. It is well." He remembered that Déruchette was rich, and that he was poor. And then the new boat appeared to him an execrable invention. He could never remember what day of the month it was. He would stare listlessly at the great bees, with their yellow bodies and their short wings, as they entered with a buzzing noise into the holes in the wall. One evening Déruchette went indoors to retire to bed, She approached her window to close it. The night was dark. Suddenly something caught her ear, and she listened. Somewhere in the darkness there was a sound of music. It was someone, perhaps on the hillside, or at the foot of the towers of Vale Castle, or perhaps further still, playing an air upon some instrument. Déruchette recognised her favourite melody, Bonnie Dundee, played upon the bagpipe. She thought little of it. From that night the music might be heard again from time to time at the same hours, particularly when the nights were very dark. Déruchette was not much pleased with all this. Chapter 4. A serenade by night may please a lady fair, the troubadour beware. Unpublished comedy. 4 years passed away. Déruchette was approaching her 21st year, and was still unmarried. Some writer has said that a fixed idea is a sort of gimlet. Every year gives it another turn. To pull out the first year is like plucking out the hair by the roots. In the second year, like tearing the skin. In the third, like breaking the bones. And in the fourth, like removing the very brain itself. Gilliatt had arrived at this fourth stage. He had never yet spoken a word to Déruchette. He lived and dreamed near that delightful vision. This was all. It happened one day that, finding himself by chance at Saint-Sampson, he had seen Déruchette talking with Mess Lethierry at the door of the Bravées, which opens upon the roadway of the port. Gilliatt ventured to approach very near. He fancied that at the very moment of his passing she had smiled. There was nothing impossible in that. Déruchette still heard from time to time the sound of the bagpipe. Mess Lethierry had also heard this bagpipe. By degrees he had come to remark this persevering musician under Déruchette's window. A tender strain, too, all the more suspicious. A nocturnal gallant was a thing not to his taste. His wish was to marry Déruchette in his own time, when she was willing and he was willing, purely and simply, without any romance or music or anything of that sort. Irritated at it, he had at last kept a watch, and he fancied that he had detected Gilliatt. He passed his fingers through his beard, a sign of anger, and grumbled out, "What has that fellow got to pipe about? He is in love with Déruchette, that is clear. You waste your time, young man. Anyone who wants Déruchette must come to me, and not loiter about playing the flute." An event of importance, long foreseen, occurred soon afterwards. It was announced that the Reverend Jaquemin Hérode was appointed surrogate of the Bishop of Winchester, Dean of the island, and Rector of St. Peter's Port, and that he would leave Saint-Sampson for St. Peter's immediately after his successor should be installed. It could not be long to the arrival of the new rector. He was a gentleman of Norman extraction, Monsieur Ebenezer Caudray. Some facts were known about the new rector, which the benevolent and malevolent interpreted in a contrary sense. He was known to be young and poor, but his youth was tempered with much learning, and his poverty by good expectations. In the dialect specially invented for the subject of riches and inheritances, death goes by the name of expectations. He was the nephew and heir of the aged and opulent Dean of Saint-Asaph. At the death of this old gentleman he would be a rich man. Monsieur Caudray had distinguished relations. He was almost entitled to the quality of honourable. As regards his doctrine, people judged differently. He was an Anglican, but, according to the expression of Bishop Tillotson, a libertine. That is, in reality, one who was very severe. He repudiated all Pharisaism. He was a friend rather of the presbytery than the episcopacy. He dreamed of the primitive church of the days when even Adam had the right to choose his Eve, and when Frumentinus, bishop of Hierapolis, carried off a young maiden to make her his wife, and said to her parents, Her will is such, and such is mine. You are no longer her mother, and you are no longer her father. I am the Bishop of Hierapolis, and this is my wife. Her father is in heaven." If the common belief could be trusted, Monsieur Caudray subordinated the text, "Honour thy father and thy mother," to that other text, in his eyes of higher significance. "The woman is the flesh of the man. She shall leave her father and mother to follow her husband." This tendency, however, to circumscribe the parental authority and to favour religiously every mode of forming the conjugal tie, is peculiar to all Protestantism, particularly in England, and singularly so in America. End of chapter 4 of book 4. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 5 to 7 of Book 4 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 4, The Bagpipe. Chapter 5. A deserved success has always its detractors. At this period the affairs of Mess Lethierry were in this position. The Durande had well fulfilled all his expectations. He had paid his debts, repaired his misfortunes, discharged his obligations at Brême, met his acceptances at Saint-Malo. He had paid off the mortgage upon his house at the Bravées, and had brought up all the little local rent charges upon the property. He was also the proprietor of a great productive capital. This was the Durande herself. The net revenue from the boat was about £1,000 sterling per annum, and the traffic was constantly increasing. Strictly speaking, the Durande constituted his entire fortune. She was also the fortune of the island. The carriage of cattle being one of the most profitable portions of her trade, he had been obliged, in order to facilitate the stowage and the embarking and disembarking of animals, to do away with the luggage boxes and the 2 boats. It was, perhaps, imprudent. The Durande had but one boat, namely her long-boat, but this was an excellent one. 10 years had elapsed since Rantaine's robbery. This prosperity of the Durande had its weak point. It inspired no confidence. People regarded it as a risk. Lethierry's good fortune was looked upon as exceptional. He was considered to have gained by a lucky rashness. Some one in the Isle of Wight, who had imitated him, had not succeeded. The enterprise had ruined the shareholders. The engines, in fact, were badly constructed. But people shook their heads. Innovations have always to contend with the difficulty that few wish them well. The least false step compromises them. One of the commercial oracles of the Channel Islands, a certain banker from Paris, named Jauge, being consulted upon a steamboat speculation, was reported to have turned his back with the remark, "An investment is it you propose to me? Exactly, an investment in smoke." On the other hand, the sailing vessels had no difficulty in finding capitalists to take shares in a venture. Capital, in fact, was obstinately in favour of sails, and as obstinately against boilers and paddle wheels. At Guernsey the Durande was indeed a fact, but steam was not yet an established principle. Such is the fanatical spirit of conservatism in opposition to progress. They said of Lethierry, "It is all very well, but he could not do it a second time." Far from encouraging, his example inspired timidity. Nobody would have dared to risk another Durande. Chapter 6. The sloop Cashmere saves a shipwrecked crew. The equinoctial gales begin early in the Channel. The sea there is narrow, and the winds disturb it easily. The westerly gales begin from the month of February, and the waves are beaten about from every quarter. Navigation becomes an anxious matter. The people on the coasts look to the signal post, and begin to watch for vessels in distress. The sea is then like a cut-throat in ambush for his victim. An invisible trumpet sounds the alarm of war with the elements. Furious blasts spring up from the horizon, and a terrible wind soon begins to blow. The dark night whistles and howls. In the depth of the clouds the black tempest distends its cheeks, and the storm arises. The wind is one danger, the fogs are another. Fogs have from all time been the terror of mariners. In certain fogs microscopic prisms of ice are found in suspension, to which Mariotte attributes halos, mock suns, and paraselines. Storm fogs are of a composite character. Various gases of unequal specific gravity combine with the vapour of water, and arrange themselves, layer over layer, in an order which divides the dense mist into zones. Below ranges the iodine, above the iodine is the sulphur, above the sulphur the brome, above the brome the phosphorus. This, in a certain manner, and making allowance for electric and magnetic tension, explains several phenomena, as the St. Elmo's fire of Columbus and Magellan, the flying stars moving about the ships of which Seneca speaks, the two flames, Castor and Pollux, mentioned by Plutarch, the Roman legion, whose spears appeared to Caesar to take fire, the peak of the chateau of Duino in Friuli, which the sentinel made to sparkle by touching it with his lance, and perhaps even those fulgurations from the earth, which the ancients called Satan's terrestrial lightnings. At the equator an immense mist seems permanently to encircle the globe. It is known as the cloud ring. The function of the cloud ring is to temper the heat of the tropics, as that of the Gulf Stream is to mitigate the coldness of the pole. Under the cloud ring fogs are fatal. They are what is called horse latitudes. It was here that navigators of bygone ages were accustomed to cast their horses into the sea to lighten the ship in stormy weather, and to economize the fresh water when becalmed. Columbus said, "Nube abaxo ex muerte." Death lurks in the low cloud. The Etruscans, who bear the same relation to meteorology which the Chaldeans did to astronomy, had two high priests, the high priest of the thunder and the high priest of the clouds. The fulgurators observed the lightning, and the weather sages watched the mists. The college of priest-augurs was consulted by the Syrians, the Phoenicians, the Pelasgi, and all the primitive navigators of the ancient Mare Internum. The origin of tempests was, from that time forward, partially understood. It is intimately connected with the generation of fogs, and is, properly speaking, the same phenomenon. There exist upon the ocean three regions of fogs, one equatorial and two polar. The mariners give them but one name, the pitch-pot. In all latitudes, and particularly in the Channel, the equinoctial fogs are dangerous. They shed a sudden darkness over the sea. One of the perils of fogs, even when not very dense, arises from their preventing the mariners perceiving the change of the bed of the sea by the variations of the colour of the water. The result is a dangerous concealment of the approach of sands and breakers. The vessel steers towards the shoals without receiving any warning. Frequently the fogs leave a ship no resource except to lie to or to cast anchor. There are as many shipwrecks from the fogs as from the winds. After a very violent squall succeeding one of these foggy days, the mail boat Cashmere arrived safely from England. It entered at St. Peter's Port as the first gleam of day appeared upon the sea, and at the very moment when the cannon of Castle Cornet announced the break of day. The sky had cleared. The sloop Cashmere was anxiously expected, as she was to bring the new rector of Saint-Sampson. A little after the arrival of the sloop, a rumour ran through the town that she had been hailed during the night at sea by a longboat containing a shipwrecked crew. Chapter 7. How an idler had the good fortune to be seen by a fisherman. On that very night, at the moment when the wind abated, Gilliatt had gone out with his nets, without, however, taking his famous old Dutch boat too far from the coast. As he was returning with the rising tide, towards 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, and he passed before the Beast's Horn to reach the little bay of the Bû de la Rue. At that moment he fancied that he saw, in the projection of the Gild-Holm 'Ur seat, a shadow which was not that of the rock. He steered his vessel nearer, and was able to perceive a man sitting in the Gild-Holm 'Ur. The sea was already very high, the rock encircled by the waves, and escape entirely cut off. Gilliatt made signs to the man. The stranger remained motionless. Gilliatt drew nearer. The man was asleep. He was attired in black. He looks like a priest, thought Gilliatt. He approached still nearer, and could distinguish the face of a young man. The features were unknown to him. The rock, happily, was peaked. There was a good depth. Gilliatt wore off, and succeeded in skirting the rocky wall. The tide raised the bark so high that Gilliatt, by standing upon the gunwale of the sloop, could touch the man's feet. He raised himself upon the planking, and stretched out his hands. If he had fallen at that moment, it is doubtful if he would have risen again on the water. The waves were rolling in between the boat and the rock, and destruction would have been inevitable. He pulled the foot of the sleeping man. "Ho there! What are you doing in this place?" The man aroused and muttered, "I was looking about." He was now completely awake, and continued, "I have just arrived in this part. I came this way on a pleasure trip. I have passed the night on the sea. The view from here seemed beautiful. I was weary and fell asleep." 10 minutes later, and you would have been drowned. "Ha! Jump into my bark." Gilliatt kept the bark fast with his foot, clutched the rock with one hand, and stretched out the other to the stranger in black, who sprang quickly into the boat. He was a fine young man. Gilliatt seized the tiller, and in 2 minutes his boat entered the bay of the Bû de la Rue. The young man wore a round hat and a white cravat, and his long black frock coat was buttoned up to the neck. He had fair hair, which he wore en couronne. He had a somewhat feminine cast of features, a clear eye, a grave manner. Meanwhile the boat had touched the ground. Gilliatt passed the cable through the mooring ring, then turned and perceived the young man holding out a sovereign in a very white hand. Gilliatt moved the hand gently away. There was a pause. The young man was the first to break the silence. "You have saved me from death." "Perhaps," replied Gilliatt. The moorings were made fast, and they went ashore. The stranger continued, "I owe you my life, sir." "No matter." The reply from Gilliatt was again followed by a pause. "Do you belong to this parish?" "No," replied Gilliatt. "To what parish, then?" Gilliatt lifted up his right hand, pointed to the sky, and said, "To that yonder." The young man bowed and left him. After walking a few paces, the stranger stopped, felt in his pocket, drew out a book, and returning toward Gilliatt, offered it to him. "Permit me to make you a present of this." Gilliatt took the volume. It was a Bible. An instant after, Gilliatt, leaning upon the parapet, was following the young man with his eyes, as he turned the angle of the path which led to Saint-Sampson. By little and little he lowered his gaze, forgot all about the stranger, knew no more whether the Gild-Holm 'Ur existed. Everything disappeared before him, in the bottomless depth of a reverie. There was one abyss which swallowed up all his thought. This was Déruchette. A voice calling him aroused him from this dream. "Ho there, Gilliatt!" He recognized the voice and looked up. "What is the matter, Sieur Landoys?" It was, in fact, Sieur Landoys, who was passing along the road about 100 paces from the Bû de la Rue in his phaeton, drawn by one little horse. He had stopped to hail Gilliatt, but he seemed hurried. "There is news, Gilliatt." "Where is that?" "At the Bravées." "What is it?" "I'm too far off to tell you the story." Gilliatt shuddered. "Is Miss Déruchette going to be married?" "No, but she had better look out for a husband." "What do you mean?" "Go up to the house and you will learn." And Sieur Landoys whipped on his horse. End of chapter 7 and book 4. Recording by Paul Adams. www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 1 to 2 of Book 5 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 5, The Revolver. Chapter 1, Conversations at Jean Auberge. Sieur Clubin was a man who bided his time. He was short in stature, and his complexion was yellow. He had the strength of a bull. His sea life had not tanned his skin. His flesh had a sallow hue. It was the colour of a wax candle, of which his eyes too had something of the steady light. His memory was peculiarly retentive. With him, to have seen a man once was to have him like a note in a notebook. His quiet glance took possession of you. The pupil of his eye received the impression of a face, and kept it like a portrait. The face might grow old, but Sieur Clubin never lost it. It was impossible to cheat that tenacious memory. Sieur Clubin was curt in speech, grave in manner, bold in action. No gestures were ever indulged in by him. An air of candour won everybody to him at first. Many people thought him artless. He had a wrinkle in the corner of his eye, astonishingly expressive of simplicity. As we have said, no abler mariner existed, no one like him for reefing a sail, for keeping a vessel's head to the wind, or the sails well set. Never did reputation for religion and integrity stand higher than his. To have suspected him would have been to bring yourself under suspicion. He was on terms of intimacy with Monsieur Rébuchet, a money changer at Saint-Malo, who lived in the Rue Saint-Vincent, next door to the armourers, and Monsieur Rébuchet would say, "I would leave my shop in Clubin's hands." Sieur Clubin was a widower. His wife, like himself, had enjoyed a high reputation for probity. She had died with a fame for incorruptible virtue. If the bailli had whispered gallant things in her ear, she would have impeached him before the king. If a saint had made love to her, she would have told it to the priest. This couple, Sieur and Dame Clubin, had realized in Torteval the ideal of the English epithet respectable. Dame Clubin's reputation was as the snowy whiteness of the swan. Sieur Clubin's like that of ermine itself. A spot would have been fatal to him. He could hardly have picked up a pen without making inquiries for the owner. He would send round the town crier about a box of matches. One day he went into a wine shop at Saint-Servin and said to the man who kept it, "3 years ago I breakfasted here. You made a mistake in the bill." And he returned the man 13 sous. He was the very personification of probity, with a certain compression of the lips indicative of watchfulness. He seemed, indeed, always on the watch. For what? For rogues, probably. Every Tuesday he commanded the Durande on her passage from Guernsey to Saint-Malo. He arrived at Saint-Malo on the Tuesday evening, stayed 2 days there to discharge and take in a new cargo, and started again for Guernsey on Friday morning. There was at that period at Saint-Malo a little tavern near the harbour, which was called the Jean Auberge. The construction of the modern quays swept away this house. At this period the sea came up as far as the Saint-Vicent and Dinan gates. Saint-Merlin and Saint-Servin communicated with each other by covered carts and other vehicles, which passed to and fro among vessels lying high and dry, avoiding the buoys, the anchors and cables, and running the risk now and then of smashing their leathern hoods against the lowered yards or the end of a jib boom. Between the tides the coachmen drove their horses over those sands, where, 6 hours afterwards, the winds would be beating the rolling waves. The 24 carrying dogs of St. Malo, who tore to pieces a naval officer in 1770, were accustomed to prowl about this beach. This excess of zeal on their part led to the destruction of the pack. Their nocturnal barkings are no longer heard between the Little and the Great Tallard. Sieur Clubin was accustomed to stay at the Jean Auberge. The French office of the Durande was held there. The custom-house officers and coast guardsmen came to take their meals and to drink at the Jean Auberge. They had their separate tables. The custom-house officers of Banique found it convenient for the service to meet there with their brother officers of St. Malo. Captains of vessels came there also, but they ate at another table. Sieur Clubin sat sometimes at one, sometimes at the other table, but preferred the table of the custom-house men to that of the sea captains. He was always welcome at either. The tables were well served. There were strange drinks especially provided for foreign sailors. A dandy sailor from Bilboa could have been supplied there with a helada. People drank stout there, as at Greenwich, or brown gueuse, as at Antwerp. Masters of vessels who came from long voyages and privateersmen sometimes appeared at the captain's table, where they exchanged news. "How are sugars? That commission is only for small lots. The brown kinds, however, are going off. 3,000 bags of East India and 500 hogsheads of Sagua. Take my word, the opposition will end by defeating Villèle. What about indigo? Only 7 serons of Guatemala changed hands. The Nanino Julia is in the roads. A pretty 3-master from Brittany. The 2 sitters of La Plata are at loggerheads again. When Montevideo gets fat, Buenos Aires grows lean. It has been found necessary to transfer the cargo of the Regina Coeli, which has been condemned at Callao. Cocoas go off briskly. Carac bags are quoted at 134, and Trinidad's at 73. It appears that at the Renew in the Champ de Mars, the people cried, "Down with the ministers!" The raw salt Saladeros hides are selling, ox hides at 60 francs, and cows at 48. Have they passed the Balkan? What is Diebitsch about? Aniseed is in demand at San Francisco. Plagnol olive oil is quiet. Gruyere cheese, in bulk, is 32 francs the quintal. Well, is Leon XII dead? Etc., etc. All of these things were talked about and commented on aloud. At the table of the custom-house and coast-guard officers, they spoke in a lower key. Matters of police and revenue on the coast and in the ports require, in fact, a little more privacy and a little less clearness in the conversation. The sea captain's table was presided over by an old captain of a large vessel, Monsieur Gertrais-Gaboureau. Monsieur Gertrais-Gaboureau could hardly be regarded as a man. He was rather a living barometer. His long life at sea had given him a surprising power of prognosticating the state of the weather. He seemed to issue a decree for the weather tomorrow. He sounded the winds, and felt the pulse, as it were, of the tides. He might be imagined requesting the clouds to show their tongue, that is to say, their forked lightnings. He was the physician of the wave, the breeze, and the squall. The ocean was his patient. He had travelled round the world like a doctor going his visits, examining every kind of climate in its good and bad condition. He was profoundly versed in the pathology of the seasons. Sometimes he would be heard delivering himself in this fashion. The barometer descended in 1796 to 3 degrees below tempest point. He was a sailor from real love of the sea. He hated England as much as he liked the ocean. He had carefully studied English seamanship, and considered himself to have discovered its weak point. He would explain how the Sovereign of 1637 differed from the Royal William of 1670, and from the Victory of 1775. He compared their build as to forecastles and quarter-decks. He looked back with regret to the towers upon the deck, and the funnel-shaped tops of the Great Harry of 1514, probably regarding them from the point of view of convenient lodging-places for French cannon-balls. In his eyes, nations only existed for their naval institutions. He indulged in some odd figures of speech on this subject. He considered the term "the Trinity House" as sufficiently indicating England. The Northern Commissioners were in like manner synonymous, in his mind, with Scotland, the Ballast Board with Ireland. He was full of nautical information. He was in himself a marine alphabet and almanac, a tariff and low water mark, all combined. He knew by heart all the lighthouse dues, particularly those of the English coast. 1 penny per ton for passing before this, 1 farthing before that. He will tell you that the small rock light, which once used to burn 200 gallons of oil, now consumes 1,500. Once aboard ship he was attacked by a dangerous disease, and was believed to be dying. The crew assembled round his hammock, and in the midst of his groans and agony he addressed the chief carpenter with the words, "You'd better make a mortice in each side of the main caps, and put in a bit of iron to help pass the top ropes through." His habit of command had given to his countenance an expression of authority. It was rare that the subjects of conversation at the captain's table and at that of the custom-house men were the same. This, however, did happen to be the case in the first days of that month of February, to which the course of this history has now brought us. The three-master Tamaulipas, Captain Zuela, arrived from Chile, and bound thither again, was the theme of discussion at both tables. At the captain's table they were talking of her cargo, and at that of the custom-house people of certain circumstances connected with her recent proceedings. Captain Zuela, of Copiapo, was partly a Chilean and partly a Colombian. He had taken a part in the War of Independence in a true independent fashion, adhering sometimes to Bolivar, sometimes to Murillo, according as he had found it to his interest. He had enriched himself by serving all causes. No man in the world could have been more Bourbonist, more Bonapartist, more absolutist, more liberal, more atheistical, or more devoutly Catholic. He belonged to that great and renowned party, which may be called the lucrative party. From time to time he made his appearance in France on commercial voyages, and if report spoke truly, he willingly gave a passage to fugitives of any kind, bankrupts or political refugees. It was all the same to him, provided they could pay. His mode of taking them aboard was simple. The fugitive waited upon that lonely point of the coast, and at the moment of setting sail Zuela would detach a small boat to fetch him. On his last voyage he had assisted in this way an outlaw and fugitive from justice, named Burton, and on this occasion he was suspected of being about to aid the flight of the men implicated in the affair of the Bidassoa. The police were informed, and had their eye upon him. This period was an epoch of flights and escapes. The Restoration in France was a reactionary movement. Revolutions are fruitful of voluntary exile, and restorations of wholesale banishments. During the first 7 or 8 years which followed the return of the Bourbons, panic was universal. In finance, in industry, in commerce, men felt the ground tremble beneath them. Bankruptcies were numerous in the commercial world. In the political, there was a general rush to escape. Lavalette had taken flight. Lefebvre Desnouettes had taken flight. Delon had taken flight. Special tribunals were again in fashion. Plus Tritaillon. People instinctively shunned the Pont de Saumur, the Esplanade de la Réole, the wall of the Observatoire in Paris, the tower of Toria d'Avignon, dismal landmarks in history where the period of reaction has left its sign spots, on which the marks of that blood-stained hand are still visible. In London, the Thistlewood affair, with its ramifications in France. In Paris, the Trogoff affair, with its ramifications in Belgium, Switzerland, in Italy, had increased the motives for anxiety and flight, and given an impetus to that mysterious rout which left so many gaps in the social system of that day. To find a place of safety, this was the general care. To be implicated was to be ruined. The spirit of the military tribunals had survived their institution. Sentences were matters of favour. People fled to Texas, to the Rocky Mountains, to Peru, to Mexico. The men of the Loire, traitors then, but now regarded as patriots, had founded the Champ d'Asile. Béranger, in one of his songs, says, "Barbarians, we are Frenchmen born, piteous, glorious, yet forlorn." Self-banishment was the only resource left. Nothing perhaps seemed simpler than flight, but that monosyllable has a terrible significance. Every obstacle is in the way of the man who slips away. Taking to flight necessitates disguise. Persons of importance, even illustrious characters, were reduced to these expedients, only fit for malefactors. Their independent habits rendered it difficult for them to escape through the meshes of authority. A rogue who violates the conditions of his ticket of leave comports himself before the police as innocently as a saint. But imagine innocence constrained to act a part, virtue disguising its voice, a glorious reputation hiding under a mask. Yonder passer-by is a man of well-earned celebrity. He is in quest of a false passport. The equivocal proceedings of one absconding from the reach of the law is no proof that he is not a hero. Ephemeral but characteristic features of the time, of which our so-called regular history takes no note, but which the true painter of the age will bring out into relief. Under cover of these flights and concealments of honest men, genuine rogues, less watched and suspected, managed often to get clear off. A scoundrel who found it convenient to disappear would take advantage of the general pell-mell, tack himself on to the political refugees, and, thanks to his greater skill in the art, would contrive to appear in that dim twilight more honest even than his honest neighbours. Nothing looks more awkward and confused sometimes than honesty unjustly condemned. It is out of its element, and is almost sure to commit itself. It is a curious fact that this voluntary expatriation, particularly with honest folks, appeared to lead to every strange turn of fortune. The modicum of civilization which a scamp brought with him from London or Paris became, perhaps, a valuable stock in trade in some primitive country, ingratiated him with the people, and enabled him to strike into new paths. There is nothing impossible in a man's escaping thus from the laws, to reappear elsewhere as a dignitary among the priesthood. There was something phantasmagorial in these sudden disappearances, and more than one such flight has led to events like the marvels of a dream. An escapade of this kind, indeed, seemed to end naturally in the wild and wonderful, as when some broken bankrupt suddenly decamps to turn up again 20 years later as Grand Vizier to the Mogul, or as a king in Tasmania. Rendering assistance to these fugitives was an established trade, and, looking to the abundance of business of that kind, was a highly profitable one. It was generally carried out as a supplementary branch of certain recognized kinds of commerce. A person, for instance, desiring to escape to England, applied to the smugglers. One who desired to get to America had recourse to sea captains like Zuela. Chapter 2. Clubin observes someone. Zuela came sometimes to take refreshment at the Jean Auberge. Clubin knew him by sight. For that matter, Clubin was not proud. He did not disdain even to know scamps by sight. He went so far sometimes as to cultivate even a closer acquaintance with them, giving his hand in the open street or saying good day to them. He talked English with the smugglers and jabbered Spanish with the contrabandistas. On this subject he had at command a number of apologetic phrases. Good, he said, can be extracted out of the knowledge of evil. The gamekeeper may find advantage in knowing the poacher. The good pilot may sound the depths of a pirate, who is only a sort of hidden rock. I test the quality of a scoundrel as a doctor will test a poison. There was no answering a battery of proverbs like this. Everybody gave Clubin credit for his shrewdness. People praised him for not indulging in a ridiculous delicacy. Who, then, should dare to speak scandal of him on this point? Everything he did was evidently for the good of the service. With him, all was straightforward. Nothing could stain his good fame. Crystal might more easily become sullied. This general confidence in him was the natural reward of a long life of integrity, the crowning advantage of a settled reputation. Whatever Clubin might do or appear to do was sure to be interpreted favourably. He had attained almost to a state of impeccability. Over and above this, he is very wary, people said, and from a situation which in others would have given rise to suspicion, his integrity would extricate itself with a still greater halo of reputation for ability. This reputation for ability mingled harmoniously with his fame for perfect simplicity of character. Great simplicity and great talents in conjunction are not uncommon. The compound constitutes one of the varieties of the virtuous man, and one of the most valuable. Sieur Clubin was one of those men who might be found in intimate conversation with a sharper or a thief, without suffering any diminution of respect in the minds of their neighbours. The Tamaulipas completed her loading. She was ready for sea, and was preparing to sail very shortly. One Tuesday evening the Durande arrived at St. Malo while it was still broad daylight. Sieur Clubin, standing upon the bridge of the vessel and superintending the manoeuvres necessary for getting her into port, perceived upon the sandy beach near the Petit Bay 2 men who were conversing between the rocks in a solitary spot. He observed them with his sea-glass, and recognized one of the men. It was Captain Zuela. He seemed to recognize the other also. This other was a person of high stature, a little grey. He wore the broad-brimmed hat and the sober clothing of the Society of Friends. He was probably a Quaker. He lowered his gaze with an air of extreme diffidence. On arriving at the Jean Auberge, Sieur Clubin learned that the Tamaulipas was preparing to sail in about 10 days. It has since become known that he obtained information on some other points. That night he entered the gunsmith's shop in the Saint-Vicent Street, and said to the master, "Do you know what a revolver is?" "Yes," replied the gunsmith, "it is an American weapon." "It is a pistol with which a man can carry on a conversation." "Exactly; an instrument which comprises in itself both the question and the answer." "And the rejoinder too." "Precisely, Monsieur Clubin; a rotary clump of barrels." "I shall want 5 or 6 balls." The gunmaker twisted the corner of his lip, and made that peculiar noise with which, when accompanied by a toss of the head, Frenchmen express admiration. "The weapon is a good one, Monsieur Clubin. I want a revolver with 6 barrels." "I have not one." "What! And you a gunmaker?" "I do not keep such articles yet. You see, it is a new thing. It is only just coming into vogue. French makers, as yet, confine themselves to the simple pistol." "Nonsense." "It has not yet become an article of commerce." "Nonsense, I say." "I have excellent pistols." "I want a revolver." "I agree that it is more useful." "Stop, Monsieur Clubin." "What?" "I believe I know where there's one at this moment in St. Malo, to be had a bargain." "A revolver?" "Yes." "For sale?" "Yes." "Where is that?" "I believe I know, or I can find out." "When can you give me an answer?" "A bargain, but of good quality." "When shall I return?" "If I procure you a revolver, remember it will be a good one." "When will you give me an answer?" "After your next voyage." "Do not mention that it is for me," said Clubin. End of Chapter 2 of Book 5. Recording by Paul Adams. www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 3 to 4 of Book 5 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 5, The Revolver. Chapter 3. Clubin carries away something and brings back nothing. Sieur Clubin completed the loading of the Durande, embarked a number of cattle and some passengers, and left St. Malo for Guernsey, as usual, on the Friday morning. On that same Friday, when the vessel had gained the open, which permits the captain to absent himself a moment from the place of command, Clubin entered his cabin, shut himself in, took a travelling bag which he kept there, put into one of its compartments some biscuit, some boxes of preserves, a few pounds of chocolate in sticks, a chronometer, and a sea telescope, and passed through the handles a cord, ready prepared to sling it if necessary. Then he descended into the hold, went into the compartment where the cables are kept, and was seen to come up again with one of those knotted ropes, heavy with pieces of metal, which are used for ship caulkers at sea and by robbers ashore. Cords of this kind are useful in climbing. Having arrived at Guernsey, Clubin repaired to Torteval. He took with him the travelling bag and the knotted cord, but did not bring them back again. Let us repeat once for all, the Guernsey which we are describing is that ancient Guernsey which no longer exists, and of which it would be impossible to find a parallel now anywhere except in the country. There it is still flourishing, but in the towns it has passed away. The same remarks apply to Jersey. St. Heliers is as civilized as Dieppe, St. Peter's Port as Lorient. Thanks to the progress of civilization, thanks to the admirably enterprising spirit of that brave island people, everything has been changed during the last 40 years in the Norman archipelago. Where there was darkness, there is now light. With these premises, let us proceed. At that period, then, which is already so far removed from us as to have become historical, smuggling was carried on very extensively in the Channel. The smuggling vessels abounded, particularly on the western coast of Guernsey. People of that peculiarly clever kind who know, even in the smallest details, what went on half a century ago, will even cite you the names of these suspicious craft, which were almost always Australians or Guiposians. It is certain that a week scarcely ever passed without one or two being seen, either in Saints Bay or at Pleinmont. Their coming and going had almost the character of a regular service. A cavern in the cliffs at Sark was called then, and is still called, the shops, les boutiques, from its being the place where these smugglers made their bargains with the purchasers of their merchandise. This sort of traffic had in the Channel a dialect of its own, a vocabulary of contraband technicalities now forgotten, and which was to the Spanish what the Levantine is to the Italian. On many parts of the English coast smuggling had a secret but cordial understanding with legitimate and open commerce. It had access to the house of more than one great financier, by the back stairs it is true, and its influence extended itself mysteriously through all the commercial world, and the intricate ramifications of manufacturing industry. Merchant on one side, smuggler on the other. Such was the key to the secret of many great fortunes. Séguin affirmed it of Bourgain, Bourgain of Séguin. We do not vouch for their accusations. It is possible that they were calumniating each other. However this may have been, it is certain that the contraband trade, though hunted down by the law, was flourishing enough in certain financial circles. It had relations with the very best society. Thus, the brigand Mondrin in other days found himself occasionally tête-à-tête with the Count of Charolais. For this underhand trade often contrived to put on a very respectable appearance, kept a house of its own with an irreproachable exterior. All this necessitated a host of manoeuvres and connivances, which required impenetrable secrecy. A contrabandist was entrusted with a good many things, and knew how to keep them secret. An inviolable confidence was the condition of his existence. The first quality, in fact, in a smuggler was strict honour in his own circle. No discreetness, no smuggling. Fraud has its secrets, like the priest's confessional. These secrets were indeed, as a rule, faithfully kept. The contrabandist swore to betray nothing, and he kept his word. Nobody was more trustworthy than the genuine smuggler. The Judge Alcade of Oyarzun captured a smuggler one day, and put him to torture to compel him to disclose the name of the capitalist who secretly supported him. The smuggler refused to tell. The capitalist in question was the Judge Alcade himself. Of these two accomplices, the judge and the smuggler, the one had been compelled, in order to appear in the eyes of the world to fulfil the law, to put the other to the torture, which the other had patiently borne for the sake of his oath. The two most famous smugglers who haunted Pleinmont at that period were Blasco and Blasquito. They were tocayos. This was a sort of Spanish or Catholic relationship, which consisted in having the same patron saint in heaven, a thing, it will be admitted, not less worthy of consideration than having the same father upon earth. When a person was initiated into the furtive ways of the contraband business, nothing was more easy or, from a certain point of view, more troublesome. It was sufficient to have no fear of dark nights, to repair to Pleinmont and to consult the oracle located there. Chapter 4. Pleinmont. Pleinmont, near Torteval, is one of the three corners of the island of Guernsey. At the extremity of the cape there rises a high turfy hill, which looks over the sea. The height is a lonely place, all the more lonely from there being one solitary house there. This house adds a sense of terror to that of solitude. It is popularly believed to be haunted. Haunted or not, its aspect is singular. Built of granite and rising only 1 story high, it stands in the midst of the grassy solitude. It is in a perfectly good condition as far as exterior is concerned. The walls are thick and the roof is sound. Not a stone is wanting in the sides, not a tile upon the roof. A brick-built chimney stack forms the angle of the roof. The building turns its back to the sea, being on that side merely a blank wall. On examining this wall, however, attentively, the visitor perceives a little window bricked up. The two gables have 3 dormer windows, one fronting the east, the others fronting the west, but both are bricked up in like manner. The front, which looks inland, has alone a door and windows. This door too is walled in, as are also the 2 windows of the ground floor. On the first floor, and this is the feature which is most striking as you approach, there are 2 open windows, but these are even more suspicious than the blind windows. Their open squares look dark even in broad day, for they have no panes of glass or even window frames. They open simply upon the dusk within. They strike the imagination like hollow eye sockets in a human face. Inside, all is deserted. Through the gaping casements you may mark the ruin within. No panellings, no woodwork, all bare stone. It is like a windowed sepulchre, giving liberty to the spectres to look out upon the daylight world. The rains sap the foundations on the seaward side. A few nettles shaken by the breeze flourish in the lower part of the walls. Far around the horizon there is no other human habitation. The house is a void, the abode of silence. But if you place your ear against the wall and listen, you may distinguish a confused noise now and then, like the flutter of wings. Over the walled door, upon the stone which forms its architrave, are sculptured these letters, Elmpilg, with the date 1780. The dark shadow of night and the mournful light of the moon find entrance there. The sea completely surrounds the house. Its situation is magnificent. But for that reason its aspect is more sinister. The beauty of the spot becomes a puzzle. Why does not a human family take up its abode there? The place is beautiful, the house well built. Whence this neglect? To these questions, obvious to the reason, succeed others, suggested by the reverie which the place inspires. Why is this cultivatable garden uncultivated? No master for it. And the bricked-up doorway? What has happened to this place? Why is it shunned by men? What business is done here? If none, why is there no one here? Is it only when all the rest of the world are asleep that someone in this spot is awake? Dark squalls, wild winds, birds of prey, strange creatures, unknown forms, present themselves to the mind and connect themselves somehow with this deserted house. For what class of wayfarers can this be the hostelry? You imagine to yourself whirlwinds of rain and hail beating in at the open casements and wandering through the rooms. Tempests have left their vague traces upon the interior walls. The chambers, though walled and covered in, are visited by the hurricanes. Has the house been the scene of some great crime? You may almost fancy that this spectral dwelling, given up to solitude and darkness, might be heard calling aloud for succour. Does it remain silent? Do voices indeed issue from it? What business has it on hand in this lonely place? The mystery of the dark hours rests securely here. Its aspect is disquieting at noonday. What must it be at midnight? The dreamer asks himself, for dreams have their coherence, what this house may be between the dusk of evening and the twilight of approaching dawn. Has the vast supernatural world some relation with this deserted height, which sometimes compels it to arrest its movements here, and to descend and to become visible? Do the scattered elements of the spirit world whirl around it? Does the impalpable take form and substance here? Insoluble riddles! A holy awe is in the very stones. That dim twilight has surely relations with the infinite unknown. When the sun has gone down, the song of the birds will be hushed. The goatherd behind the hills will go homeward with his goats. Reptiles, taking courage from the gathering darkness, will creep through the fissures of rocks. The stars will begin to appear. Night will come, but yonder, two blank casements will still be staring at the sky. They open to welcome spirits and apparitions, for it is by the names of apparitions, ghosts, phantom faces vaguely distinct, masks in the lurid light, mysterious movements of minds, and shadows, that the popular faith, at once ignorant and profound, translates the sombre relations of this dwelling with the world of darkness. The house is haunted. The popular phrase comprises everything. Credulous minds have their explanation. Common sense thinkers have theirs also. Nothing is more simple, say the latter, than the history of the house. It is an old observatory of the time of the Revolutionary Wars and the days of smuggling. It was built for such objects. The wars being ended, the house was abandoned. But it was not pulled down, as it might one day again become useful. The door and windows have been walled to prevent people entering or doing injury to the interior. The walls of the the windows on the 3 sides which face the sea have been bricked up against the winds of the south and south-west. That is all. The ignorant and the credulous, however, are not satisfied. In the first place, the house was not built at the period of the wars of the Revolution. It bears the date 1780, which was anterior to the Revolution. In the next place, it was not built for an observatory. It bears the letters Elmbilg, which are the double monogram of 2 families, and which indicate, according to usage, that the house was built for the use of a newly married couple. Then it has certainly been inhabited. Why then should it be abandoned? If the door and windows were bricked up to prevent people entering the house only, why were 2 windows left open? Why are there no shutters, no window frames, no glass? Why were the walls bricked in on one side, if not on the other? The wind is prevented from entering from the south, but why is it allowed to enter from the north? The credulous are wrong, no doubt, but it is clear that the common-sense thinkers have not discovered the key to the mystery. The problem remains still unsolved. It is certain that the house is generally believed to have been more useful than inconvenient to the smugglers. The growth of superstitious terror tends to deprive facts of their true proportions. Without doubt, many of the nocturnal phenomena which have, by little and little, secured to the building the reputation of being haunted, might be explained by obscure and furtive visits, by brief sojourns of sailors near the spot, and sometimes by the precaution, sometimes by the daring, of men engaged in certain suspicious occupations, concealing themselves for their dark purposes, or allowing themselves to be seen in order to inspire dread. At this period, already a remote one, many daring deeds were possible. The police, particularly in small places, was by no means as efficient as in these days. Add to this, that if the house was really, as was said, a resort of the smugglers, their meetings there must, up to a certain point, have been safe from interruptions, precisely because the house was dreaded by the superstitious people of the country. Its ghostly reputation prevented its being visited for other reasons. People do not generally apply to the police or officers of customs on the subject of spectres. The superstitious rely on making the sign of the cross, not on magistrates and indictments. There is always a tacit connivance, involuntary it may be, but not the less real, between the objects which inspire fear and their victims. The terror-stricken feel a sort of culpability in having encountered their terrors. They imagine themselves to have unveiled a secret, and they have an inward fear, unknown even to themselves, of aggravating their guilt and exciting the anger of the apparitions. All this makes them discreet. And over and above this reason, the very instinct of the credulous is silence. Dread is akin to dumbness. The terrified speak little. Horror always seems to whisper, "Hush." It must be remembered that this was a period when the Guernsey peasants believed that the mystery of the holy manger is repeated by oxen and asses every year on a fixed day, a period when no one would have dared to enter a stable at night for fear of coming upon the animals on their knees. If the local legends and stories of the people can be credited, the popular superstition went so far as to fasten to the walls of the house at Pleinmont things of which the traces are still visible: rats without feet, bats without wings, and bodies of other dead animals. Here, too, were seen toads crushed between the pages of a Bible, bunches of yellow lupin, and other strange offerings, placed there by imprudent passers-by at night, who, having fancied that they had seen something, hoped by these small sacrifices to obtain pardon, and to appease the ill humours of werewolves and evil spirits. In all times believers of this kind have flourished, some even in very high places. Caesar consulted Seganius, and Napoleon Mademoiselle Lenormand. There are a kind of consciences so tender that they must seek indulgences even from Beelzebub. "May God do and Satan not undo," was one of the prayers of Charles V. They come to persuade themselves that they may commit sins even against the evil one, and one of their cherished objects was to be irreproachable even in the eyes of Satan. We find here an explanation of those adorations sometimes paid to infernal spirits. It is only one more species of fanaticism. Sins against the devil certainly exist in certain morbid imaginations. The fancy that they have violated the laws of the lower regions torments certain eccentric casuists. They are haunted with scruples even about offending the demons. A belief in the efficacy of devotions to the spirits of the Brocken or Armor, a notion of having committed sins against hell, visionary penances for imaginary crimes, avowals of the truth to the spirit of falsehood, self-accusation before the origin of all evil, and confessions in an inverted sense, are all realities, or things at least which have existed. The annals of criminal procedure against witchcraft and magic prove this in every page. Human folly unhappily extends even thus far. When terror seizes upon a man, he does not stop easily. He dreams of imaginary faults, imaginary purifications, and clears out his conscience with the old witch's broom. Be this as it may, if the house at Pleinmont had its secrets, it kept them to itself. Except by some rare chance, no one went there to see. It was left entirely alone. Few people, indeed, like to run the risk of an encounter with the other world. Owing to the terror which it inspired, and which kept at a distance all who could observe or bear testimony on the subject, it had always been easy to obtain an entrance there at night by means of a rope ladder, or even by the use of the first ladder coming to hand in one of the neighbouring fields. A consignment of goods or provisions left there might await in perfect safety the time and opportunity for a furtive embarkation. Tradition relates that 40 years ago a fugitive, for political offences as some affirm, for commercial as others say, remained for some time concealed in the haunted house at Pleinmont, whence he finally succeeded in embarking in a fishing boat for England. From England a passage is easily obtained to America. Tradition also avers that provisions deposited in this house remain there untouched, Lucifer and the smugglers having an interest in inducing whoever places them there to return. From the summit of the house there is a view to the south of the Hanway Rocks, at about a mile from the shore. These rocks are famous. They have been guilty of all the evil deeds of which rocks are capable. They are the most ruthless destroyers of the sea. They lie in a treacherous ambush for vessels in the night. They have contributed to the enlargement of the cemeteries at Torteval and Rocquaine. A lighthouse was erected upon these rocks in 1862. At the present day the Hanways light the way for the vessels which they once lured to destruction. The destroyer in ambush now bears a lighted torch in his hand, and mariners seek in the horizon, as a protector and a guide, the rock which they used to fly as a pitiless enemy. It gives confidence by night in that vast space where it was so long a terror, like a robber converted into a gendarme. There are 3 Hanways, the Great Hanway, the Little Hanway, and the Mauve. It is upon the Little Hanway that the red light is placed at the present time. This reef of rocks forms part of a group of peaks, some beneath the sea, some rising out of it. It towers above them all, like a fortress. It has advanced works. On the side of the open sea, a chain of 13 rocks. On the north, 2 breakers. The high Fauquier, the Needles, and a sandbank called the Erouet. On the south, 3 rocks, the Cat Rock, the Percé, and the Herpin Rock. Then 2 banks, the South Bank and the Muet, besides which there is, on the side opposite Pleinmont, the Tas de Poix d'Aval. To swim across the channel from the Hanways to Pleinmont is difficult, but not impossible. We have already said that this was one of the achievements of Clubin. The expert swimmer who knows this channel can find two resting places, the Round Rock and, further on, a little out of the course to the left, the Red Rock. End of chapter 4 of book 5. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com.
Chapter 5 of Book 5 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alison Veldis. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 5. The Revolver. Chapter 5. The Birds' Nesters. It was near the period of that Saturday which was passed by Sieur Clubin at Torteval that a curious incident occurred, which was little heard of at the time, and which did not generally transpire till a long time afterwards. For many things, as we have already observed, remain undivulged, simply by reason of the terror which they have caused in those who have witnessed them. In the night time between Saturday and Sunday, we are exact in the matter of the date, and we believe it to be correct, 3 boys climbed up the hill at Pleinmont. The boys returned to the village. They came from the seashore. They were what are called, in the corrupt French of that part, déniquoiseaux, or birds' nesters. Wherever there are cliffs and cleft rocks overhanging the sea, the young birds' nesters abound. The reader will remember that Gilliatt interfered in this matter for the sake of the birds, as well as for the sake of the children. The déniquoiseaux are a sort of sea urchins, and are not a very timid species. The night was very dark. Dense masses of cloud obscured the zenith. 3 o'clock had sounded in the steeple of Torteval, which is round and pointed like a magician's hat. Why did the boys return so late? Nothing more simple. They had been searching for seagulls' nests in the Tas de Poirval. The season having been very mild, the pairing of the birds had begun very early. The children, watching the fluttering of the male and female about their nests, and excited by the pursuit, had forgotten the time. The waters had crept up around them. They had no time to regain the little bay in which they had moored their boat, and they were compelled to wait upon one of the peaks of the Tas de Poix for the ebb of the tide. Hence their late return. Mothers wait on such occasions in feverish anxiety for the return of their children, and when they find them safe, give vent to their joy in the shape of anger, and relieve their tears by dealing them a sound drubbing. The boys accordingly hastened their steps, but in fear and trembling. Their haste was of that sort which is glad of an excuse for stopping, and which is not inconsistent with a reluctance to reach their destination, for they had before them the prospect of warm embraces, to be followed with an inevitable thrashing. Only one of the boys had nothing of this to fear. He was an orphan, a French boy, without father or mother, and perfectly content just then with his motherless condition, for nobody taking any interest in him. His back was safe from the dreaded blows. The 2 others were natives of Guernsey, and belonged to the parish of Torteval. Having climbed the grassy hill, the 3 birds' nesters reached the table-land on which was situate the haunted house. They began by being in fear, which is the proper frame of mind of every passer-by, and particularly of every child at that hour and in that place. They had a strong desire to take to their heels as fast as possible, and a strong desire also to stay and look. They did stop. They looked towards the solitary building. It was all dark and terrible. It stood in the midst of the solitary plain, an obscure block, a hideous but symmetrical excrescence, a high square mass with right-angled corners like an immense altar in the darkness. The first thought of the boys was to run. The second was to draw nearer. They had never seen this house before. There is such a thing as a desire to be frightened arising from curiosity. They had a little French boy with them, which emboldened them to approach. It is well known that the French have no fear. Besides, it is reassuring to have company in danger. To be frightened in the company of two others is encouraging. And then they were a sort of hunters accustomed to peril. They were children. They were used to search, to rummage, to spy out hidden things. They were in the habit of peeping into holes. Why not into this hole? Hunting is exciting. Looking into birds' nests perhaps gives an itch for looking a little into a nest of ghosts. A rummage in the dark regions. Why not? From prey to prey, says the proverb, we come to the devil. After the birds, the demons. The boys were on the way to learn the secret of those terrors of which their parents had told them. To be on the track of hobgoblin tales, nothing could be more attractive. To have long stories to tell like the good housewives, the notion was tempting. All this mixture of ideas in their state of half confusion, half instinct, in the minds of the Guernsey bird-nesters, finally screwed their courage to the point. They approached the house. The little fellow who served them as a sort of moral support in the adventure was certainly worthy of their confidence. He was a bold boy, an apprentice to a ship-caulker, one of those children who have already become men. He slept on a little straw in a shed in the ship-caulker's yard, getting his own living, having red hair and a loud voice, climbing easily up walls and trees, not encumbered with prejudices in the matter of property and the apples within his reach. A lad who had worked in the repairing dock for vessels of war. A child of chance, a happy orphan, born in France, no one knew exactly where, ready to give a centime to a beggar, a mischievous fellow, but a good one at heart, one who had talked to Parisians. At this time he was earning a shilling a day by caulking the fishermen's boats under the repair of the Pequeries, when he felt inclined to give himself a holiday, and went birds' nesting. Such was the little French boy. The solitude of the place impressed them with a strange feeling of dread. They felt the threatening aspect of the silent house. It was wild and savage. The naked and deserted plateau terminated in a precipice at a short distance from its steep incline. The sea below was quiet. There was no wind. Not a blade of grass stirred. The birds' nesters advanced by slow steps, the French boy at their head, and looking towards the house. One of them, afterwards relating the story, or as much of it as remained in his head, added, "He did not speak." They came nearer, holding their breath, as one might approach a savage animal. They had climbed the hill at the side of the house which descended to seaward, towards a little isthmus of rocks, almost inaccessible. Thus they had come pretty near to the building, but they saw only the southern side, which was all walled up. They did not dare to approach by the other side, where the terrible windows were. They grew bolder, however. The caulker's apprentice whispered, "Let's veer to larboard. That's the handsome side. Let's have a look at the black windows." The little band accordingly veered to larboard, and came round the other side of the house. The two windows were lighted up. The boys took to their heels. When they had got to some distance, the French boy, however, returned. "Hello," said he, "the lights have vanished." The light at the windows had indeed disappeared. The outline of the building was seen as sharply defined as if stamped out with a punch against the livid sky. Their fear was not abated, but their curiosity had increased. The birds' nesters approached. Suddenly the light reappeared at both windows at the same moment. The two young urchins from Torteval took to their heels and vanished. The daring French boy did not advance, but he kept his ground. He remained motionless, confronting the house and watching it. The light disappeared, and appeared again once more. Nothing could be more horrible. The reflection made a vague streak of light upon the grass, wet with the night dew. All of a moment the light cast upon the walls of the house two huge dark profiles and the shadows of enormous heads. The house, however, being without ceilings, and having nothing left but its four walls and roof, one window could not be lighted without the other. Perceiving that the caulker's apprentice kept his ground, the other birds' nesters returned step by step, and one after the other, trembling and curious. The caulker's apprentice whispered to them, "There are ghosts in the house. I've seen the nose of one." The two Torteval boys got behind their companion, standing tiptoe against his shoulder, and thus sheltered and taking him for their shield, felt bolder and watched also. The house on its part seemed also to be watching them. There it stood in the midst of that vast darkness and silence, with its two glaring eyes. These were its upper windows. The light vanished, reappeared, and vanished again, in the fashion of these unearthly illuminations. These sinister intermissions had probably some connection with the opening and shutting of the infernal regions. The air-hole of a sepulchre has thus been seen to produce effects like those from a dark lantern. Suddenly a dark form, like that of a human being, ascended to one of the windows as if from without, and plunged into the interior of the house. To enter by the window is the custom with spirits. The light was for a moment more brilliant, then went out, and appeared no more. The house became dark. The noises resembled voices. This is always the case. When there was anything to be seen, it is silent. When all became invisible again, noises were heard. There is a silence peculiar to night time at sea. The repose of darkness is deeper on the water than on the land. When there is neither wind nor wave in that wild expanse, over which, in ordinary time, even the flight of eagles makes no sound, the movement of a fly could be heard. This sepulchral quiet gave a dismal relief to the noises which issued from the house. "Let us look," said the French boy. And he made a step towards the house. The others were so frightened that they resolved to follow him. They did not dare even to run away alone. Just as they had passed a heap of faggots, which for some mysterious reason seemed to inspire them with a little courage in that solitude, a white owl flew towards them from a bush. The owls have a suspicious sort of flight, a sidelong skim which is suggestive of mischief afloat. The bird passed near the boys, fixing upon them its round eyes, bright amidst the darkness. A shudder ran through the group behind the French boy. He looked up at the owl and said, "Too late, my bird. I will look." And he advanced. The crackling sound made by his thick-nailed boots among the furze bushes did not prevent his hearing the noise in the house, which rose and fell with the continuous and the calm accent of a dialogue. A moment afterwards the boy added, "Besides, it is only fools who believe in spirits." Insolence in the face of danger rallies the cowardly, and inspirits them to go on. The two Torteval lads resumed their march, quickening their steps behind the caulker's apprentice. The haunted house seemed to them to grow larger before their eyes. This optical illusion of fear is founded in reality. The house did indeed grow larger, for they were coming nearer to it. Meanwhile the voices in the house took a tone more and more distinct. The children listened. The ear, too, has its power of exaggerating. It was different to a murmur, more than a whispering, less than an uproar. Now and then one or two words, clearly articulated, could be caught. These words, impossible to be understood, sounded strangely. The boy stopped and listened, then went forward again. "It's the ghosts talking," said the caulker's apprentice. "But I don't believe in ghosts." The Torteval boys were sorely tempted to shrink behind a heap of faggots, but they had already left it far behind, and their friend the caulker continued to advance towards the house. They trembled at remaining with him, but they dared not leave him. Step by step, and perplexed, they followed. The caulker's apprentice turned towards them and said, "You know it isn't true. There are no such things." The house grew taller and taller. The voices became more and more distinct. They drew nearer. And now they could perceive within the house something like a muffled light. It was a faint glimmer, like one of those effects produced by dark lanterns already referred to, and which are common at the midnight meetings of witches. When they were close to the house they halted. One of the two Torteval boys ventured on an observation. "It isn't spirits, it's ladies dressed in white." "What's that hanging from the window?" asked the other. "It looks like a rope." "It's a snake." "It's only a hangman's rope," said the French boy authoritatively. "That's what they use. Only I don't believe in them." And in 3 bounds rather than steps he found himself against the wall of the building. The two others, trembling, imitated him, and came pressing against him, one on his right side, the other on his left. The boys applied their ears to the wall. The sounds continued. The following was the conversation of the phantoms. Así, entendido está. Entendido. Dicho. Dicho. Aquí esperará un hombre y podrá marcharse en Inglaterra con Blasquito. Pagando. Pagando. Blasquito tomará al hombre en su barca. Sin buscar para conocer a su país. No nos toca. Ni a su nombre del hombre. No se pide el nombre, pero se pesa la bolsa. Bien, esperará el hombre en esa casa. Tengo que comer. Tendrá. ¿Dónde? En este saco que he llevado. Muy bien. ¿Puedo dejar el saco aquí? Los contrabandistas no son ladrones. ¿Y vosotros, cuando marcháis? Mañana por la mañana. Si su hombre de usted parado podría venir con nosotros. Parado no está. Hacienda suya. ¿Cuántos días esperará allí? 2, 3, 4 días, menos o más. ¿Es cierto que el Blasquito vendrá? Cierto. ¿En este plenmo? En este plenmo. ¿A cuál semana? La que viene. ¿A cuál día? Viernes o sábado o domingo. ¿No puede faltar? Es mi tocayo. Por cualquiera tiempo viene. Cualquiera. No teme. Soy el Blasco. Es el Blasquito. Así, ¿no puede faltar de venir en Guernsey? Vengo a un mes y viene al otro mes. Entiendo. A contar del otro sábado, desde hoy en 8, no se pasan 5 días sin que venga el Blasquito. Pero un muy mal mar. Ocurre al día Gaistoa. Sí. No vendría el Blasquito tan pronto, pero vendría. ¿Dónde vendrá? De Bilbao. ¿Dónde irá? En Portland. Bien. O en Torbay. Mejor. Su hombre de usted puede estarse quieto. ¿No traidor será el Blasquito? Los cobardes son traidores. Somos valientes. El mar es la iglesia del invierno. La traición es la iglesia del infierno. ¿No se entiende a lo que decimos? Escuchar a nosotros y mirar a nosotros es imposible. La espanta hacia allí el desierto. Lo sé. ¿Quién se atravesaría a escuchar? Es verdad. Y escucharían que no entenderían. Hablamos a una lengua fiera y nuestra, que no se conoce. Después que la sabéis, iréis con nosotros. Soy viendo para componer las haciendas con ustedes. Bueno. Y ahora me voy. Mucho. Dígame usted, hombre, si el pasajero quiere que el Blasquito le llevan en un cuna otra parte que Portland o Torbay. Tengo 11. ¿El Blasquito hará lo que quiera el hombre? El Blasquito hace lo que quieran las 11. ¿Es menester mucho tiempo para ir en Torbay? Como quiere el viento. 8 horas, menos o más. ¿El Blasquito obedecerá al pasajero? Si le obedece el mar, el Blasquito. Bien pagado será. El oro es el oro. El viento es el viento. Mucho. El hombre hace lo que puede con el oro. Dios con el viento hace lo que quiere.
Aquí será viernes el que desea marcharse con Blasquito. Pues, ¿a cuál momento llega Blasquito? A la noche se llega, a la noche se marcha. Tenemos una mujer quien se llama el mar, y una quien se llama la noche. La mujer puede faltar, la hermana no. Todo dicho está. Abur, hombres. Buenas tardes. ¿Un golpe de aguardiente? Gracias. Es mejor que xarope. Tengo vuestra palabra. Mi nombre es Pundonor. Sea usted con Dios. Eres gentleman y soy caballero. So that is understood? Perfectly. As is arranged? As is arranged. A man will wait here and can accompany Blasquito to England. Paying expense. Paying expense. Blasquito will take the man in his bark. Without seeking to know what country he belongs to? That is no business of ours. Without asking his name? We do not ask for names, we only feel the weight of the purse. Good. The man shall wait in this house. He must have provisions. He will be furnished with them. How? From this bag which I have brought. Very good. Can I leave this bag here? Smugglers are not robbers. And when do you go? Tomorrow morning. If your man was ready, he could come with us. He is not prepared. That is his affair. How many days will he have to wait in this house? 2, 3, 4 days, more or less. Is it certain that Blasquito will come? Certain. Here to Plainmore? To Plainmore. When? Next week. What day? Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. May he not fail? He is my tocayo. Will he come in any weather? At any time. He has no fear. My name is Blasco, his Blasquito. So he cannot fail to come to Guernsey? I come 1 month, he the other. I understand. Counting from Saturday last, 1 week from to-day, 5 days cannot elapse without bringing Blasquito. But if there is much sea? Bad weather? Yes. Blasquito will not come so quickly, but he will come. Whence will he come? From Bilbao. Where will he be going? To Portland. Good. Or to Torbay. Better still. Your man may rest easy. Blasquito will betray nothing? Cowards are the only traitors. We are men of courage. The sea is the church of winter. Treason is the church of hell. No one hears what we say. It is impossible to be seen or overheard. The people's fear of this spot makes it deserted. I know it. Who is there who would dare to listen here? True. Besides, if they listened, none would understand. We speak a wild language of our own, which nobody knows hereabouts. As you know it, you are one of us. I came only to make these arrangements with you. Very good. I must now take my leave. Be it so. Tell me, suppose the passengers should wish Blasquito to take him anywhere else than to Portland or Torbay. Let him bring some gold coins. Will Blasquito consult the stranger's convenience? Blasquito will do whatever the gold coins command. Does it take long to go to Torbay? That is as it pleases the winds. 8 hours? More or less. Will Blasquito obey the passenger? If the sea will obey Blasquito. He will be well rewarded. Gold is gold, and the sea is the sea. That is true. Man with his gold does what he can. Heaven with his winds does what it will. The man who is to accompany Blasquito will be here on Friday. Good. At what hour will Blasquito appear? In the night. We arrive by night, and sail by night. We have a wife who is called the Sea, and a sister called Night. The wife betrays sometimes,
but the sister never."
"All is settled, then. Good night, my men."
"Good night. A drop of brandy first."
"Thank you."
"That is better than a syrup."
"I have your word."
"My name is Point of Honour."
"Adieu."
"You are a gentleman. I am a caballero."
It was clear that only devils could talk in this way. The children did not listen long. This time they took to flight in earnest, the French boy, convinced at last, running even quicker than the others. On the Tuesday following this Saturday, Sieur Clubin returned to St. Malo, bringing back the Durande. The Thermopylae was still at anchor in the roads. Sieur Clubin, between the whiffs of his pipe, said to the landlord of the Jean Auberge, "Well, and when does the Thermopylae get under way?" "The day after to-morrow, Thursday," replied the landlord. On that evening Clubin supped at the coast guard officer's table, and, contrary to his habit, went out after his supper. The consequence of his absence was, that he could not attend to the office of the Durande, and thus lost a little in the matter of freights. This fact was remarked in a man ordinarily punctual. It appeared that he had chatted a few moments with his friend the money changer. He returned 2 hours after Noguette had sounded the curfew bell. The Brazilian bell sounds at 10 o'clock. It was therefore midnight. Chapter 6
to 7 of Book 5 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 5, The Revolver. Chapter 6. The Jacressade. 40 years ago, St. Malo possessed an alley known by the name of the Ruelle Coutanchez. This valley no longer exists, having been removed from the improvements of the town. It was a double row of houses, leaning one towards the other, and leaving between them just room enough for a narrow rivulet, which was called the street. By stretching the legs it was possible to walk on both sides of the stream, touching with head or elbows as you went the houses either on the right or the left. These old relics of mediaeval Normandy have almost a human interest. Tumble-down houses and sorcerers always go together. Their leaning stories, their overhanging walls, their bowed penthouses, and their old thick-set irons seem like lips, chin, nose, and eyebrows. The garret window is the blind eye. The walls are the wrinkled and blotchy cheeks. The opposite houses lay their foreheads together, as if they were plotting some malicious deed. All those words of ancient villainy, like cutthroat, slit-weasand, and the like, are closely connected with architecture of this kind. One of these houses in the alley, the largest and the most famous or notorious, was known by the name of the Jacressade. The Jacressade was a lodging-house for people who do not lodge. In all towns, and particularly in seaports, there is always found beneath the lowest stratum of society a sort of residuum, vagabonds who are more than a match for justice, rovers after adventures, chemists of the swindling order who are always dropping their lives into the melting pot, people in rags of every shape and in every style of wearing them, withered fruits of roguery, bankrupt existences, consciences that have filed their schedule, men who have failed in the housebreaking trade, for the great masters of burglary move in a higher sphere, workmen and workwomen in the trade of wickedness, oddities, male and female, men in coats out at elbows, scoundrels reduced to indigence, rogues who have missed the wages of roguery, men who have been hit in the social duel, harpies who have no longer any prey, petty larceners, que in the double and unhappy meaning of that word. Such are the constituents of that living mass. Human nature is here reduced to something bestial. It is the refuse of the social state, heaped up in an obscure corner, where from time to time descends that dreaded broom which is known by the name of police. In St. Malo, the Jacressade was the name of this corner. It is not in dens of this sort that we find the high-class criminals, the robbers, forgers, and other great products of ignorance and poverty. If murder is represented here, it is generally in the person of some coarse drunkard. In the matter of robbery, the company rarely rise higher than the mere sharper. The vagrant is there, but not the highwayman. It would not, however, be safe to trust this distinction. This last stage of vagabondage may have its extremes of scoundrelism. It was on an occasion when casting their nets into the épicier, which was in Paris what the Jacressade was in St. Malo, that the police captured the notorious Lacenaire. These lurking places refuse nobody. To fall in the social scale has a tendency to bring men to one level. Sometimes honesty in tatters found itself there. Virtue and probity have been known before now to be brought to strange passes. We must not judge always by appearances, even in the palace or at the galleys. Public respect, as well as universal reprobation, requires testing. Surprising results sometimes spring from this principle. An angel may be discovered in the stews, a pearl in the dunghill. Such sad and dazzling discoveries are not altogether unknown. The Jacressade was rather a courtyard than a house, and more of a well than a courtyard. It had no stories looking on the street. Its façade was simply a high wall with a low gateway. You raised the latch, pushed the gate, and were at once in the courtyard. In the midst of this yard might be perceived a round hole, encircled with a margin of stones, and even with the ground. The yard was small, the well large. A broken pavement surrounded it. The courtyard was square, and built on three sides only. On the side of the street was only the wall. Facing you as you entered the gateway stood the house, the two wings of which formed the sides to right and left. Any one entering there after nightfall, at his own risk and peril, would have heard a confused murmur of voices, and if there had been moonlight or starlight enough to give shape to the obscure forms before his eyes, this is what he would have seen. The courtyard, the well, around the courtyard in front of the gate a lean-to or shed in a sort of horseshoe form, but with square corners, a rotten gallery with a roof of joists supported by stone pillars at unequal distances. In the centre, the well. Around the well, upon a litter of straw, a kind of circular chaplet, formed of the soles of boots and shoes, some trodden down at heel, some showing the toes of the wearers, some the naked heels, the feet of men, women, and children, all asleep. Beyond those feet, the eye might have distinguished, in the shadow of the shed, bodies, drooping heads, forms stretched out lazily, bundles of rags of both sexes, a promiscuous assemblage, a strange and revolting mass of life. The accommodation of this sleeping chamber was open to all, at the rate of 2 sous a week. On a stormy night the rain fell upon the feet, the whirling snow settled on the bodies of those wretched sleepers. Who were these people? The unknown. They came there at night and departed in the morning. Creatures of this kind form part of the social fabric. Some stole in during the darkness and paid nothing. The greater part had scarcely eaten during the day. All kinds of vice and baseness, every sort of moral infection, every species of distress were there. The same sleep settled down upon all in this bed of filth. The dreams of all these companions in misery went on side by side, a dismal meeting place, where misery and weakness, half-sobered debauchery, weariness from long walking to and fro with evil thoughts, in quest of bread, pallor with closed eyelids, remorse, envy, lay mingled and festering in the same miasma, with faces that had the look of death, and dishevelled hair mixed with the filth and sweepings of the streets. Such was the putrid heap of life fermenting in this dismal spot. An unlucky turn of the wheel of fortune, a ship arrived on the day before, a discharge from prison, a dark night or some other chance had cast them here to find a miserable shelter. Every day brought some new accumulation of such misery. Let him enter who would, sleep who could, speak who dared, for it was a place of whispers. The newcomers hastened to bury themselves in the mass, or tried to seek oblivion in sleep, since there was none in the darkness of the place. They snatched what little of themselves they could from the jaws of death. They closed their eyes in that confusion of horrors which every day renewed. They were the embodiment of misery, thrown off from society as the scum is from the sea. It was not every one who could even get a share of the straw. More than one figure was stretched out naked upon the flags. They lay down worn out with weariness and awoke paralysed. The well, without lid or parapet, and 30 feet in depth, gaped open night and day. Rain fell around it, filth accumulated about, and the gutters of the yard ran down and filtered through its sides. The pail for drawing the water stood by the side. Those who were thirsty drank there. Some, disgusted with life, drowned themselves in it, slipped from their slumber in the filthy shed into that profounder sleep. In the year 1819, the body of a boy of 14 years old was taken up out of this well. To be safe in this house, it was necessary to be of the right sort. The uninitiated were regarded with suspicion. Did these miserable wretches, then, know each other? No. Yet they scented out the genuine guest of the Jacressade. The mistress of the house was a young and rather pretty woman, wearing a cap trimmed with ribbons. She washed herself now and then with water from the well. She had a wooden leg. At break of day the courtyard became empty, its inmates dispersed. An old cock and some other fowls were kept in the courtyard, where they raked among the filth of the place all day long. A long horizontal beam, supported by posts, traversed the yard, a gibbet-shaped erection, not out of keeping with the associations of the place. Sometimes, on the morrow of a rainy day, a silk dress, muddied and wet, would be seen hanging out to dry upon this beam. It belonged to the woman with the wooden leg. Over the shed, and like it, surrounding the yard, was a story, and above this story a loft. A rotten wooden ladder, passing through a hole in the roof of the shed, conducted to this story, and up this ladder the woman would climb, sometimes staggering while its crazy rounds creaked beneath her. The occasional lodgers, whether by the week or the night, slept in the courtyard. The regular inmates lived in the house. Windows without a pane of glass, door frames with no door, fireplaces without stoves. Such were the chief features of the interior. You might pass from one room to the other, indifferently, by a long square aperture, which had been the door, or by a triangular hole between the joists of the partitions. The fallen plaster of the ceiling lay about the floor. It was difficult to say how the old house still stood erect. The high winds indeed shook it. The lodgers ascended as they could by the worn and slippery steps of the ladder. Everything was open to the air. The wintry atmosphere was absorbed into the house like water into a sponge. The multitude of spiders seemed alone to guarantee the place against falling to pieces immediately. There was no sign of furniture. 2 or 3 palliasses were in the corner, their ticking torn in parts, and showing more dust than straw within. Here and there were a water-pot and an earthen pipkin. A close, disagreeable odour haunted the rooms. The windows looked out upon the square yard. The scene was like the interior of a scavenger's cart. The things, not to speak of the human beings, which lay rusting, mouldering, and putrefying there, were indescribable. The fragments seemed to fraternise together. Some fell from the walls, others from the living tenants of the place. The débris was sown with their tatters. Besides the floating population, which bivouacked nightly in the square yard, the Jacressade had 3 permanent lodgers: a charcoal man, a rag picker, and a gold maker. The charcoal man and the rag picker occupied 2 of the palliasses of the first story. The gold maker, a chemist, lodged in the loft, which was called, no one knew why, the garret. Nobody knew where the woman slept. The gold maker was a poet in a small way. He inhabited a room in the roof, under the tiles, a chamber with a narrow window, and a large stone fireplace forming a gulf in which the wind howled at will. The garret window having no frame, he had nailed across it a piece of iron sheathing, part of the wreck of a ship. This sheathing left little room for the entrance of light, and much for the entrance of cold. The charcoal man paid rent from time to time in the shape of a sack of charcoal. The rag picker paid with a bowl of grain for the fowls every week. The gold maker did not pay at all. Meanwhile, the latter consumed the very house itself for fuel. He had pulled down the little woodwork which remained, and every now and then he took from the wall or the roof a lath or some scantling to heat his crucible. Upon the partition above the rag picker's mattress might have been seen 2 columns of figures marked in chalk by the rag picker himself from week to week, a column of 3s and a column of 5s, according as the bowl of grain had cost him 3 liards or 5 centimes. The gold pot of the chemist was an old fragment of a bombshell, promoted by him to the dignity of a crucible in which he mixed his ingredients. The transmutation of metals absorbed all his thoughts. He was determined before he died to revenge himself by breaking the windows of orthodox science with the real philosopher's stone. His furnace consumed a great deal of wood. The handrail of the stairs had disappeared. The house was slowly burning away. The landlady said to him, "You will leave us nothing but the shell." He mollified her by addressing her in verses. Such was the Jacressade. A boy of 12, or perhaps 16, for he was like a dwarf, with a large wen upon his neck, and always carrying a broom in his hand, was the domestic of the place. The habitués entered by the gateway of the courtyard. The public entered by the shop. In the high wall, facing the street, and to the right of the entrance to the courtyard, was a square opening, serving at once as a door and a window. This was the shop. The square opening had a shutter and a frame, the only shutter in all the house which had hinges and bolts. Behind this square aperture, which was open to the street, was a little room, a compartment obtained by curtailing the sleeping shed in the courtyard. Over the door, passers-by read the inscription in charcoal: "Curiosities sold here." On 3 boards forming the shop front were several china pots without ears, a Chinese parasol made of gold beater's skin, and ornamented with figures, torn here and there, and impossible to open or shut. Fragments of iron, and shapeless pieces of old pottery, and dilapidated hats and bonnets, 3 or 4 shells, some packets of old bone and metal buttons, a tobacco box with a portrait of Marie Antoinette, and a dog-eared volume of Wasbertrand's Algebra. Such was the stock of the shop. This assortment completed the curiosities. The shop communicated by a back door with the yard, in which was the well. It was furnished with a table and a stool. The woman with a wooden leg presided at the counter. Chapter 7. Nocturnal buyers and mysterious sellers. Clubin had been absent from the Jean Auberge all the evening of Tuesday. On the Wednesday night he was absent again. In the dusk of that evening, two strangers penetrated into the mazes of the Ruelle Coutanchez. They stopped in front of the Jacques Ressard. One of them knocked at the window. The door of the shop opened, and they entered. The woman with the wooden leg met them, with the smile which she reserved for respectable citizens. There was a candle on the table. The strangers were, in fact, respectable citizens. The one who had knocked said, "Good day, mistress. I have come for that affair." The woman with the wooden leg smiled again, and went out by the back door leading to the courtyard, and where the well was. A moment afterwards the back door was opened again, and a man stood in the doorway. He wore a cap and a blouse. It was easy to see the shape of something under his blouse. He had bits of old straw in his clothes, and looked as if he had just been aroused from sleep. He advanced and exchanged glances with the strangers. The man in the blouse looked puzzled, but cunning. He said, "You are the gunsmith?" The one who had tapped at the window replied, "Yes. You are the man from Paris?" "Known as Redskin, yes. Show me the thing." The man took from under his blouse a weapon, extremely rare at that period in Europe. It was a revolver. The weapon was new and bright. The two strangers examined it. The one who seemed to know the house, and whom the man in the blouse had called the gunsmith, tried the mechanism. He passed the weapon to the other, who appeared less at home there, and kept his back turned to the light. The gunsmith continued, "How much?" The man in the blouse replied, "I have just bought it from America. Some people bring monkeys, parrots, and other animals, as if the French people were savages. For myself, I brought this. It is a useful invention." "How much?" inquired the gunsmith again. "It is a pistol which turns and turns." "How much?" Bang! The first fire. Bang! The second fire. Bang! The third fire. What a hailstorm of bullets! That will do some execution. "The price? There are 6 barrels. Well, well, what do you want for it?" 6 barrels. That is 6 louis. "Will you take 5? "Impossible. 1 louis a ball. That is the price." "Come, let us do business together. Be reasonable." "I have named a fair price. Examine the weapon, Mr. Gunsmith." "I have examined it." "The barrel twists and turns like Talleyrand himself. The weapon ought to be mentioned in the dictionary of weathercocks. It is a gem." "I have looked at it." "The barrels are of Spanish make." "I see they are." "They are twisted. This is how this twisting is done. They empty into a forge the basket of a collector of old iron. They fill it full of these old scraps, with old nails and broken horseshoes swept out of farriers' shops, and old sickle blades. I was going to say so, Mr. Gunsmith. They apply to all this rubbish a good sweating heat, and this makes a magnificent material for gun barrels. Yes, but it may have cracks, flaws, or crosses. True. But they remedy the crosses by little twists, and avoid the risk of doublings by beating hard. They bring their mass of iron under the great hammer, give it 2 more good sweating heats. If the iron has been heated too much, they retemper it with dull heats and lighter hammers, and then they take out their stuff and roll it well, and with this iron they manufacture you a weapon like this. You are in the trade, I suppose?" "I am of all trades." "The barrels are pale coloured. That's the beauty of them, Mr. Gunsmith. The tint is obtained with antimony." "It is settled, then. We will give you 5 louis." "Allow me to observe that I had the honour of saying 6." The gunsmith lowered his voice. "Hark you, master. Take advantage of the opportunity. Get rid of this thing. A weapon of this kind is of no use to a man like you. It will make you remarked." "It is very true," said the Parisian. "It is rather conspicuous. It is more suited to a gentleman." "Will you take 5 louis?" "No, 6. 1 for every shot." "Come, 6 Napoleons." "I will have 6 louis." "You're not a Bonapartist, then. You prefer a louis to a Napoleon?" The Parisian nicknamed Redskin smiled. "A Napoleon is greater," said he, "but a Louis is worth more." 6 Napoleons, 6 Louis. It makes a difference to me of 24 francs. The bargain is off in that case. Good, I keep the toy. Keep it. Beating me down, a good idea. It shall never be said that I got rid like that of a wonderful specimen of ingenuity. Good night, then. It marks a whole stage in the progress of making pistols, which the Chesapeake Indians call Norteuha. 5 louis, ready money. Why, it is a handful of gold. Norteuha, that signifies short gun. A good many people don't know that. Will you take 5 louis and just a bit of silver? I said 6, master. The man who had kept his back to the candle, and who had not yet spoken, was spending his time during the dialogue in turning and testing the mechanism of the pistol. He approached the armourer's ear and whispered, "Is it a good weapon?" "Excellent." "I will give the 6 louis." 5 minutes afterwards, while the Parisian nicknamed Redskin was depositing the 6 louis, which he had just received, in a secret slit under the breast of his blouse, the armourer and his companion, carrying the revolver in his trousers pocket, stepped out into the straggling street. End of chapter 7 of book 5. Recording by Paul Adams. www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 8 to 9 of Book 5 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 5, The Revolver. Chapter 8, A Cannon off the Red Ball and the Black. On the morrow, which was a Thursday, a tragic circumstance occurred at a short distance from St. Malo, near the peak of the Décollé, a spot where the cliff is high and the sea deep. A line of rocks in the form of the top of a lance, and connecting themselves with the land by a narrow isthmus, stretch out there into the water, ending abruptly with a large peak-shaped breaker. Nothing is commoner in the architecture of the sea. In attempting to reach the plateau of the peaked rock from the shore, it was necessary to follow an inclined plane, the ascent of which was here and there somewhat steep. It was upon a plateau of this kind, towards 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that a man was standing, enveloped in a large military cape, and armed, a fact easy to be perceived from certain straight and angular folds in his mantle. The summit on which this man was resting was a rather extensive platform, dotted with large masses of rock, like enormous paving stones, leaving between them narrow passages. This platform, on which a kind of thick, short grass grew here and there, came to an end on the seaside in an open space, leading to a perpendicular escarpment. The escarpment, rising about 60 feet above the level of the sea, seemed cut down by the aid of a plumb line. Its left angle, however, was broken away, and formed one of those natural staircases common to granite cliffs worn by the sea, the steps of which are somewhat inconvenient, requiring sometimes the strides of a giant or the leaps of an acrobat. These stages of rock descended perpendicularly to the sea, where they were lost. It was a break-neck place. However, in case of absolute necessity, a man might succeed in embarking there under the very wall of the cliff. A breeze was sweeping the sea. The man, wrapped in his cape, and standing firm, with his left hand grasping his right shoulder, closed one eye and applied the other to a telescope. He seemed absorbed in anxious scrutiny. He had approached the edge of the escarpment, and stood there motionless, his gaze immovably fixed on the horizon. The tide was high, the waves were beating below against the foot of the cliffs. The object which the stranger was observing was a vessel in the offing, and which was manoeuvring in a strange manner. The vessel, which had hardly left the port of St. Malo an hour, had stopped behind the Banquetier. It had not cast anchor, perhaps because the bottom would only have permitted it to bear to leeward on the edge of the cable, and because the ship would have strained on her anchor under the cutwater. Her captain had contented himself with lying to. The stranger, who was a coast guardsman, as was apparent from his uniform cape, watched all the movements of the three-master, and seemed to note them mentally. The vessel was lying to, a little off the wind, which was indicated by the backing of the small topsail and the bellying of the main topsail. She had squared the mizzen and set the topmast as close as possible, and in such a manner as to work the sails against each other, and to make little way either on or off shore. Her captain evidently did not care to expose his vessel much to the wind, for he had only braced up the small mizzen topsail. In this way, coming crossway on, he did not drift at the utmost more than half a league an hour. It was still broad daylight, particularly on the open sea and on the heights of the cliff. The shores below were becoming dark. The coast guardsman, still engaged in his duty and carefully scanning the offing, had not thought of observing the rocks at his side and at his feet. He turned his back towards the difficult sort of causeway which formed the communication between his resting place and the shore. He did not, therefore, remark that something was moving in that direction. Behind a fragment of rock, among the steps of that causeway, something like the figure of a man had been concealed, according to all appearances, since the arrival of the coast guardman. From time to time a head issued from the shadow behind the rock, looked up, and watched the watcher. The head, surmounted by a wide-brimmed American hat, was that of the Quaker-looking man, who, 10 days before, was talking among the stones of the Petit Bay to Captain Zuela. Suddenly the curiosity of the coast guardman seemed to be still more strongly awakened. He polished the glass of his telescope quickly with his sleeve, and brought it to bear closely upon the three-master. A little black spot seemed to detach itself from her side. The black spot, looking like a small insect upon the water, was a boat. The boat seemed to be making for the shore. It was manned by several sailors who were pulling vigorously. She pulled crosswise by little, and appeared to be approaching the Pointe du Décollé. The gaze of the coast guardman seemed to have reached its most intense point. No movement of the boat escaped it. He had approached nearer still to the verge of the rock. At that instant a man of large stature appeared on one of the rocks behind him. It was the Quaker. The officer did not see him. The man paused an instant, his arms at his sides, but with his fists doubled, and with the eye of a hunter watching for his prey, he observed the back of the officer. 4 steps only separated them. He put 1 foot forward, then stopped, took a second step, and stopped again. He made no movement except the act of walking. All the rest of his body was motionless as a statue. His foot fell upon the tufts of grass without noise. He made a 3rd step and paused again. He was almost within reach of the coast guard, who stood there still motionless with his telescope. The man brought his 2 closed fists to a level with his collarbone, then struck out his arm sharply, and his 2 fists, as if thrown from a sling, struck the coast guardman on the 2 shoulders. The shock was decisive. The coast guardman had not the time to utter a cry. He fell head first from the height of the rock into the sea. His boots appeared in the air about the time occupied by a flash of lightning. It was like the fall of a stone in the sea, which instantly closed over him. 2 or 3 circles widened out upon the dark water. Nothing remained but the telescope, which had dropped from the hands of the man and lay upon the turf. The Quaker leaned over the edge of the escarpment a moment, watched the circles vanishing on the water, waited a few minutes, and then rose again, singing in a low voice, "The captain of police is dead through having lost his life." He knelt down a second time. Nothing reappeared. Only at the spot where the officer had been engulfed, he observed on the surface of the water a sort of dark spot, which became diffused with the gentle lapping of the waves. It seemed probable that the coast guardman had fractured his skull against some rock under water, and that his blood caused the spot in the foam. The Quaker, while considering the meaning of this spot, began to sing again. Not very long before he died, the luckless man was still alive. He did not finish his song. He heard an extremely soft voice behind him, which said, "Is that you, Rantaine? Good day. You have just killed a man." He turned. About 15 paces behind him, in one of the passages between the rocks, stood a little man, holding a revolver in his hand. The Quaker answered, "As you see. Good day, Sieur Clubin." The little man started. "You know me?" "You knew me very well," replied Rantaine. Meanwhile they could hear a sound of oars on the sea. It was the approach of the boat which the officer had observed. Sieur Clubin said in a low tone, as if speaking to himself, "It was done quickly." "What can I do to oblige you?" asked Rantaine. "Oh, a trifling matter. It is very nearly 10 years since I saw you. You must have been doing well. How are you?" "Well enough," answered Rantaine. "How are you?" "Very well," replied Clubin. Rantaine advanced a step towards Clubin. A little sharp click caught his ear. It was Sieur Clubin who was cocking his revolver. "Rantaine, there are about 15 paces between us. It is a nice distance. Remain where you are." "Very well," said Rantaine. "What do you want with me?" "I? Oh, I have come to have a chat with you." Rantaine did not offer to move again. Sieur Clubin continued, "You assassinated a coast guardman just now." Rantaine lifted the flap of his hat and replied, "You have already done me the honour to mention it." "Exactly. But in terms less precise. I said a man. I say now a coast guardman. The man wore the number 619. He was the father of a family, leaves a wife and 5 children." "That is no doubt correct," said Rantaine. There was a momentary pause. "They are picked men, those coast guard people," continued Clubin, "almost all old sailors." "I have remarked," said Rantaine, "that people generally do leave a wife and 5 children." Sieur Clubin continued, "Guess how much this revolver cost me." "It is a pretty tool," said Rantaine. "What do you guess it at?" "I should guess it at a good deal." "It cost me 144 francs." "You must have bought that," said Rantaine, "at the shop in the Ruelle Coutanchez." Clubin continued, "He did not cry out. The fall stopped his voice, no doubt." "Sieur Clubin, there will be a breeze to-night." "I am the only one in the secret." "Do you still stay at the Jean Auberge?" "Yes. You are not badly served there." "I remember getting some excellent sauerkraut there." "You must be exceedingly strong, Rantaine. What shoulders you have! I should be sorry to get a tap from you. I, on the other hand, when I came into the world, looked so spare and sickly that they despaired of rearing me. They succeeded, though, which was lucky. Yes, I still stay at the Jean Auberge." "Do you know, Sieur Clubin, how I recognized you? It was from your having recognized me. I said to myself, there is nobody like Sieur Clubin for that." And he advanced a step. "Stand back where you were, Rantaine." Rantaine fell back, and said to himself, "A fellow becomes like a child before one of those weapons." Sieur Clubin continued, "The position of affairs is this. We have on our right, in the direction of Saint Enogat, at about 300 paces from here, another coast guardman. His number is 618, who is still alive, and on our left, in the direction of Saint-Lunaire, a customs station. That makes 7 armed men, who could be here, if necessary, in 5 minutes. The rock would be surrounded, the way hither guarded, impossible to elude them. There is a corpse at the foot of this rock. Rantaine took a sideway glance at the revolver. "As you say, Rantaine, it is a pretty tool. Perhaps it is only loaded with powder. But what does that matter? A report would be enough to bring an armed force, and I have 6 barrels here." The measured sound of the oars became very distinct. The boat was not far off. The tall man regarded the little man curiously. Sieur Clubin spoke in a voice more and more soft and subdued. "Rantaine, the men in the boat which is coming, knowing what you did here just now, would lend a hand and help to arrest you. You are to pay Captain Zuela 10,000 francs for your passage. You would have made a better bargain, by the way, with the smugglers of Pleinmont, but they would only have taken you to England, and besides, you cannot risk going to Guernsey, where they have the pleasure of knowing you. To return, then, to the position of affairs, if I fire, you are arrested. You are to pay Zuela for your passage 10,000 francs. You have already paid him 5,000 in advance. Zuela would keep the 5,000 and be gone. These are the facts. Rantaine, you have managed your masquerading very well. That hat, that queer coat, and those gaiters make a wonderful change. You forgot the spectacles, but did right to let your whiskers grow." Rantaine smiled spasmodically. Clubin continued, "Rantaine, you have on a pair of American breeches with a double fob. In one side you keep your watch. Take care of it." "Thank you, Sieur Clubin." "In the other is a little box made of wrought iron which opens and shuts with a spring. It is an old sailor's tobacco box. Take it out of your pocket and throw it over to me." "Why, this is robbery." "You are at liberty to call the coast guardman." And Clubin fixed his eye on Rantaine. "Stay, Mess Clubin," said Rantaine, making a slight forward movement, and holding out his open hand. The title Mess was a delicate flattery. "Stay where you are, Rantaine." "Mess Clubin, let us come to terms. I offer you half." Clubin crossed his arms, still showing the barrels of his revolver. "Rantaine, what do you take me for? I am an honest man." And he added after a pause, "I must have the whole." Rantaine muttered between his teeth, "This fellow's of a stern sort." The eyes of Clubin lighted up. His voice became clear and sharp as steel. He cried, "I see that you are labouring under a mistake. Robbery is your name, not mine. My name is Restitution. Hark you, Rantaine. 10 years ago you left Guernsey one night, taking with you the cash box of a certain partnership concern, containing 50,000 francs which belonged to you, but forgetting to leave behind you 50,000 francs which were the property of another. Those 50,000 francs, the money of your partner, the excellent and worthy Mess Lethierry, make at present a compound interest, calculated for 10 years, 80,666 francs. You went into a money changer's yesterday. I'll give you his name, Rébuchet, in Saint Vincent Street. You counted out to him 76,000 francs in French bank notes, in exchange for which he gave you 3 notes of the Bank of England for £1,000 sterling each, plus the exchange. You put these bank notes in the iron tobacco box, and the iron tobacco box into your double fob on the right side. On the part of Mess Lethierry, I shall be content with that. I start tomorrow for Guernsey, and intend to hand it to him. Rantaine, the 3-master lying to out yonder is the Tamaulipas. You have had your luggage put aboard there, with the other things belonging to the crew. You want to leave France. You have your reasons. You are going to Arequipa. The boat is coming to fetch you. You are awaiting it. It is at hand. You can hear it. It depends on me, whether you go or stay. No more words. Fling me the tobacco box." Rantaine dipped his hand in the fob, drew out a little box, and threw it to Clubin. It was the iron tobacco box. It fell and rolled at Clubin's feet. Clubin knelt without lowering his gaze, felt about for the box with his left hand, keeping all the while his eyes and the 6 barrels of the revolver fixed upon Rantaine. Then he cried, "Turn your back, my friend." Rantaine turned his back. Sieur Clubin put the revolver under one arm and touched the spring of the tobacco box. The lid flew open. It contained 4 bank notes, 3 of £1,000 and 1 of £10. He folded up the 3 bank notes of £1,000 each, replaced them in the iron tobacco box, shut the lid again, and put it in his pocket. Then he picked up a stone, wrapped it in the £10 note, and said, "You may turn round again." Rantaine turned. Sieur Clubin continued, "I told you I would be contented with £3,000. Here, I return you £10." And he threw to Rantaine the note enfolding the stone. Rantaine, with a movement of his foot, sent the bank note and the stone into the sea. "As you please," said Clubin. "You must be rich. I am satisfied." The noise of oars, which had been continually drawing nearer during the dialogue, ceased. They knew by this that the boat had arrived at the base of the cliff. "Your vehicle waits below. You can go, Rantaine." Rantaine advanced towards the steps of stones and rapidly disappeared. Clubin moved cautiously towards the edge of the escarpment and watched him descending. The boat had stopped near the last stage of the rocks, at the very spot where the coast guardman had fallen. Still observing Rantaine stepping from stone to stone, Clubin muttered, "A good number, 619. He thought himself alone. Rantaine thought there were only 2 there. I alone knew that there were 3. He perceived at his feet the telescope which had dropped from the hands of the coast guardman. The sound of oars was heard again. Rantaine had stepped into the boat, and the rowers had pushed out to sea. When Rantaine was safely in the boat, and the cliff was beginning to recede from his eyes, he arose again abruptly. His features were convulsed with rage. He clenched his fist and cried, "Ha! He is the devil himself, a villain!" A few seconds later, Clubin, from the top of the rock, while bringing his telescope to bear upon the boat, heard distinctly the following words articulated by a loud voice, and mingling with the noise of the sea. "Sieur Clubin, you are an honest man, but you will not be offended if I write to Lethierry to acquaint him with this matter. And we have here in the boat a sailor from Guernsey, who is one of the crew of the Tamaulipas. His name is Achier Tostevin, and he will return to St. Malo on Zuela's next voyage, to bear testimony to the fact of my having returned to you, on Mess Lethierry's account, the sum of £3,000 sterling." It was Rantaine's voice. Clubin rarely did things by halves. Motionless as the coast guardman had been, and in the exact same place, his eye still at the telescope, he did not lose sight of the boat for one moment. He saw it growing less amidst the waves, watched it disappear and reappear, and approached the vessel, which was lying to. Finally he recognized the tall figure of Rantaine on the deck of the Tamaulipas. When the boat was raised and slung again to the davits, the Tamaulipas was in motion once more. The land breeze was fresh, and she spread all her sails. Clubin's glass continued, fixed upon her outline growing more and more indistinct, until half an hour later, when the Tamaulipas had become only a dark shape upon the horizon, growing smaller and smaller against the pale twilight in the sky. Chapter 9. Useful information for persons who expect or fear the arrival of letters from beyond sea. On that evening Sieur Clubin returned late. One of the causes of his delay was, that before going to his inn he had paid a visit to the Dinan gate of the town, a place where there were several wine shops. In one of these wine shops, where he was not known, he had bought a bottle of brandy, which he placed in the pocket of his overcoat as if he desired to conceal it. Then, as the Durande was to start on the following morning, he had taken a turn aboard to satisfy himself that everything was in order. When Sieur Clubin returned to the Jean Auberge, there was no one left in the lower room except the old sea captain, Monsieur Gertrais Gaboureau, who was drinking a jug of ale and smoking his pipe. Monsieur Gertrais Gaboureau saluted Sieur Clubin between a whiff and a draught of ale. "How do you do, Captain Clubin?" "Good evening, Captain Gertrais." "Well, the Tamaulipas is gone." "Ah," said Clubin, "I did not observe." Captain Gertrais Gaboureau expectorated, and said, "Zuela has decamped." "When was that?" "This evening." "Where has he gone?" "To the devil, no doubt. But where is that?" "To Arequipa." "I knew nothing of it," said Clubin. He added, "I am going to bed." He lighted his candle, walked towards the door, and returned. "Have you ever been at Arequipa, Captain?" "Yes, some years ago." "Where do they touch on that voyage?" "A little everywhere, but the Tamaulipas will touch nowhere." Monsieur Gertrais Gaboureau emptied his pipe upon the corner of a plate, and continued, "You know the lugger called the Trojan Horse, and that fine three-master, the Trente Mousins, which had gone to Cardiff? I was against their sailing on account of the weather. They have returned in a fine state. The lugger was laden with turpentine. She sprang a leak, and in working the pumps, they pumped up with the water all her cargo. As to the three-master, she has suffered most above water. Her cutwater, her head-rail, the stock of her larboard anchor are broken. Her standing jib-boom is gone clean by the cap. As for the jib-shrouds and bobstays, go and see what they look like. The mizzen-mast is not injured, but has had a severe shock. All the iron of the bowsprit has given way, and it is an extraordinary fact that, though the bowsprit itself is not scratched, it is completely stripped. The larboard bow of the vessel is stove in a good 3 feet square. This is what comes of not taking advice." Clubin had placed the candle on the table, and had begun to readjust a row of pins which he kept in the collar of his overcoat. He continued, "Didn't you say, Captain, that the Tamaulipas would not touch anywhere?" "Yes, she goes direct to Chili." "In that case she can send no news of herself on the voyage." "I beg your pardon, Captain Clubin. In the first place, she can send any letters by vessels she may meet sailing for Europe." "That is true." "Then there is the ocean letter-box." "What do you mean by the ocean letter-box?" "Don't you know what that is, Captain Clubin?" "No." "When you pass the Straits of Magellan—" "Well?" "Snow all around you, always bad weather, ugly down-easters, and bad seas." "Well?" "When you have doubled Cape Monmouth—" "Well, what next?" "Then you double Cape Valentine, and then—" "Why, then you double Cape Isadora, and afterwards?" "You double Point Anne." "Good. But what is it you call the ocean letter-box? We're coming to that." "Mountains on the right, mountains on the left, penguins and stormy petrels all about. A terrible place. Ah, by Jove, what a howling, and what cracks you get there. The hurricane wants no help. That's the place for holding on to the sheer rails, for reefing topsails. That's where you take in the mainsail and fly the jibsail, or take in the jibsail and try the storm jib. Gusts upon gusts, and then sometimes 4, 5, or 6 days of scudding under bare poles, often only a rag of canvas left. What a dance! Squalls enough to make a three-master skip like a flea. I saw once a cabin boy hanging on to the jib boom of an English brig, the True Blue, knocked, jib boom and all, to 10,000 nothings. Fellows are swept into the sea there like butterflies. I saw the second mate of the Revenue, a pretty schooner, knocked from under the forecross tree, and killed dead. I have had my sheer rails smashed, and come out with all my sails in ribbons. Frigates of 50 guns make water like wicker baskets. And the damnable coast, nothing can be imagined more dangerous. Rocks all jagged edged. You come by and by to Port Famine. There it's worse and worse. The worst seas I ever saw in my life. The devil's own latitudes. All of a sudden you spy the words painted in red, Post Office. What do you mean, Captain Gertrais? I mean, Captain Clubin, that immediately after doubling Point Anne, you see, on a rock, 100 feet high, a great post with a barrel suspended to the top. This barrel is the letter box. The English sailors must needs go and write up there Post Office. What had they to do with it? It is the ocean post office. It isn't the property of that worthy gentleman, the King of England. The box is common to all. It belongs to every flag. Post office! There's a crack-jaw word for you. It produces an effect on me, as if the devil had suddenly offered me a cup of tea. I will tell you now how the postal arrangements are carried out. Every vessel which passes sends to the post a boat with dispatches. A vessel coming from the Atlantic, for instance, sends there its letters for Europe, and a ship coming from the Pacific its letters for New Zealand or California. The officer in command of the boat puts his packet into the barrel and takes away any packet he finds there. You take charge of these letters, and the ship which comes after you takes charge of yours. As ships are always going to and fro, the continent whence you come is that to which I am going. I carry your letters, you carry mine. The barrel is made fast to the post with a chain, and it rains, snows, and hails. A pretty sea. The imps of Satan fly about on every side. The Tamaulipas will pass there. The barrel has a good lid with a hinge, but no padlock. You see, a fellow can write to his friends this way. The letters come safely. It is very curious, muttered Clubin thoughtfully. Captain Gertrais Gaboureau returned to his bottle of ale. If that vagabond Zuela should write, continued Clubin aside, the scoundrel puts his scrawl into the barrel at Magellan, and in 4 months I have his letter. Well, Captain Clubin, do you start to-morrow? Clubin, absorbed in a sort of somnambulism, did not notice the question, and Captain Gertrais repeated it. Clubin woke up. Of course, Captain Gertrais. It is my day. I must start to-morrow morning. If it was my case, I shouldn't, Captain Clubin. The hair of the dog's coat feels damp. For 2 nights past, the sea-birds have been flying wildly round the lanthorn of the lighthouse. A bad sign. I have a storm-glass too, which gives me a warning. The moon is at her 2nd quarter. It is the maximum of humidity. I noticed to-day some pimpernels with their leaves shut, and a field of clover with its stalks all stiff. The worms come out of the ground to-day. The flies sting. The bees keep close to their hives. The sparrows chatter together. You can hear the sound of bells from far off. I heard to-night the Angelus at Saint-Lunaire. And then the sun set angry. There will be a good fog to-morrow, mark my words. I don't advise you to put to sea. I dread the fog a good deal more than a hurricane. It's a nasty neighbour, that. End of chapter 9 of book 5. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 1 to 2 of Book 6 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 6, The Drunken Steersman and the Sober Captain. Chapter 1, the Douvres. At about 5 leagues out, in the open sea, to the south of Guernsey, opposite Clermont Point, and between the Channel Islands and St. Malo, there is a group of rocks called the Douvres. The spot is dangerous. This term Douvre, applied to rocks and cliffs, is very common. There is, for example, near the Côte du Nord, a Douvre, on which a lighthouse is now being constructed, a dangerous reef, but one which must not be confounded with the rock above referred to. The nearest point on the French coast to the Douvres is Cap Bréhat. The Douvres are a little further from the coast of France than from the nearest of the Channel Islands. The distance from Jersey may be pretty nearly measured by the extreme length of Jersey. If the island of Jersey could be turned round upon Corbière as upon a hinge, St. Catherine's Point would almost touch the Douvres at a distance of more than 4 leagues. In these civilized regions the wildest rocks are rarely desert places. Smugglers are met with at Argot, customs house men at Binnick, Celts at Bréhat, oyster dredgers at Cancale, rabbit shooters at Césambre or Caesar's Island, crab gatherers at Brecqhou, trawlers at the Manquier, dredgers at Écréhou, but no one is ever seen upon the Douvres. The sea-birds alone make their home there. No spot in the ocean is more dreaded. The Casquets, where it is said the Blanche Nef was lost, the bank of Calvados, the Needles in the Isle of Wight, the Ronesse, which makes the coast of Beaulieu so dangerous, the sunken reefs at Prail, which block the entrance to Merkel, and which necessitates the red-painted beacon in 20 fathoms of water, the treacherous approaches to Étable and Clouhat, the 2 granite druids to the south of Guernsey, the old Andelot and the little Andelot, the Corbière and the Hanways, the Isle of Rah, associated with terror in the proverb, "Si jamais tu passes le Roi, si tu ne meurs, tu trembleras." The Morte Femme, the Déroute between Guernsey and Jersey, the Hardon between the Manquier and the Chaussee, the Mauvais Cheval between Bouley Bay and Barneville, have not so evil a reputation. It would be preferable to have to encounter all these dangers, one after the other, than the Douvres once. In all that perilous sea of the Channel, which is the Aegean of the West, the Douvres have no equal in their terrors, except the Paternoster between Guernsey and Sark. From the Paternoster, however, it is possible to give a signal. A ship in distress there may obtain succour. To the north rises Dicard or Dicaré Point, and to the south Gronay. From the Douvres you can see nothing. Its associations are the storm, the cloud, the wild sea, the desolate waste, the uninhabited coast. The blocks of granite are hideous and enormous, everywhere perpendicular wall, the severe inhospitality of the abyss. It is in the open sea. The water about is very deep. A rock completely isolated like the Douvres attracts and shelters creatures which shun the haunts of men. It is a sort of vast submarine cave of fossil coral branches, a drowned labyrinth. There, at a depth to which divers would find it difficult to descend, are caverns, haunts, and dusky mazes, where monstrous creatures multiply and destroy each other. Huge crabs devour fish and are devoured in their turn. Hideous shapes of living things, not created to be seen by human eyes, wander in this twilight. Vague forms of antennae, tentacles, fins, open jaws, scales, and claws float about there, quivering, growing larger, or decomposing and perishing in the gloom, while horrible swarms of swimming things prowl about seeking their prey. To gaze into the depths of the sea is, in the imagination, like beholding the vast unknown, and from its most terrible point of view. The submarine gulf is analogous to the realm of night and dreams. There also is sleep, unconsciousness, or at least apparent unconsciousness, of creation. There, in the awful silence and darkness, the rude first forms of life, phantom-like, demoniacal, pursue their horrible instincts. 40 years ago, two rocks of singular form signalled the Douvre from afar to passers on the ocean. They were two vertical points, sharp and curved, their summits almost touching each other. They looked like the two tusks of an elephant rising out of the sea. But they were tusks high as tall towers, of an elephant huge as a mountain. These two natural towers, rising out of the obscure home of marine monsters, only left a narrow passage between them, where the waves rushed through. This passage, tortuous and full of angles, resembled a straggling street between high walls. The two twin rocks are called the Douvres. There was the Great Douvre and the Little Douvre. One was 60 feet high, the other 40. The ebb and flow of the tide had at last worn away part of the base of the towers, and a violent equinoctial gale on the 26th of October 1859 overthrew one of them. The smaller one, which still remains, is worn and tottering. One of the most singular of the Douvres is a rock known as the Man. This still exists. Some fishermen in the last century visiting this spot found on the height of the rock a human body. By its side were a number of empty sea-shells. A sailor escaped from shipwreck had found a refuge there, had lived some time upon rock limpets, and had died. Hence its name of the Man. The solitudes of the sea are peculiarly dismal. The things which pass there seem to have no relation to the human race. Their objects are unknown. Such is the isolation of the Douvre. All around, as far as eye can reach, spreads the vast and restless sea. Chapter 2. An unexpected flask of brandy. On the Friday morning, the day after the departure of the Tamaulipas, the Durande started again for Guernsey. She left St. Malo at 9 o'clock. The weather was fine, no haze. Old Captain Gertrude Gaboreau was evidently in his dotage. Sieur Clubin's numerous occupations had decidedly been unfavourable to the collection of freight for the Durande. He had only taken aboard some packages of Parisian articles for the fancy shops of St. Peter's Port, 3 cases for the Guernsey hospital, one containing yellow soap and long candles, and the other French shoe leather for soles, and choice Cordovan skins. He brought back from his last cargo a case of crushed sugar and 3 chests of Congo tea, which the French custom house would not permit to pass. He had embarked very few cattle, some bullocks only. These bullocks were in the hold, loosely tethered. There were 6 passengers aboard, a Guernsey man, 2 inhabitants of St. Malo, dealers in cattle, a tourist, a phrase already in vogue at this period, a Parisian citizen, probably travelling on commercial affairs, and an American engaged in distributing Bibles. Without reckoning Clubin, the crew of the Durande amounted to 7 men, a helmsman, a stoker, a ship's carpenter, and a cook, serving as sailors in case of need, 2 engineers, and a cabin boy. One of the 2 engineers was also a practical mechanic. This man, a bold and intelligent Dutch negro, who had originally escaped from the sugar plantations of Surinam, was named Imbrancam. The negro, Imbrancam, understood and attended admirably to the engine. In the early days of the Devil Boat, his black face, appearing now and then at the top of the engine-room stairs, had contributed not a little to sustain its diabolical reputation. The helmsman, a native of Guernsey, but of a family originally from Cotentin, bore the name of Tangrouille. The Tangrouilles were an old noble family. This was strictly true. The Channel Islands are like England, an aristocratic region. Castes exist in there still. The castes have their peculiar ideas, which are, in fact, their protection. These notions of caste are everywhere similar. In Hindustan, as in Germany, nobility is won by the sword, lost by soiling the hands with labour, but preserved by idleness. To do nothing is to live nobly. Whoever abstains from work is honoured. A trade is fatal. In France, in old times, there was no exception to this rule, except in the case of glass manufacturers. Emptying bottles being then one of the glories of gentlemen, making them was probably, for that reason, not considered dishonourable. In the Channel Archipelago, as in Great Britain, he who would remain noble must contrive to be rich. A working man cannot possibly be a gentleman. If he has ever been one, he is so no longer. Yonder sailor, perhaps, descends from the Knights Banneret, but is nothing but a sailor. 30 years ago, a real Gorge, who would have had rights over the seigneury of Gorge, confiscated by Philip Augustus, gathered seaweed, naked-footed, in the sea. A Carteret is a waggoner in Sark. There are at Jersey a draper, and at Guernsey a shoemaker, named Grouchy, who claim to be Grouches, and cousins of the Marshal of Waterloo. The old registers of the bishopric of Coutances make mention of a seigneury of Tangreville, evidently from Tancarville on the lower Seine, which is identical with Montmorency. In the 15th century, Johann de Hérouville, archer and étoffe of the Sire de Tangreville, bore behind him son corset et ses autres harnois. In May 1371, at Pontorson, at the review of Bertrand du Guesclin, Monsieur de Tangreville rendered his homage as knight bachelor. In the Norman islands, if a noble falls into poverty, he is soon eliminated from the order. A mere change of pronunciation is enough. Tangreville becomes Tangruil, and the thing is done. This has been the fate of the helmsman of the Durande. At the Bordager of St. Peter's Port there is a dealer in old iron named Angruel, who is probably an Angreville. Under Louis le Gros, the Angrevilles possessed 3 parishes in the district of Valognes. A certain Abbé Trigan has written an ecclesiastical history of Normandy. This chronicler Trigan was the curé of the seigneury of Digueville. The sire of Digueville, if he had sunk to a lower grade, would have been called Diguil. Tangruil, this probably Toncarville, and possibly Montmorency, had an ancient noble quality, but a grave failing for a steersman. He got drunk occasionally. Sieur Clubin had obstinately determined to retain him. He answered for his conduct to Mess Lethierry. Tangruil, the helmsman, never left the vessel. He slept aboard. On the eve of their departure, when Sieur Clubin came at a late hour to inspect the vessel, the steersman was in his hammock asleep. In the night, Tangruil awoke. It was his nightly habit. Every drunkard who is not his own master has his secret hiding place. Tangruil had his, which he called his store. The secret store of Tangruil was in the hold. He had placed it there to put others off the scent. He thought it certain that his hiding place was known only to himself. Captain Clubin, being a sober man himself, was strict. The little rum or gin which the helmsman could conceal from the vigilant eyes of the captain he kept in reserve in this mysterious corner of the hold, and nearly every night he had a stolen interview with the contents of this store. The surveillance was rigorous, the orgy was a poor one, and Tangruil's nightly excesses were generally confined to 2 or 3 furtive draughts. Sometimes it happened that the store was empty. This night Tangruil had found there an unexpected bottle of brandy. His joy was great, but his astonishment greater. From what cloud had it fallen? He could not remember when or how he had ever brought it into the ship. He soon, however, consumed the whole of it, partly from motives of prudence, and partly from a fear that the brandy might be discovered and seized. The bottle he threw overboard. In the morning, when he took the helm, Tangruil exhibited a slight oscillation of the body. He steered, however, pretty nearly as usual. With regard to Clubin, he had gone, as the reader knows, to sleep at the Jean Auberge. Clubin always wore under his shirt a leathern travelling belt, in which he kept a reserve of 20 guineas. He took this belt off only at night. Inside the belt was his name, Clubin, written by himself on the rough leather, with thick lithographer's ink, which is indelible. On rising, just before his departure, he put into this girdle the iron box containing the 75,000 francs in bank notes. Then, as he was accustomed to do, he buckled the belt round his body. End of chapter 2 of book 6. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com. Chapter 3 of Book 6 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 6, The Drunken Steersman and the Sober Captain. Chapter 3. Conversations Interrupted. The Durande started pleasantly. The passengers, as soon as their bags and portmanteaux were installed upon and under the benches, took that customary survey of the vessel which seemed indispensable under the circumstances. Two of the passengers, the tourist and the Parisian, had never seen a steam vessel before, and from the moment the paddles began to revolve they stood admiring the foam. Then they looked with wonderment at the smoke. Then they examined one by one, and almost piece by piece, upon the upper and lower deck, all those naval appliances, such as rings, grapnels, hooks, and bolts, which, with their nice precision and adaptation, form a kind of colossal bijouterie, a sort of iron jewellery, fantastically gilded with rust by the weather. They walked round the little signal gun upon the upper deck. "Chained up like a sporting dog," observed the tourist. "And covered with a waterproof coat to prevent its taking cold," added the Parisian. As they left the land further behind, they indulged in the customary observations upon the view of St. Malo. One passenger laid down the axiom that the approach to a place by sea is always deceptive, and that at a league from the shore, for example, nothing could more resemble Ostend than Dunkirk. He completed his series of remarks on Dunkirk by the observation that one of its two floating lights painted red was called Routingon, and the other Mardique. St. Malo, meanwhile, grew smaller in the distance, and finally disappeared from view. The aspect of the sea was a vast calm. The furrow left in the water by the vessel was a long double line edged with foam and stretching straight behind them as far as the eye could see. A straight line drawn from St. Malo in France to Exeter in England would touch the island of Guernsey. The straight line at sea is not always the one chosen. Steam vessels, however, have, to a certain extent, a power of following the direct course denied to sailing ships. The wind, in cooperation with the sea, is a combination of forces. A ship is a combination of appliances. Forces are machines of infinite power. Machines are forces of limited power. That struggle which we call navigation is between these two organisations, the one inexhaustible, the other intelligent. Mind, directing the mechanism, forms the counterbalance to the infinite power of the opposing forces. But the opposing forces, too, have their organisation. The elements are conscious of where they go and what they are about. No force is merely blind. It is the function of man to keep watch upon these natural agents and to discover their laws. While these laws are still in great part undiscovered, the struggle continues, and in this struggle navigation, by the help of steam, is a perpetual victory, won by human skill every hour of the day and upon every point of the sea. The admirable feature in steam navigation is, that it disciplines the very ship herself. It diminishes her obedience to the winds, and increases her docility to man. The Durande had never worked better at sea than on that day. She made her way marvellously. Towards 11 o'clock, a fresh breeze blowing from the nor'-nor'-west, the Durande was off the Minquier, under little steam, keeping her head to the west, on the starboard tack, and close up to the wind. The weather was still fine and clear. The trawlers, however, were making for shore. By little and little, as if each one was anxious to get into port, the sea became clear of the boats. It could not be said that the Durande was keeping quite her usual course. The crew gave no thought to such matters. The confidence in the captain was absolute, yet perhaps through the fault of the helmsman there was a slight deviation. The Durande appeared to be making rather towards Jersey than Guernsey. A little after 11 the captain rectified the vessel's course and put her head fair for Guernsey. It was only a little time lost, but in short days time lost has its inconveniences. It was a February day, but the sun shone brightly. Tangrouille, in his half-intoxicated state, had not a very sure arm, nor a very firm footing. The result was that the helmsman lurched pretty often, which also retarded progress. The wind had almost entirely fallen. The Guernsey passenger, who had a telescope in his hand, brought it to bear from time to time upon a little cloud of grey mist, lightly moved by the wind, in the extreme western horizon. It resembled a fleecy down sprinkled with dust. Captain Clubin wore his ordinary, austere, Puritan-like expression of countenance. He appeared to redouble his attention. All was peaceful and almost joyous on board the Durande. The passengers chatted. It is possible to judge of the state of the sea in a passage with the eyes closed, by noting the tremolo of the conversation about you. The full freedom of mind among the passengers answers to the perfect tranquillity of the waters. It is impossible, for example, that a conversation like the following could take place otherwise than on a very calm sea. Observe that pretty green and red fly. It has lost itself out at sea and is resting on the ship. Flies do not soon get tired. No doubt they are light. The wind carries them. An ounce of flies was once weighed and afterwards counted, and it was found to comprise no less than 6,268. The Guernsey passenger with the telescope had approached the St. Malo cattle dealers, and their talk was something in this vein. The Aubrac bull has a round and thick buttock, short legs, and a yellowish hide. He is slow at work by reason of the shortness of his legs. In that matter the sailors beat the Aubrac. I have seen, sir, 2 beautiful bulls in my life. The first has the legs low, the breast thick, the rump full, the haunches large, a good length of neck to the udder, withers of good height, the skin easy to strip. The second had all the signs of good fattening, a thick-set back, neck and shoulders strong, coat white and brown, rump sinking. That's the Cotentin race. Yes, with a slight cross with the Angus or Suffolk bull. You may believe it if you please, sir, but I assure you in the south they hold shows of donkeys. Shows of donkeys? Of donkeys, on my honour, and the ugliest are the most admired. Ha! It is the same as with the mall shows. The ugly ones are considered best. Exactly. Take also the Poitevin mares, large belly, thick legs. The best mule known is a sort of barrel upon 4 posts. Beauty in beasts is a different thing from beauty in men, and particularly in women. That is true. As for me, I like a woman to be pretty. I am more particular about her being well dressed. Yes, neat, clean, and well set off. Looking just new. A pretty girl ought always to appear as if she had just been turned out by a jeweller. To return to my bulls, I saw these two sold at the market at Tours. The market at Tours, I know it very well. The Bonos of La Rochelle and the Babas corn merchants at Maron. I don't know whether you have heard of them attending that market." The tourist and the Parisian were conversing with the American of the Bibles. "Sir," said the tourist, "I will tell you the tonnage of the civilized world. France, 716,000 tons. Germany, 1,000,000. The United States, 5,000,000. England, 5,500,000. Add the small vessels. Total, 12,904,000 tons, carried in 145,000 vessels, scattered over the waters of the globe." The American interrupted. "It is the United States, sir, which have 5,500,000. "I agree," said the tourist. "You are an American?" "Yes, sir." "I agree again." There was a pause. The American missionary was considering whether this was a case for the offer of a Bible. "Is it true, sir," asked the tourist, "that you have a passion for nicknames in America, so complete that you confer them upon all your celebrated men, and that you call your famous Missouri banker, Thomas Benton, Old Lingott?" "Yes, just as we call Zachary Taylor Old Zach." "And General Harrison Old Tip, am I right? And General Jackson Old Hickory?" "Because Jackson is hard as hickory wood, and because Harrison beat the Redskins at Tippecanoe." "It is an odd fashion, that of yours." "It is our custom. We call Van Buren the Little Wizard; Seward, who introduced the small bank notes, Little Billy; and Douglas, the Democrat senator from Illinois, who is 4 feet high and very eloquent, the Little Giant. You may go from Texas to the state of Maine without hearing the name of Mr. Cass. They say the great Michiganer, not the name of Clay. They say the miller's boy with the scar. Clay is the son of a miller." "I should prefer to say Clay or Cass," said the Parisian. "It's shorter." "Then you would be out of the fashion. We call Corwin, who is the Secretary of the Treasury, the Waggoner Boy; Daniel Webster, Black Dan. As to Winfield Scott, as his first thought after beating the English at Chippeway was to sit down to dine, we call him Quick, a basin of soup." The small white mist perceived in the distance had become larger. It filled now a segment of 15 degrees above the horizon. It was like a cloud loitering along the water for want of wind to stir it. The breeze had almost entirely died away. The sea was glassy. Although it was not yet noon, the sun was becoming pale. It lighted, but seemed to give no warmth. "I fancy," said the tourist, "that we shall have a change of weather." "Probably rain," said the Parisian. "Or fog," said the American. "In Italy," remarked the tourist, "Molfetta is the place where there falls the least rain, and Tolmezzo where there falls the most." At noon, according to the usage of the Channel Islands, the bell sounded for dinner. Those dined who desired. Some passengers had brought with them provisions, and were eating merrily on the after deck. Clubin did not eat. While this eating was going on, the conversations continued. The Guernsey man, having probably a sense for Bibles, approached the American. The latter said to him, "You know this sea?" "Very well. I belong to this part." "And I too," said one of the St. Malo men. The native of Guernsey followed with a bow, and continued, "We are fortunately well out at sea now. I should not have liked a fog when we were off the Manquier." The American said to the San Malo man, "Islanders are more at home on the sea than the folks of the coast." "True, we coast people are only half dipped in salt water." "What are the Manquier?" asked the American. The San Malo man replied, "They are an ugly reef of rocks." "There are also the Grelets," said the Guernsey man. "Parbleu!" ejaculated the other. "And the tuners," added the Guernsey man. The inhabitant of St. Malo laughed. "As for that," said he, "there are the Savages also." "And the monks," observed the Guernsey man. "And the duck," cried the San Maloite. "Sir," remarked the inhabitant of Guernsey, "you have an answer for everything." The tourist interposed with a question. "Have we to pass all that legion of rocks?" "No, we have left it to the south-south-east. It is behind us." And the Guernsey passenger continued, "Big and little rocks together, the Grelets have 57 peaks." "And the Monquier 48, said the other. The dialogue was now confined to the St. Malo and the Guernsey passenger. "It strikes me, Monsieur St. Malo, that there are 3 rocks which you have not included." "I mentioned all." "From the Dere to the Maître Ile." "And les Maisons?" "Yes, 7 rocks in the midst of the Minquier. I see you know the very stones. If I didn't know the stones, I should not be an inhabitant of St. Malo. It is amusing to hear French people's reasonings." The St. Malo man bowed in his turn, and said, "The Sauvages are 3 rocks, and the monks 2, and the duck 1. The duck, this is only 1, of course." "No, for the Suarde consists of 4 rocks." "What do you mean by the Suarde?" asked the inhabitant of Guernsey. "We call the Suarde what you call the Chouard. It is a queer passage that between the Chouard and the duck. It is impassable except for the birds. And the fish?" "Scarcely. In bad weather they give themselves hard knocks against the walls." "There is sand near the Monquier?" "Around the Maison. There are 8 rocks visible from Jersey." "Visible from the strand of Azette, that's correct. But not 8, only 7. "At low water you can walk about the Minquier?" "No doubt there would be sand above water." "And what of the Dirouilles?" "The Dirouilles bear no resemblance to the Monquier. They are very dangerous." "They are near Granville." "I see that you St. Malo people, like us, enjoy sailing in these seas." "Yes," replied the St. Malo man, "with the difference that we say, 'We have the habit,' we are fond." "You make good sailors. I am myself a cattle merchant." "Who is that famous sailor born of St. Malo? Surcouf? Another?" "Duguay Trouin." Here the Parisian commercial man chimed in. "Duguay Trouin? He was captured by the English. He was as agreeable as he was brave. A young English lady fell in love with him. It was she who procured him his liberty." At this moment a voice like thunder was heard crying out, "You are drunk, man!" End of chapter 3 of book 6. Recording by Paul Adams. www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 4 to 5 of book 6 of Toilers of the Sea, part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 6, The Drunken Steersman and the Sober Captain. Chapter 4. Captain Clubin displays all his great qualities. Everybody turned. It was the captain calling to the helmsman. Sieur Clubin's tone and manner evidenced that he was extremely angry, or that he wished to appear so. A well-timed burst of anger sometimes removes responsibility, and sometimes shifts it on to other shoulders. The captain, standing on the bridge between the 2 paddle boxes, fixed his eyes on the helmsman. He repeated between his teeth, "Drunkard." The unlucky Tangrouille hung his head. The fog had made progress. It filled by this time nearly 1/2 of the horizon. It seemed to advance from every quarter at the same time. There is something in a fog of the nature of a drop of oil upon the water. It enlarged insensibly. The light wind moved it onward slowly and silently. By little and little it took possession of the ocean. It was coming chiefly from the north-west. Dead ahead, the ship had it before her prow, like a line of cliff moving vast and vague. It rose from the sea like a wall. There was an exact point where the wide waters entered the fog and were lost to sight. This line of the commencement of the fog was still above half a league distant. The interval was visibly growing less and less. The Durande made way. The fog made way also. It was drawing nearer to the vessel, while the vessel was drawing nearer to it. Clubin gave the order to put on more steam and to hold off the coast. Thus, for some time, they skirted the edge of the fog, but still it advanced. The vessel, meanwhile, sailed in broad sunlight. Time was lost in these manoeuvres, which had little chance of success. Nightfall comes quickly in February. The native of Guernsey was meditating upon the subject of this fog. He said to the St. Malo men, "It will be thick." "An ugly sort of weather at sea," observed one of the St. Malo men. The other added, "A kind of thing which spoils a good passage." The Guernsey passenger approached Clubin and said, "I'm afraid, captain, that the fog will catch us." Clubin replied, "I wished to stay at St. Malo, but I was advised to go." "By whom?" "By some old sailors." "You are certainly right to go," said the Guernsey man. "Who knows whether there will not be a tempest to-morrow? At this season you may wait and find it worse." A few moments later the Durande entered the fog bank. The effect was singular. Suddenly those who were on the after deck could not see those forward. A soft grey medium divided the ship in two. Then the entire vessel passed into the fog. The sun became like a dull red moon. Everybody suddenly shivered. The passengers put on their overcoats, and the sailors their tarpaulins. The sea, almost without a ripple, was the more menacing from its cold tranquillity. All was pale and wan. The black funnel and the heavy smoke struggled with the dewy mist which enshrouded the vessel. Dropping to westward was now useless. The captain kept the vessel's head again towards Guernsey, and gave orders to put on the steam. The Guernsey passenger, hanging about the engine-room hatchway, heard the negro Imbrancam talking to his engineer comrade. The passenger listened. The negro said, "This morning, in the sun, we were going half steam on. Now, in the fog, we put on steam." The Guernsey man returned to Clubin. "Captain Clubin, a look-out is useless, but have we not too much steam on?" "What can I do, sir? We must make up for time lost through the fault of that drunkard of a helmsman." "True, Captain Clubin." And Clubin added, "I am anxious to arrive. It is foggy enough by day. It would be rather too much at night." The Guernsey man rejoined his St. Malo fellow passengers, and remarked, "We have an excellent captain." At intervals great waves of mist bore down heavily upon them, and blotted out the sun, which again issued out of them pale and sickly. The little that could be seen of the heavens resembled the long strips of painted sky, dirty and smeared with oil, among the old scenery of a theatre. The Durande passed close to a cutter which had cast anchor for safety. It was the Shealtiel of Guernsey. The master of the cutter remarked the high speed of the steam vessel. It struck him also that she was not in her exact course. She seemed to him to bear to westward too much. The apparition of this vessel under full steam in the fog surprised him. Towards 2 o'clock the weather had become so thick that the captain was obliged to leave the bridge and plant himself near the steersman. The sun had vanished, and all was fog. A sort of ashy darkness surrounded the ship. They were navigating in a pale shroud. They could see neither sky nor water. There was not a breath of wind. The can of turpentine suspended under the bridge, between the paddle boxes, did not even oscillate. The passengers had become silent. The Parisian, however, hummed between his teeth the song of Béranger. Un jour le bon Dieu s'éveillant. One of the St. Malo passengers addressed him. "You are from Paris, sir?" "Yes, sir. Il mit la tête à la fenêtre." "What do they do in Paris?" "Le planète a péri, peut-être. In Paris, sir, things are going on very badly." "Then it's the same ashore as at sea." "It is true. We have an abominable fog here." one which might involve us in misfortunes." The Parisian exclaimed, "Yes. And why all these misfortunes in the world? Misfortunes! What are they sent for, these misfortunes? What use do they serve? There was the fire at the Odeon Theatre, and immediately a number of families thrown out of employment. Is that just? I don't know what is your religion, sir, but I am puzzled by all this." "So am I," said the St. Malo man. "Everything that happens here below," continued the Parisian, "seems to go wrong. It looks as if Providence, for some reason, no longer watched over the world." The St. Malo man scratched the top of his head, like one making an effort to understand. The Parisian continued, "Our guardian angel seems to be absent. There ought to be a decree against celestial absenteeism. He is at his country house, and takes no notice of us, so all gets in disorder. It is evident that this guardian is not in the government. He is taking holiday, leaving some vicar, some seminarist angel, some wretched creature with sparrow's wings, to look after affairs." Captain Clubin, who had approached the speakers during this conversation, laid his hand upon the shoulder of the Parisian. "Silence, sir," he said. "Keep a watch upon your words. We are upon the sea." No one spoke again aloud. After a pause of 5 minutes, the Guernsey man, who had heard all this, whispered in the ear of the St. Malo passenger, "A religious man, our captain." It did not rain, but all felt their clothing wet. The crew took no heed of the way they were making, but there was increased sense of uneasiness. They seemed to have entered into a doleful region. The fog makes a deep silence on the sea. It calms the waves and stifles the wind. In the midst of this silence, the creaking of the Durande communicated a strange, indefinable feeling of melancholy and disquietude. They passed no more vessels. If afar off, in the direction of Guernsey or in that of St. Malo, any vessels were at sea outside the fog, the Durande, submerged in the dense cloud, must have been invisible to them, while her long trail of smoke, attached to nothing, looked like a black comet in the pale sky. Suddenly Clubin roared out, "Hangdog, you have played us an ugly trick. You will have done us some damage before we are out of this. You deserve to be put in irons. Get you gone, drunkard!" And he seized the helm himself. The steersman, humbled, shrunk away to take part in the duties forward. The Guernsey man said, "That will save us." The vessel was still making way rapidly. Towards 3 o'clock the lower part of the fog began to clear, and they could see the sea again. A mist can only be dispersed by the sun or the wind. By the sun is well, by the wind is not so well. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the month of February, the sun is always weak. A return of the wind at this crucial point in a voyage is not desirable. It is often the forerunner of a hurricane. If there was any breeze, however, it was scarcely perceptible. Clubin, with his eye on the binnacle, holding the tiller and steering, muttered to himself some words like the following, which reached the ears of the passengers. "No time to be lost. That drunken rascal has retarded us." His visage, meanwhile, was absolutely without expression. The sea was less calm under the mist. A few waves were distinguishable. Little patches of light appeared on the surface of the water. These luminous patches attract the attention of the sailors. They indicate openings made by the wind in the overhanging roof of fog. The cloud rose a little, and then sunk heavier. Sometimes the density was perfect. The ship was involved in a sort of foggy iceberg. At intervals this terrible circle opened a little, like a pair of pincers, showed a glimpse of the horizon, and then closed again. Meanwhile the Guernsey man, armed with his spyglass, was standing like a sentinel in the forepart of the vessel. An opening appeared for a moment and was blotted out again. The Guernsey man returned alarmed. "Captain Clubin!" "What is the matter?" "We are steering right upon the Hanways." "You are mistaken," said Clubin coldly. The Guernsey man insisted. I am sure of it. Impossible. I have just seen the rock in the horizon. Where? Out yonder. It is the open sea there. Impossible. And Clubin kept the vessel's head to the point indicated by the passenger. The Guernsey man seized his spyglass again. A moment later he came running aft again. "Captain!" "Well?" "Tack about." "Why?" "I'm certain of having seen a very high rock just ahead. It is the Great Hanway." "You have seen nothing but a thicker bank of fog." "It is the Great Hanway. Tack in the name of heaven." Clubin gave the helm a turn. Chapter 5. Clubin reaches the crowning point of glory. A crash was heard. The ripping of a vessel's side upon a sunken reef in open sea is the most dismal sound of which man can dream. The Durande's course was stopped short. Several passengers were knocked down with the shock and rolled upon the deck. The Guernsey man raised his hands to heaven. "We're on the Hanways! I predicted it!" A long cry went up from the ship. "We are lost!" The voice of Clubin, dry and short, was heard above all. "No one is lost. Silence!" The black form of Imbrancam, naked down to the waist, issued from the hatchway of the engine room. The negro said with self-possession, "The water is gaining, Captain. The fires will soon be out." The moment was terrible. The shock was like that of a suicide. If the disaster had been wilfully sought, it could not have been more terrible. The Durande had rushed upon her fate as if she had attacked the rock itself. A point had pierced her sides like a wedge. More than 6 feet square of planking had gone. The stem was broken, the prow smashed, and the gaping hull drank in the sea with a horrible gulping noise. It was an entrance for wreck and ruin. The rebound was so violent that it had shattered the rudder pennants. The rudder itself hung unhinged and flapping. The rock had driven in her keel. Round about the vessel nothing was visible except a thick, compact fog, now becoming sombre. Night was gathering fast. The Durande plunged forward. It was like the effort of a horse pierced through the entrails by the horns of a bull. All was over with her. Tangrouille was sobered. Nobody is drunk in the moment of a shipwreck. He came down to the quarter-deck, went up again, and said, "Captain, the water is gaining rapidly in the hold. In 10 minutes it will be up to the scupper holes." The passengers ran about bewildered, wringing their hands, leaning over the bulwarks, looking down into the engine room, and making every other sort of useless movement in their terror. The tourist had fainted. Clubin made a sign with his hand, and they were silent. He questioned Imbrancam. "How long will the engines work yet?" 5 or 6 minutes, sir." Then he interrogated the Guernsey passenger. "I was at the helm. You saw the rock. On which bank of the Hanways are we?" "On the Mauve. Just now, in the opening in the fog, I saw it clearly." "If we're on the Mauve," remarked Clubin, "we have the Great Hanway on the port side and the Little Hanway on the starboard bow. We are a mile from the shore." The crew and passengers listened, fixing their eyes anxiously and attentively on the captain. Lightening the ship would have been of no avail, and indeed would have been hardly possible. In order to throw the cargo overboard, they would have had to open the ports and increase the chance of the water entering. To cast anchor would have been equally useless. They were stuck fast. Besides, with such a bottom for the anchor to drag, the chain would probably have fouled. The engines, not being injured, and being workable while the fires were not extinguished, that is to say, for a few minutes longer, they could have made an effort, by help of steam and her paddles, to turn her astern off the rocks. But if they had succeeded, they must have settled down immediately. The rock, indeed, in some degree stopped the breach and prevented the entrance of the water. It was at least an obstacle. While the hole, once freed, it would have been impossible to stop the leak or to work the pumps. To snatch a poniard from a wound in the heart is instant death to the victim. To free the vessel from the rock would have been simply to founder. The cattle, on whom the water was gaining in the hold, were lowing piteously. Clubin issued orders. "Launch the longboat." Imbrancam and Tangrouille rushed to execute the order. The boat was eased from her fastenings. The rest of the crew looked on stupefied. "All hands to assist!" cried Clubin. This time all obeyed. Clubin, self-possessed, continued to issue his orders in that old sea dialect, which French sailors of the present day would scarcely understand. "Haul in a rope! Get a cable if the capstan does not work! Stop heaving! Keep the blocks clear! Lower away there! Bring her down stern and bows! Now then, all together, lads! Take care she don't lower stern first! There's too much strain on there! Hold the lanyard of the stock tackle! Stand by there!" The long-boat was launched. At that instant the Durande's paddles stopped, and the smoke ceased. The fires were drowned. The passengers slipped down the ladder and dropped hurriedly into the long-boat. Imbrancam lifted the fainting tourist, carried him into the boat, and then boarded the vessel again. The crew made a rush after the passengers. The cabin boy was knocked down, and the others were trampling upon him. Imbrancam barred their passage. "Not a man before the lad," he said. He kept off the sailors with his two black arms, picked up the boy, and handed him down to the Guernsey man who was standing upright in the boat. The boy saved, Imbrancam made way for the others and said, "Pass on." Meanwhile Clubin had entered his cabin, and had made up a parcel containing the ship's papers and instruments. He took the compass from the binnacle, handed the papers and instruments to Imbrancam, and the compass to Tangrouille, and said to them, "Get aboard the boat." They obeyed. The crew had taken their places before them. "Now," cried Clubin, "push off." A cry arose from the long-boat. "What about yourself, captain?" "I will remain here." Shipwrecked people have little time to deliberate, and not much for indulging in tender feeling. Those who were in the long-boat, and in comparative safety, however, felt an emotion which was not altogether selfish. All the voices shouted together, "Come with us, captain." "No, I remain here." The Guernsey man, who had some experience of the sea, replied, "Listen to me, captain. You are wrecked on the Hanways. Swimming, you would have only a mile to cross to Pleinmont. In a boat you can only land at Rocquaine, which is 2 miles. There are breakers, and there is the fog. Our boat will not get to Rocquaine in less than 2 hours. It will be a dark night. The sea is rising, the wind getting fresh. A squall is at hand. We are now ready to return and bring you off, but if bad weather comes on, that will be out of our power. You are lost if you stay here. Come with us." The Parisian chimed in, "The long-boat is full. Too full, it is true, and one more will certainly be one too many. But we are 13, a bad number for the boat, and it is better to overload her with a man than to take an ominous number. Come, captain." Tangrouille added, "It was all my fault, not yours, captain. It isn't fair for you to be left behind." "I have decided to remain here," said Clubin. "The vessel must inevitably go to pieces in the tempest tonight. I won't leave her. When the ship is lost, the captain is already dead. People shall not say I didn't do my duty to the end. Tangrouille, I forgive you." Then, folding his arms, he cried, "Obey orders! Let go the rope and push off!" The long-boat swayed to and fro. Imbrancam had seized the tiller. All the hands which were not rowing were raised towards the captain. Every mouth cried, "Cheers for Captain Clubin!" "An admirable fellow," said the American. "Sir," replied the Guernsey man, "he is one of the worthiest seamen afloat." Tangrouille shed tears. "If I had had the courage," he said, "I would have stayed with him." The long-boat pushed away and was lost in the fog. Nothing more was visible. The beat of the oars grew fainter and died away. Clubin remained alone. End of chapter 5 of book 6. Recording by Paul Adams. www.yawnguy.com Chapter 6 of Book 6 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. Sieur Clubin by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 6. The Drunken Steersman and the Sober Captain. Chapter 6. The interior of an abyss suddenly revealed. When Clubin found himself upon this rock, in the midst of the fog and the wide waters, far from all sound of human life, left for dead, alone with the tide rising around him, and night settling down rapidly, he experienced a feeling of profound satisfaction. He had succeeded. His dream was realized. The acceptance which he had drawn upon destiny at so long a date had fallen due at last. With him, to be abandoned there was, in fact, to be saved. He was on the Hanways, 1 mile from the shore. He had about him 75,000 francs. Never was shipwreck more scientifically accomplished. Nothing had failed. It is true, everything had been foreseen. From his early years, Clubin had had an idea to stake his reputation for honesty at life's gaming table, to pass as a man of high honour, and to make that reputation his fulcrum for other things, to bide his time, to watch his opportunity, not to grope about blindly, but to seize boldly, to venture on one great stroke, only one, and to end by sweeping off the stakes, leaving fools behind him to gape and wonder. What stupid rogues fail in 20 times, he meant to accomplish at the first blow, and while they terminated a career on the gallows, he intended to finish with a fortune. The meeting with Rantaine had been a new light to him. He had immediately laid his plan, to compel Rantaine to disgorge, to frustrate his threatened revelations by disappearing, to make the world believe him dead, the best of all modes of concealment, and for this purpose to wreck the Durande. The shipwreck was necessary to his designs. Lastly, he had the satisfaction of vanishing, leaving behind him a great renown, the crowning point of his existence. As he stood meditating on these things amid the wreck, Clubin might have been taken for some demon in a pleasant mood. He had lived a lifetime for the sake of this 1 minute. His whole exterior was expressive of the 2 words, "at last." A devilish tranquillity reigned in that sallow countenance. His dull eye, the depth of which generally seemed to be impenetrable, became clear and terrible. The inward fire of his dark spirit was reflected there. Man's inner nature, like that external world about him, has its electric phenomena. An idea is like a meteor. At the moment of its coming, the confused meditations which preceded it open a way, and a spark flashes forth. Bearing within oneself a power of evil, feeling an inward prey, brings to some minds a pleasure which is like a sparkle of light. The triumph of an evil purpose brightens up their visages. The success of certain cunning combinations, the attainment of certain cherished objects, the gratification of certain ferocious instincts, will manifest themselves in sinister but luminous appearances in their eyes. It is like a threatening dawn, a gleam of joy drawn out of the heart of a storm. These flashes are generated in the conscience in its states of cloud and darkness. Some such signs were then exhibiting themselves in the pupils of those eyes. They were like nothing else that can be seen shining either above or here below. All Clubin's pent-up wickedness found full vent now. He gazed into the vast surrounding darkness, and indulged in a low, irrepressible laugh, full of sinister significance. He was rich at last! Rich at last! The unknown future of his life was at length unfolding. The problem was solved. Clubin had plenty of time before him. The sea was rising, and consequently sustained the Durande, and even raised her at last a little. The vessel kept firmly in its place among the rocks. There was no danger of her foundering. Besides, he determined to give the longboat time to get clear off. To go to the bottom, perhaps. Clubin hoped it might. Erect upon the deck of the shipwrecked vessel, he folded his arms, apparently enjoying that forlorn situation in the dark night. Hypocrisy had weighed upon this man for 30 years. He had been evil itself, yoked with probity for a mate. He detested virtue with the feeling of one who has been trapped into a hateful match. He had always had a wicked premeditation. From the time when he attained manhood, he had worn the cold and rigid armour of appearances. Underneath this was the demon of self. He had lived like a bandit in the disguise of an honest citizen. He had been the soft-spoken pirate, the bond-slave of honesty. He had been confined in garments of innocence, as in oppressive mummy-cloths, had worn those angel wings which the devils find so wearisome in their fallen state. He had been overloaded with public esteem. It is arduous passing for a shining light. To preserve a perpetual equilibrium amid these difficulties, to think evil, to speak goodness, here had been indeed a labour. Such a life of contradictions had been Clubin's fate. It had been his lot, not the less onerous because he had chosen it himself. To preserve a good exterior, to be always presentable, to foam in secret, to smile while grinding his teeth. Virtue presented itself to his mind as something stifling. He had felt sometimes as if he could have gnawed those finger ends which he was compelled to keep before his mouth. To live a life which is a perpetual falsehood is to suffer unknown tortures, to be premeditating indefinitely a diabolical act, to have to assume austerity, to brood over secret infamy seasoned with outward good fame, to have continually to put the world off the scent, to present a perpetual illusion, and never to be oneself, is a burdensome task. To be constrained to dip the brush in that dark stuff within, to produce with it a portrait of candour, to fawn, to restrain and suppress oneself, to be ever on the qui-vive, watching without ceasing to mask latent crimes with a face of healthy innocence, to transform deformity into beauty, to fashion wickedness into the shape of perfection, to tickle, as it were, with the point of a dagger, to put sugar with poison, to keep a bridle on every gesture, and keep a watch over every tone, not even to have a countenance of one's own. What can be harder? What can be more torturing? The odiousness of hypocrisy is obscurely felt by the hypocrite himself. Drinking perpetually of his own imposture is nauseating. The sweetness of tone which cunning gives to scoundrelism is repugnant to the scoundrel, compelled to have it ever in the mouth. And there are moments of disgust when villainy seems on the point of vomiting its secret. To have to swallow that bitter saliva is horrible. Add to this picture his profound pride. There are strange moments in the history of such a life when hypocrisy worships itself. There is always an inordinate egotism in roguery. The worm has the same mode of gliding along as the serpent, and the same manner of raising its head. The treacherous villain is the despot, curbed and restrained, and only able to attain his ends by resigning himself to play a secondary part. He has summed up littleness, capable of enormities. The perfect hypocrite is a Titan, dwarfed. Clubin had a genuine faith that he had been ill-used. Why had not he the right to have been born rich? It was from no fault of his that it was otherwise. Deprived as he had been of the higher enjoyments of life, why had he been forced to labour? In other words, to cheat, to betray, to destroy. Why had he been condemned to this torture of flattering, cringing, fawning, to be always labouring for men's respect and friendship, and to wear night and day a face which was not his own? To be compelled to dissimulate was in itself to submit to a hardship. Men hate those to whom they have to lie, but now the disguise was at an end. Clubin had taken his revenge. On whom? On all, on everything. Lethierry had never done him any but good services. So much the greater his spleen. He was revenged upon Lethierry. He was revenged upon all those in whose presence he had felt constraint. It was his turn to be free now. Whoever had thought well of him was his enemy. He had felt himself their captive long enough. Now he had broken through his prison walls. His escape was accomplished. That which would be regarded as his death would be, in fact, the beginning of his life. He was about to begin the world again. The true Clubin had stripped off the false. In 1 hour the spell was broken. He had kicked Rantaine into space, overwhelmed Lethierry in ruin, human justice in night, and opinion in error. He had cast off all humanity, blotted out the whole world. The name of God, that word of 3 letters, occupied his mind but little. He had passed for a religious man. What was he now? There are secret recesses in hypocrisy, or rather the hypocrite is himself a secret recess. When Clubin found himself quite alone, that cavern in which his soul had so long lain hidden was opened. He enjoyed a moment of delicious liberty. He revelled for that moment in the open air. He gave vent to himself in one long breath. The depth of evil within him revealed itself in his visage. He expanded, as it were, with diabolical joy. The features of Rantaine by the side of his at that moment would have shown like the innocent expression of a newborn child. What a deliverance was this plucking off of the old mask. His conscience rejoiced in the sight of its own monstrous nakedness, as it stepped forth to take its hideous bath of wickedness. The long restraint of men's respect seemed to have given him a peculiar relish for infamy. He experienced a certain lascivious enjoyment of wickedness. In those frightful moral abysses, so rarely sounded, such natures find atrocious delights. They are the obscenities of rascality. The long-endured insipidity of the false reputation for virtue gave him a sort of appetite for shame. In this state of mind, men disdain their fellows so much that they even long for the contempt which marks the ending of their unmerited homage. They feel a satisfaction in the freedom of degradation, and cast an eye of envy at baseness, sitting at its ease, clothed in ignominy and shame. Eyes that are forced to droop modestly are familiar with these stealthy glances at sin. From Melusina to Marie Alacoque the distance is not great. Remember the histories of La Cadière and the nun of Louviers. Clubin too had worn the veil. Effrontery had always been the object of his secret admiration. He envied the painted courtesan and the face of bronze of the professional ruffian. He felt a pride in surpassing her in artifices, and a disgust for the trick of passing for a saint. He had been the Tantalus of cynicism, and now, upon this rock, in the midst of this solitude, he could be frank and open. A bold plunge into wickedness, what a voluptuous sense of relief it brought with it. All the delights known to the fallen angels are summed up in this, and Clubin felt them in that moment. The long arrears of dissimulations were paid at last. Hypocrisy is an investment. The devil reimburses it. Clubin gave himself up to the intoxication of the idea, having no longer any eye upon himself but that of heaven. He whispered within himself, "I am a scoundrel," and felt profoundly satisfied. Never had human conscience experienced such a full tide of emotions. He was glad to be entirely alone, and yet would not have been sorry to have had some one there. He would have been pleased to have had a witness of his fiendish joy, gratified to have had opportunity of saying to society, "Thou fool." The solitude, indeed, assured his triumph, but it made it less. He was not himself to be spectator of his glory. Even to be in the pillory has its satisfaction, for everybody can see your infamy. To compel the crowd to stand and gape is, in fact, an exercise of power. A malefactor standing upon a platform in the market-place, with a collar of iron around his neck, is master of all the glances which he constrains the multitude to turn towards him. There is a pedestal on yonder scaffolding. To be there, the centre of universal observation, is not this, too, a triumph? To direct the pupil of the public eye, is this not another form of supremacy? For those who worship an ideal wickedness, opprobrium is glory. It is a height from whence they can look down, a superiority at least of some kind, a preeminence in which they can display themselves royally. A gallows standing high in the gaze of all the world is not without some analogy with a throne. To be exposed is, at least, to be seen and studied. Herein we have evidently the key to the wicked reigns of history. Nero burning Rome, Louis XIV treacherously seizing the Palatinate, the Prince Regent killing Napoleon slowly, Nicholas strangling Poland before the eyes of the civilized world, may have felt something akin to Clubin's joy. Universal execration derives a grandeur even from its vastness. To be unmasked is a humiliation, but to unmask one's self is a triumph. There is an intoxication in the position, an insolent satisfaction in its contempt for appearances, a flaunting insolence in the nakedness with which it affronts the decencies of life. These ideas in a hypocrite appear to be inconsistent, but in reality are not. All infamy is logical. Honey is gall. A character like that of Escobar has some affinity with that of the Marquis de Sade. In proof, we have Léotade, a hypocrite, being a personification of vice complete, includes in himself the two poles of perversity. Priest-like on one side, he resembles the courtesan on the other. The sex of his diabolical nature is double. It engenders and transforms itself. Would you see it in its pleasing shape? Look at it. Would you see it horrible? Turn it round. All this multitude of ideas was floating confusedly in Clubin's mind. He analysed them little, but he felt them much. A whirlwind of flakes of fire borne up from the pit of hell into the dark night might fitly represent the wild succession of ideas in his soul. Clubin remained thus some time pensive and motionless. He looked down upon his cast-off virtues as a serpent on its old skin. Everybody has had faith in that virtue, even he himself a little. He laughed again. Society would imagine him dead while he was rich. They would believe him drowned while he was saved. What a capital trick to have played off on the stupidity of the world. Rantaine, too, was included in that universal stupidity. Clubin thought of Rantaine with an unmeasured disdain, the disdain of the marten for the tiger. The trick had failed with Rantaine, it had succeeded with him. Rantaine had slunk away abashed. Clubin disappeared in triumph. He had substituted himself for Rantaine, stepped between him and his mistress, and carried off her favours. As to the future, he had no well-settled plan. In the iron tobacco box in his girdle he had the 3 bank-notes. The knowledge of that fact was enough. He would change his name. There are plenty of countries where 60,000 francs are equal to 600,000. It would be no bad solution to go to one of those corners of the world, and live there honestly on the money disgorged by that scoundrel Rantaine. To speculate, to embark in commerce, to increase his capital, to become really a millionaire, that too would be no bad termination to his career. For example, the great trade in coffee from Costa Rica was just beginning to be developed. There were heaps of gold to be made. He would see. It was of little consequence. He had plenty of time to think of it. The hardest part of the enterprise was accomplished. Stripping Rantaine and disappearing with the wreck of the Durande were the grand achievements. All the rest was for him simple. No obstacle henceforth was likely to stop him. He had nothing more to fear. He could reach the shore with certainty by swimming. He would land at Pleinmont in the darkness, ascend the cliffs, go straight to the old haunted house, enter it easily by the help of the knotted cord, concealed beforehand in a crevice of the rocks, would find in the house his travelling bag, containing provisions and dry clothing. There he could await his opportunity. He had information. A week would not pass without the Spanish smugglers, Blasquito probably, touching at Pleinmont. For a few guineas he would obtain a passage, not to Torbay, as he had said to Blasco, to confound conjecture and put him off the scent, but to Bilbao or Passages. Thence he could get to Vera Cruz or New Orleans. But the moment had come for taking to the water. The long boat was far enough by this time. An hour's swimming was nothing for Clubin. The distance of a mile only separated him from the land, as he was on the Hanways. At this point in Clubin's meditations, a clear opening appeared in the fog bank. The formidable Douvres rocks stood before him. End of chapter 6 of book 6. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com. Chapter 7 of Book 6 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 6, The Drunken Steersman and the Sober Captain. Chapter 7, An Unexpected Denouement. Clubin, haggard, stared straight ahead. It was indeed those terrible and solitary rocks. It was impossible to mistake their misshapen outlines. The 2 twin Douvres reared their forms aloft, hideously revealing the passage between them, like a snare, a cutthroat in ambush in the ocean. They were quite close to him. The fog, like an artful accomplice, had hidden them until now. Clubin had mistaken his course in the dense mist. Notwithstanding all his pains, he had experienced the fate of 2 other great navigators, Gonzales, who discovered Cape Blanco, and Fernandez, who discovered Cape Verde. The fog had bewildered him. It had seemed to him, in the confidence of his seamanship, to favour admirably the execution of his project. But it had its perils. In veering to westward he had lost his reckoning. The Guernsey man, who fancied that he recognized the Hanways, had decided his fate, and determined him to give the final turn to the tiller. Clubin had never doubted that he had steered the vessel on the Hanways. The Durande, stove in by one of the sunken rocks of the group, was only separated from the 2 Douvres by a few cables' lengths. At 200 fathoms further was a massive block of granite. Upon the steep sides of this rock were some hollows and small projections which might help a man to climb. The square corners of those rude walls at right angles indicated the existence of a plateau on the summit. It was the height known by the name of the Man. The Man Rock rose even higher still than the Douvre. Its platform commanded a view over their two inaccessible peaks. This platform, crumbling at its edges, had every kind of irregularity of shape. No place more desolate or more dangerous could be imagined. The hardly perceptible waves of the open sea lapped gently against the square sides of that dark, enormous mass, a sort of rest place for the vast spectres of the sea and the darkness. All around was calm, scarcely a breath of air or a ripple. The mind guessed darkly the hidden life and vastness of the depths beneath that quiet surface. Clubin had often seen the Douvre from afar. He satisfied himself that he was indeed there. He could not doubt it. A sudden and hideous change of affairs. The Douvre instead of a Hanways, instead of 1 mile, 5 leagues of sea! The Douvre to the solitary shipwrecked sailor is the visible and palpable presence of death, the extinction of all hope of reaching land. Clubin shuddered. He had placed himself voluntarily in the jaws of destruction. No other refuge was left to him than the Man Rock. It was probable that a tempest would arise in the night, and that the long-boat, overloaded as she was, would sink. No news of the shipwreck, then, would come to land. It would not even be known that Clubin had been left upon the Douvre. No prospect was now before him but death, from cold and hunger. His 75,000 francs would not purchase him a mouthful of bread. All the scaffolding he had built up had brought him only to this snare. He alone was the laborious architect of this crowning catastrophe. No resource, no possible escape. His triumph transformed into a fatal precipice. Instead of deliverance, a prison. Instead of the long prosperous future, agony. In the glance of an eye, in the moment which the lightning occupies in passing, all his construction had fallen into ruins. The paradise dreamed of by this demon had changed to its true form of a sepulchre. Meanwhile, there had sprung up a movement in the air. The wind was rising. The fog, shaken, driven in, and rent asunder, moved towards the horizon in vast shapeless masses. As quickly as it had disappeared before, the sea became once more visible. The cattle, more and more invaded by the waters, continued to bellow in the hold. Night was approaching, probably bringing with it a storm. The Durande, filling slowly with the rising tide, swung from right to left, then from left to right, and began to turn upon the rock as upon a pivot. The moment could be foreseen when a wave must move her from her fixed position, and probably roll her over on her beam ends. It was not even so dark as at the instant of her striking the rocks. Though the day was more advanced, it was possible to see more clearly. The fog had carried away with it some part of the darkness. The west was without a cloud. Twilight brings a pale sky. Its vast reflection glimmered on the sea. The Durande's bows were lower than her stern. Her stern was, in fact, almost out of the water. Clubin mounted on the taffrail and fixed his eyes on the horizon. It is the nature of hypocrisy to be sanguine. The hypocrite is one who waits his opportunity. Hypocrisy is nothing, in fact, but a horrible hopefulness. The very foundation of its revolting falsehood is composed of that virtue transformed into a vice. Strange contradiction. There is a certain trustfulness in hypocrisy. The hypocrite confides in some power, unrevealed even to himself, which permits the course of evil. Clubin looked far and wide over the ocean. The position was desperate. But that evil spirit did not yet despair. He knew that after the fog, vessels that had been lying to or riding at anchor would resume their course, and he thought that perhaps one would pass within the horizon. And, as he had anticipated, a sail appeared. She was coming from the east and steering towards the west. As it approached, the cut of the vessel became visible. It had but one mast, and was schooner-rigged. Her bowsprit was almost horizontal. It was a cutter. Before a half-hour she must pass not very far from the Douvres. Clubin said within himself, "I am saved." In a moment like this, a man thinks at first of nothing but his life. The cutter was probably a strange craft. Might it not be one of the smuggling vessels on its way to Pleinmont? It might even be Blasquito himself. In that case, not only life but fortune would be saved, and the accident of the Douvres, by hastening the conclusion, by dispensing with the necessity for concealment in the haunted house, and by bringing the adventure to a denouement at sea, would be turned into a happy incident. All his original confidence of success returned fanatically to his sombre mind. It is remarkable how easily knaves are persuaded that they deserve to succeed. There was but one course to take. The Durande, entangled among the rocks, necessarily mingled her outline with them, and confounded herself with their irregular shapes, among which she formed only one more mass of lines. Thus become indistinct and lost, she would not suffice, in the little light which remained, to attract the attention of the crew of the vessel which was approaching. But a human form standing up, black against the pale twilight of the sky, upon the Man Rock, and making signs of distress, would doubtless be perceived, and the cutter would then send a boat to take the shipwrecked man aboard. The man was only 200 fathoms off. To reach it by swimming was simple, to climb it easy. There was not a minute to lose. The bows of the Durande being low between the rocks, it was from the height of the poop, where Clubin stood, that he had to jump into the sea. He began by taking a sounding, and discovered that there was great depth just under the stern of the wrecked vessel. The microscopic shells of foraminifera, which the adhesive matter on the lead line brought up, were intact, indicating the presence of very hollow caves under the rocks, in which the water was tranquil, however great the agitation of the surface. He undressed, leaving his clothing on the deck. He knew that he would be able to get clothing when aboard the cutter. He retained nothing but his leather belt. As soon as he was stripped, he placed his hand upon this belt, buckled it more securely, felt for the iron tobacco box, took a rapid survey in the direction which he would have to follow among the breakers and the waves to gain the Man Rock. Then, precipitating himself head first, he plunged into the sea. As he dived from a height, he plunged heavily. He sank deep in the water, touched the bottom, skirted for a moment the submarine rocks, then struck out to regain the surface. At that moment he felt himself seized by one foot. End of chapter 7 of book 6. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 1 and 2 of Book 7 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1, Sieur Clubin, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 7, The Danger of Opening a Book at Random. Chapter 1. The Pearl at the Foot of the Precipice. A few moments after his short colloquy with Sieur Landoys, Gilliatt was at Saint-Sampson. He was troubled, even anxious. What could it be that had happened? There was a murmur in Saint-Sampson like that of a startled hive. Everybody was at his door. The women were talking loud. There were people who seemed relating some occurrence, and who were gesticulating. A group had gathered around them. The words could be heard, "What a misfortune!" Some faces wore a smile. Gilliatt interrogated no one. It was not in his nature to ask questions. He was, moreover, too much moved to speak to strangers. He had no confidence in rumours. He preferred to go direct to the braves. His anxiety was so great that he was not even deterred from entering the house. The door of the great lower room opening upon the quay, moreover, stood quite open. There was a swarm of men and women on the threshold. Everybody was going in, and Gilliatt went with the rest. Entering, he found Sieur Landoys standing near the doorposts. "You have heard, no doubt, of this event?" "No." "I did not like to call it out to you on the road. It makes me like a bird of evil omen. What has happened? The Durande is lost." There was a crowd in the great room. The various groups spoke low, like people in a sick chamber. The assemblage, which consisted of neighbours, the first comers, curious to learn the news, huddled together near the door with a sort of timidity, leaving clear the bottom of the room, where appeared Déruchette sitting and in tears. Mess Lethierry stood beside her. His back was against the wall at the end of the room. His sailor's cap came down over his eyebrows. A lock of grey hair hung upon his cheek. He said nothing. His arms were motionless. He seemed scarcely to breathe. He had the look of something lifeless placed against the wall. It was easy to see in his aspect a man whose life had been crushed within him. The Durande being gone, Lethierry had no longer any object in his existence. He had had a being on the sea. That being had suddenly foundered. What could he do now? Rise every morning, go to sleep every night, never more to await the coming of the Durande, to see her get under way or steer again into the port. What was the remainder of existence without object? To drink, to eat, and then? He had crowned the labours of his life by a masterpiece, won by his devotion a new step in civilization. The step was lost, the masterpiece destroyed. To live a few vacant years longer? Where would be the good? Henceforth nothing was left for him to do. At his age men do not begin life anew. Besides, he was ruined, poor old man. Déruchette, sitting near him on a chair and weeping, held one of Mess Lethierry's hands in hers. Her hands were joined. His hand was clenched fast. It was the sign of the shade of difference in their two sorrows. In joined hands there is still some token of hope. In the clenched fist, none. Mess Lethierry gave up his arm to her, and let her do with it what she pleased. He was passive. Struck down by a thunderbolt, he had scarcely a spark of life left within him. There is a degree of overwhelmment which abstracts the mind entirely from its fellowship with man. The forms which come and go within your room become confused and indistinct. They pass by you, even touch you, but never really come near you. You are far away, inaccessible to them, as they to you. The intensities of joy and despair differ in this. In despair we take cognizance of the world only as something dim and afar off. We are insensible to the things before our eyes. We lose the feeling of our own existence. It is in vain at such times that we are flesh and blood. Our consciousness of life is none the more real. We are become, even to ourselves, nothing but a dream. Mess Lethierry's gaze indicated that he had reached this state of absorption. The various groups were whispering together. They exchanged information as far as they had gathered it. This was the substance of their news. The Durande had been wrecked the day before in the fog on the Douvres, about an hour before sunset. With the exception of the captain, who refused to leave his vessel, the crew and passengers had all escaped in the long-boat. A squall from the south-west springing up as the fog had cleared had almost wrecked them a second time, and had carried them out to sea beyond Guernsey. In the night they had had the good fortune to meet with the Cashmere, which had taken them aboard and landed them at St. Peter's Port. The disaster was entirely the fault of the steersman Tangrouille, who was in prison. Clubin had behaved nobly. The pilots, who had mustered in great force, pronounced the words "the Douvres" with a peculiar emphasis. "A dreary half-way house that," said one. A compass and a bundle of registers and memorandum books lay on the table. They were doubtless the compass of the Durande and the ship's papers, handed by Clubin to Imbrancam and Tangrouille at the moment of the departure of the longboat. They were the evidences of the magnificent self-abnegation of that man, who had busied himself with saving these documents even in the presence of death itself, a little incident full of moral grandeur, an instance of sublime self-forgetfulness never to be forgotten. They were unanimous in their admiration of Clubin, unanimous also in believing him to be saved after all. The Shealtiel cutter had arrived some hours after the Cashmere. It was this vessel which had brought the last items of intelligence. She had passed 24 hours in the same waters as the Durande. She had lain to in the fog and tacked about during the squall. The captain of the Shealtiel was present among the company. This captain had just finished his narrative to Lethierry as Gilliatt entered. The narrative was a true one. Towards the morning, the storm having abated and the wind becoming manageable, the captain of the Shealtiel had heard the lowing of oxen in the open sea. This rural sound, in the midst of the waves, had naturally startled him. He steered in that direction, and perceived the Durande among the Douvres. The sea had sufficiently subsided for him to approach. He hailed the wreck. The bellowing of the cattle was the sole reply. The captain of the Shealtiel was confident that there was no one aboard the Durande. The wreck still held together well, and notwithstanding the violence of the squall, Clubin could have passed the night there. He was not the man to leave go his hold very easily. He was not there, however, and therefore he must have been rescued. It was certain that several sloops and luggers from Granville and St. Malo must, after laying to in the fog on the previous evening, have passed pretty near the rocks. It was evident that one of these had taken Clubin aboard. It was to be remembered that the longboat of the Durande was full when it left the unlucky vessel, that it was certain to encounter great risks, that another man aboard would have overloaded her, and perhaps caused her to founder, and that these circumstances had no doubt weighed with Clubin in coming to his determination to remain on the wreck. His duty, however, once fulfilled, and a vessel at hand, Clubin assuredly would not have scrupled to avail himself of its aid. A hero is not necessarily an idiot. The idea of a suicide was absurd in connection with a man of Clubin's irreproachable character. The culprit, too, was Tangrouille, not Clubin. All this was conclusive. The captain of the Shealtiel was evidently right, and everybody expected to see Clubin reappear very shortly. There was a project abroad to carry him through the town in triumph. Two things appeared certain from the narrative of the captain. Clubin was saved, the Durande lost. As regarded the Durande, there was nothing for it but to accept the fact. The catastrophe was irremediable. The captain of the Shealtiel had witnessed the last moments of the wreck. The sharp rock on which the vessel had been, as it were nailed, had held her fast during the night, and resisted the shock of the tempest, as if reluctant to part with its prey. But in the morning, at the moment when the captain of the Shealtiel had convinced himself that there was no one aboard to be saved, and was about to wear off again, one of those seas which are like the last angry blows of a tempest had struck her. The wave lifted her violently from her place, and with the swiftness and directness of an arrow from a bow, had thrown her against the two Douvres rocks. "An infernal crash was heard," said the captain. The vessel, lifted by the wave to a certain height, had plunged between the two rocks up to her midship frame. She had stuck fast again, but more firmly than on the submarine rocks. She must have remained there suspended and exposed to every wind and sea. The Durande, according to the statements of the crew of the Shealtiel, was already 3 parts broken up. She would evidently have foundered during the night if the rocks had not kept her up. The captain of the Shealtiel had watched her a long time with his spyglass. He gave with naval precision the details of her disaster: the starboard quarter beaten in, the masts maimed, the sails blown from the bolt ropes, the shrouds torn away, the cabin skylight smashed by the falling of one of the booms, the dome of the cuddy house beaten in, the chocks of the long-boat struck away, the round-house overturned, the hinges of the rudder broken, the trusses wrenched away, the quarter-cloths demolished, the bitts gone, the cross-beam destroyed, the sheer-rails knocked off, the stern-post broken. As to the parts of the cargo made fast before the foremast, all destroyed. Made a clean sweep of, gone to 10,000 shivers, with top ropes, iron pulleys, and chains. The Durande had broken her back. The sea now must break her up piecemeal. In a few days there would be nothing of her remaining. It appeared that the engine was scarcely injured by all these ravages, a remarkable fact, and one which proved its excellence. The captain of the Shealtiel thought he could affirm that the crank had received no serious injury. The vessel's masts had given way, but the funnel had resisted everything. Only the iron guards of the captain's gangway were twisted, the paddle boxes had suffered, the frames were bruised, but the paddles had not a float missing. The machinery was intact. Such was the conviction of the captain of the Shealtiel. Imbrancam, the engineer, who was among the crowd, had the same conviction. The negro, more intelligent than many of his white companions, was proud of his engines. He lifted up his arms, opened the 10 fingers of his black hands, and said to Lethierry as he sat there silent, "Master, the machinery is alive still." The safety of Clubin seeming certain, and the hull of the Durande being already sacrificed, the engines became the topic of conversation among the crowd. They took an interest in it as in a living thing. They felt a delight in praising its good qualities. "That's what I call a well-built machine," said a French sailor. "Something like a good one," cried a Guernsey fisherman. "She must have some good stuff in her," said the captain of the Shealtiel, "to come out of that affair with only a few scratches." By degrees the machinery of the Durande became the absorbing object of their thoughts. Opinions were warm for and against. It had its enemies and its friends. More than one who possessed a good old sailing cutter, and who hoped to get a share of the business of the Durande, was not sorry to find that the Douvres rock had disposed of the new invention. The whispering became louder, the discussion grew noisy, though the hubbub was evidently a little restrained, and now and then there was a simultaneous lowering of voices, out of respect to Lethierry's death-like silence. The result of the colloquy, so obstinately maintained on all sides, was as follows. The engines were a vital part of the vessel. To rescue the Durande was impossible, but the machinery might still be saved. These engines were unique. To construct others similar, the money was wanting, but to find the artificer would have been still more difficult. It was remembered that the constructor of the machinery was dead. It had cost 40,000 francs. No one would risk again such a sum upon such a chance, particularly as it was now discovered that steamboats could be lost like other vessels. The accident of the Durande destroyed the prestige of all her previous success. Still, it was deplorable to think that at that very moment the valuable mechanism was still entire and in good condition, and that in 5 or 6 days it would probably go to pieces like the vessel herself. As long as this existed, it might almost be said that there was no shipwreck. The loss of the engines was alone irreparable. To save the machinery would be almost to repair the disaster. Save the machinery! It was easy to talk of it, but who would undertake to do it? Was it possible even? To scheme and to execute are two different things, as different as to dream and to do. Now, if ever a dream had appeared wild and impracticable, it was that of saving the engines then embedded between the Douvres. The idea of sending a ship and a crew to work upon those rocks was absurd. It could not be thought of. It was the season of heavy seas. In the first gale, the chains of the anchors would be worn away and snapped upon the submarine peaks, and the vessel must be shattered on the rocks. That would be to send a second shipwreck to the relief of the first. On the miserable narrow height, where the legend of the place described the shipwrecked sailors having perished of hunger, there was scarcely room for one person. To save the engines, therefore, it would be necessary for a man to go to the Douvres, to be alone in that sea, alone in that desert, alone at 5 leagues from the coast, alone in that region of terrors, alone for entire weeks, alone in the presence of dangers foreseen and unforeseen, without supplies in the face of hunger and nakedness, without succour in the time of distress, without token of human life around him, save the bleached bones of the miserable being who had perished there in his misery, without companionship save that of death. And besides, how was it possible to extricate the machinery? It would require not only a sailor, but an engineer. And for what trials must he not prepare? The man who would attempt such a task must be more than a hero. He must be a madman, for in certain enterprises in which superhuman power appears necessary, there is a sort of madness which is more potent than courage. And after all, would it not be a folly to immolate oneself for a mass of rusted iron? No, it was certain that nobody would undertake to go to the Douvres on such an errand. The engine must be abandoned like the rest. The engineer for such a task would assuredly not be forthcoming. Where indeed should they look for such a man? All this, or similar observations, formed the substance of the confused conversations of the crowd. The captain of the Shealtiel, who had been a pilot, summed up the views of all by explaining aloud, "No, it is all over. The man does not exist who could go there and rescue the machinery of the Durande." "If I don't go," said Imbrancam, "it is because nobody could do it." The captain of the Shealtiel shook his left hand in the air, with that sudden movement which expresses a conviction that a thing is impossible. "If he existed," continued the captain. Déruchette turned her head impulsively and interrupted. "I would marry him," she said innocently. There was a pause. A man made his way out of the crowd, and standing before her, pale and anxious, said, "You would marry him, Miss Déruchette?" It was Gilliatt. All eyes were turned towards him. Mess Lethierry had just before stood upright and gazed about him. His eyes glittered with a strange light. He took off his sailor's cap and threw it on the ground, then looked solemnly before him, and without seeing any of the persons present, said, "Déruchette should be his. I pledge myself to it in God's name." Chapter 2. Much astonishment on the western coast. The full moon rose at 10 o'clock on the following night, but however fine the night, however favourable the wind and sea, no fisherman thought of going out that evening, either from Orgla-Père, or Bordeaux harbour, or Ume-Bene, or Platon, or Port-Gras, or Vazon Bay, or Perel Bay, or Pézerie, or the Thiel, or Saints Bay, or Little Bow, or any other port or little harbour in Guernsey. And the reason was very simple. A cock had been heard to crow at noonday. When the cock is heard to crow at an extraordinary hour, fishing is suspended. At dusk on that evening, however, a fisherman, returning to Omptol, met with a remarkable adventure. On the height above Ume-Paradis, beyond the two Bray and the two Grun, stands to the left the beacon of the Platte Tugère, representing a tub reversed, and to the right the beacon of Saint-Sampson, representing the face of a man. Between these two the fisherman thought that he perceived for the first time a third beacon. What could be the meaning of this beacon? When had it been erected on that point? What shoal did it indicate? The beacon responded immediately to these interrogations. It moved. It was a mast. The astonishment of the fishermen did not diminish. A beacon would have been remarkable. A mast was still more so. It could not be a fishing boat. When everybody else was returning, some boat was going out. Who could it be? And what was he about? 10 minutes later, the vessel, moving slowly, came within a short distance of the Omptolle fisherman. He did not recognize it. He heard the sound of rowing. There were evidently only 2 oars. There was probably then only one man aboard. The wind was northerly. The man, therefore, was evidently paddling along in order to take the wind off Point Fontenelle. There he would probably take to his sails. He intended then to double the Ancresse and Mount Crevel. What could that mean? The vessel passed, the fisherman returned home. On that same night, at different hours and at different points, various persons scattered and isolated on the western coast of Guernsey observed certain facts. As the Omptolle fisherman was mooring his bark, a carter of seaweed, about half a mile off, whipping his horses along the lonely road from the Cloture near the Druid stones, and in the neighbourhood of the Martello towers 6 and 7, saw far off at sea, in a part little frequented because it requires much knowledge of the waters, and in the direction of North Rock and the Yablonneuse, a sail being hoisted. He paid little attention to the circumstance, not being a seaman, but a carter of seaweed. Half an hour had perhaps elapsed since the carter had perceived this vessel, when a plasterer, returning from his work in the town, and passing round Pellet Pool, found himself suddenly opposite a vessel, sailing boldly among the rocks of the Quenon, the Rousse de Mer, and the Gripe de Rousse. The light was dark, but the sky was light over the sea, an effect common enough, and he could distinguish a great distance in every direction. There was no sail visible except this vessel. A little lower, a gatherer of crayfish, preparing his fish wells on the beach which separates Port Soif from the Port Enfer, was puzzled to make out the movements of a vessel between the Bout Corneuil and the Moubret. The man must have been a good pilot, and in great haste to reach some destination, to risk his boat there. Just as 8 o'clock was striking at the Catel, the tavern keeper at Cobo Bay observed with astonishment a sail out beyond the Bout du Jardin and the Grunette, and very near the Suzanne and the Western Grune. Not far from Cobo Bay, upon the solitary point of the Houmet of Vasson Bay, 2 lovers were lingering, hesitating before they parted for the night. The young woman addressed the young man with the words, "I'm not going because I don't care to stay with you. I've a great deal to do." Their farewell kiss was interrupted by a good-sized sailing boat which passed very near them, making for the direction of the Messelette. Monsieur le Père des Norgiots, an inhabitant of Cotillon-Pipet, was engaged about 9 o'clock in the evening in examining a hole made by some trespassers in the hedge of his property, called La Générotte, and his friquet planted with trees. Even when ascertaining the amount of the damage, he could not help observing a fishing boat audaciously making its way round the Croc Point at that hour of night. On the morrow of a tempest, when there is always some agitation upon the sea, that route was extremely unsafe. It was rash to choose it, at least, unless the steersman knew all the channels by heart. At 9:30 o'clock, at Les Carriers, a trawler carrying home his net stopped for a time to observe between Colombelle and the Souffleresse something which looked like a boat. The boat was in a dangerous position. Sudden gusts of wind of a very dangerous kind are very common in that spot. The souffleresse, or blower, derives its name from the sudden gusts of wind which it seems to direct upon the vessels, which by rare chance find their way thither. At the moment when the moon was rising, the tide being high and the sea being quiet, in the little strait of Li Hou, the solitary keeper of the island of Li Hou was considerably startled. A long black object slowly passed between the moon and him. The dark form, high and narrow, resembled a winding sheet spread out and moving. It glided along the line at the top of the wall formed by the ridges of rock. The keeper of Li Hu fancied that he had beheld the Black Lady. The White Lady inhabits the Tower de Pez de Mont, the Grey Lady the Tower de Pez d'Aval, the Red Lady the Silleuse, to the north of the Marquis Bank, and the Black Lady the Grand Étacré to the west of Li Humet. At night, when the moon shines, these ladies stalk abroad, and sometimes meet. That dark form might undoubtedly be a sail. The long groups of rocks on which she appeared to be walking might in fact be concealing the hull of a bark navigating behind them, and allowing only her sail to be seen. But the keeper asked himself what bark would dare, at that hour, to venture herself between Li Hu and the Pécheresses, and the Anguilles and Léré Point. And what object could she have? It seemed to him much more probable that it was the Black Lady. As the moon was passing the clock tower of St. Peter in the Wood, the sergeant at Castle Rocquaine, while in the act of raising the drawbridge of the castle, distinguished at the end of the bay, beyond the Haute Canée, but nearer than the Samboul, a sailing vessel, which seemed to be steadily dropping down from north to south. On the southern coast of Guernsey, behind Pleinmont, in the curve of a bay composed entirely of precipices and rocky walls, rising peak-shaped from the sea, there is a singular landing place, to which a French gentleman, a resident of the island since 1855, has given the name of the Port on the Fourth Floor, a name now generally adopted. This port, or landing place, which was then called the Mois, is a rocky plateau, half formed by nature, half by art, raised about 40 feet above the level of the waves, and communicating with the water by two large beams laid parallel in the form of an inclined plane. The fishing vessels are hoisted up there by chains and pulleys from the sea, and are let down again in the same way, along these beams, which are like two rails. For the fishermen there is a ladder. The port was, at the time of our story, much frequented by the smugglers. Being difficult of access, it was well suited to their purposes. Towards 11 o'clock, some smugglers, perhaps the same upon whose aid Clubin had counted, stood with their bales of goods on the summit of this platform of the Moy. A smuggler is necessarily a man on the lookout. It is part of his business to watch. They were astonished to perceive a sail suddenly make its appearance beyond the dusky outline of Cape Pleinmont. It was moonlight. The smugglers observed the sail narrowly, suspecting that it might be some coastguard cutter about to lie in ambush behind the great Hanway. But the sail left the Hanways behind, passed to the northwest of the Boue Blondel, and was lost in the pale mists of the horizon out at sea. "Where the devil can that boat be sailing?" asked the smuggler. That same evening, a little after sunset, some one had been heard knocking at the door of the old house of the Bû de la Rue. It was a boy, wearing brown clothes and yellow stockings, a fact that indicated he was a little parish clerk. An old fisherwoman, prowling around the shore with a lantern in her hand, had called to the boy, and this dialogue ensued between the fisherwoman and the little clerk, before the entrance to the Bû de la Rue. "What do you want, lad?" "The man of this place." "He's not there." "Where is he?" "I don't know." "Will he be there to-morrow?" "I don't know." "Is he gone away?" "I don't know." "I've come, good woman, from the new rector of the parish, the Reverend Ebenezer Caudray, who desires to pay him a visit." "I don't know where he is." "The rector sent me to ask if the man who lives at the Bû de la Rue would be at home to-morrow morning." "I don't know." End of chapter 2 of book 7. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com. Chapter 3 of Book 7 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 1. Sieur Clubin by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 7. The Danger of Opening a Book at Random. Chapter 3. A quotation from the Bible. During the 24 hours which followed, Mess Lethierry slept not, ate nothing, drank nothing. He kissed Déruchette on the forehead, asked after Clubin, of whom there was as yet no news, signed a declaration certifying that he had no intention of preferring a charge against anyone, and set Tangrouille at liberty. All the morning of the next day he remained half supporting himself on the table of the office of the Durande, neither standing nor sitting, answering kindly when anyone spoke to him. Curiosity being satisfied, the Bravées had become a solitude. There is a good deal of curiosity generally mingled with the haste of condolences. The door had closed again, and left the old man again alone with Déruchette. The strange light that had shone in Lethierry's eyes was extinguished. The mournful look which filled them after the first news of the disaster had returned. Déruchette, anxious for his sake, had, on the advice of Grace and Douce, laid silently beside him a pair of stockings which he had been knitting, sailor fashion, when the bad news had arrived. He smiled bitterly and said, "They must think me foolish." After a quarter of an hour's silence, he added, "These things are well when you are happy." Déruchette carried away the stockings, and took advantage of the opportunity to remove also the compass and the ship's papers which Lethierry had been brooding over too long. In the afternoon, a little before tea time, the door opened, and two strangers entered, attired in black. One was old, the other young. The young one has, perhaps, already been observed in the course of this story. The two men had each a grave air, but their gravity appeared different. The old man possessed what might be called state gravity. The gravity of the young man was in his nature. Habit engenders the one, thought the other. They were, as their costume indicated, two clergymen, each belonging to the established church. The first fact in the appearance of the younger man which might have first struck the observer was, that his gravity, though conspicuous in the expression of his features and evidently springing from the mind, was not indicated by his person. Gravity is not inconsistent with passion, which it exalts by purifying it, but the idea of gravity could with difficulty be associated with an exterior remarkable above all for personal beauty. Being in holy orders, he must have been at least 24, but he seemed scarcely more than 18. He possessed those gifts at once in harmony with, and in opposition to, each other: a soul which seemed created for exalted passion, and a body created for love. He was fair, rosy fresh, slim, and elegant in his severe attire, and he had the cheeks of a young girl, and delicate hands. His movements were natural and lively, though subdued. Everything about him was pleasing, elegant, almost voluptuous. The beauty of his expression served to correct this excess of personal attraction. His open smile, which showed his teeth, regular and white as those of a child, had something in it pensive, even devotional. He had the gracefulness of a page, mingled with the dignity of a bishop. His fair hair, so fair and golden as to be almost effeminate, clustered over his white forehead, which was high and well formed. A slight double line between the eyebrows awakened associations with studious thought. Those who saw him felt themselves in the presence of one of those natures, benevolent, innocent, and pure, whose progress is in inverse sense with that of vulgar minds, natures whom illusion renders wise, and whom experience makes enthusiasts. His elder companion was no other than Dr. Jaquemin Hérode. Dr. Jaquemin Hérode belonged to the High Church, a party whose system is a sort of popery without a pope. The Church of England was at that epoch labouring with the tendencies which have since become strengthened and condensed in the form of Puseyism. Dr. Jaquemin Hérode belonged to the shade of Anglicanism which is almost a variety of the Church of Rome. He was haughty, precise, stiff, and commanding. His inner sight scarcely penetrated outwardly. He possessed the letter in the place of the spirit. His manner was arrogant, his presence imposing. He had less the appearance of a reverend than of a monsignore. His frock coat was cut somewhat in the fashion of a cassock. His true centre would have been Rome. He was a born prelate of the antechamber. He seemed to have been created expressly to fill a part in the papal court, to walk behind the pontifical litter, with all the court of Rome in abito paonazzo. The accident of his English birth and his theological education, directed more towards the Old than the New Testament, had deprived him of that destiny. All his splendours were comprised in his preferments as rector of St. Peter's Port, dean of the island of Guernsey, and surrogate of the Bishop of Winchester. These were undoubtedly not without their glories. These glories did not prevent Monsieur Jaquemin Hérode being, on the whole, a worthy man. As a theologian he was esteemed by those who were able to judge of such matters. He was almost an authority in the Court of Arches, that Sorbonne of England. He had the true air of erudition, a learned contraction of the eyes, bristling nostrils, teeth which showed themselves at all times, a thin upper lip and a thick lower one. He was the possessor of several learned degrees, a valuable prebend, titled friends, the confidence of the bishop, and a Bible, which he carried always in his pocket. Mess Lethierry was so completely absorbed that the entrance of the two priests produced no effect upon him, save a slight movement of the eyebrows. Monsieur Jaquemin Hérode advanced, bowed, alluded in a few sober and dignified words to his recent promotion, and mentioned that he had come, according to custom, to introduce among the inhabitants, and to Mess Lethierry in particular, his successor in the parish, the new rector of Saint-Sampson, the Reverend Ebenezer Caudray, henceforth the pastor of Mess Lethierry. Déruchette rose. The young clergyman, who was the Reverend Ebenezer, saluted her. Miss Lethierry regarded Monsieur Ebenezer Caudray and muttered, "A bad sailor." Grace placed chairs. The two visitors seated themselves near the table. Dr. Hérode commenced a discourse. It had reached his ears that a serious misfortune had befallen his host. The Durande had been lost. He came as Lethierry's pastor to offer condolence and advice. This shipwreck was unfortunate, and yet not without compensations. Let us examine our own hearts. Are we not puffed up with prosperity? The waters of felicity are dangerous. Troubles must be submitted to cheerfully. The ways of Providence are mysterious. Mess Lethierry was ruined, perhaps, but riches were a danger. You may have false friends. Poverty will disperse them, and leave you alone. The Durande was reported to have brought a revenue of £1,000 sterling per annum. It was more than enough for the wise. Let us fly from temptations. Put not our faith in gold. Bow the head to losses and neglect. Isolation is full of good fruits. It was in solitude that Ajar discovered the warm springs while leading the asses of his father Zibeon. Let us not rebel against the inscrutable decrees of Providence. The holy man Job, after his misery, had put faith in riches. Who can say that the loss of the Durande may not have its advantages, even of a temporal kind? He, for instance, Dr. Jaquemin Hérode, had invested some money in an excellent enterprise, now in progress at Sheffield. If Mess Lethierry, with the wealth which might still remain to him, should choose to embark in the same affair, he might transfer his capital to that town. It was an extensive manufactory of arms for the supply of the Tsar, now engaged in repressing insurrection in Poland. There was a good prospect of obtaining 300% profit. The word Tsar appeared to awaken Lethierry. He interrupted Dr. Hérode. "I want nothing to do with the Tsar." The Reverend Jaquemin Hérode replied, "Mess Lethierry, princes are recognized by God. It is written, 'Render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's.' The Tsar is Caesar." Lethierry partly relapsed into his dream and muttered, "Caesar? Who is Caesar? I don't know." The Reverend Jaquemin Hérode continued his exhortation. He did not press the question of Sheffield. To condemn a Caesar was republicanism. He could understand a man being a republican. In that case he could turn his thoughts towards a republic. Mess Lethierry might repair his fortune in the United States, even better than in England. If he desired to invest what remained to him at great profit, he had only to take shares in the great company for developing the resources of Texas, which employed more than 20,000 negroes. "I want nothing to do with slavery," said Lethierry. "Slavery," replied the Reverend Hérode, "is an institution recognized by Scripture. It is written, 'If a man smite his slave, he shall not be punished, for he is his money.'" Grace and Douce at the door of the room listened in a sort of ecstasy to the words of the Reverend Doctor. The doctor continued. He was, all things considered, as we have said, a worthy man. And whatever his differences, personal or connected with caste, with Mess Lethierry, he had come very sincerely to offer him that spiritual and even temporal aid which he, Dr. Jaquemin Hérode, dispensed. If Mess Lethierry's fortune had been diminished to that point that he was unable to take a beneficial part in any speculation, Russian or American, why should he not obtain some government appointment suited to him? There were many very respectable places open to him, and the reverend gentleman was ready to recommend him. The office of deputy vicomte was just vacant. Mess Lethierry was popular and respected, and the Reverend Jaquemin Hérode, Dean of Guernsey and surrogate of the bishop, would make an effort to obtain for Mess Lethierry this post. The deputy vicomte is an important officer. He is present as the representative of His Majesty at the holding of the sessions, at the debates of the Cohue, and at executions of justice. Lethierry fixed his eyes upon Dr. Hérode. "I don't like hanging," he said. Dr. Hérode, who up to this point had pronounced his words with the same intonation, had now a fit of severity. His tone became slightly changed. "Mess Lethierry, the pain of death is of divine ordination. God has placed the sword in the hands of governors. It is written, 'An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.'" The Reverend Ebenezer imperceptibly drew his chair nearer to the Reverend Doctor, and said, so as to be heard only by him, "What this man says is dictated to him." "By whom? By what?" demanded the Reverend Jaquemin Hérode in the same tone. The young man replied in a whisper, "By his conscience." The Reverend Jaquemin Hérode felt in his pocket, drew out a thick little bound volume with clasps, and said aloud, "Conscience is here." The book was a Bible. Then Dr. Hérode's tone became softer. His wish was to render a service to Mess Lethierry, whom he respected much. As his pastor, it was his right and duty to offer counsel. Mess Lethierry, however, was free. Mess Lethierry, plunged once more in his overwhelming absorption, no longer listened. Déruchette, seated near him and thoughtful, also did not raise her eyes, and by her silent presence somewhat increased the embarrassment of a conversation not very animated. A witness who says nothing is a species of indefinable weight. Dr. Hérode, however, did not appear to feel it. Lethierry no longer replying, Dr. Hérode expatiated freely. Counsel is from man, inspiration is from God. In the counsels of the priests there is inspiration. It is good to accept, dangerous to refuse them. Socho was seized by 11 devils for disdaining the exhortations of Nathanael. Tiberianus was struck with a leprosy for having driven from his house the apostle Andrew. Bar Jesus, a magician though he was punished with blindness for having mocked at the words of St. Paul. Elxai and his sisters, Martha and Martina, are in eternal torments for despising the warnings of Valentianus, who proved to them clearly that their Jesus Christ, 38 leagues in height, was a demon. Aholibama, who is also called Judith, obeyed the counsels. Reuben and Peniel listened to the counsels from on high, as their names indeed indicate. Reuben signifies son of the vision, and Peniel the face of God. Mess Lethierry struck the table with his fist. "Parbleu!" he cried. "It was my fault." "What do you mean?" asked Monsieur Jaquemin Hérode. "I say that it was my fault." "Your fault? Why?" "Because I allowed the Durande to return on Fridays." Monsieur Jaquemin Hérode whispered in Caudray's ear, "This man is superstitious." He resumed, raising his voice, and in a didactic tone, "Mess Lethierry, it is puerile to believe in Fridays. You ought not to put faith in fables. Friday is a day just like any other. It is very often a propitious day. Melendez founded the city of Saint Augustine on a Friday. It was on a Friday that Henry VII gave his commission to John Cabot. The Pilgrims of the Mayflower landed at Provincetown on a Friday. Washington was born on Friday, the 22nd of February, 1732. Christopher Columbus discovered America on Friday, the 12th of October, 1492. Having delivered himself of these remarks, he rose. Caudray, whom he had brought with him, rose also. Grace and Douce, perceiving that the two clergymen were about to take their leave, opened the folding doors. Mess Lethierry saw nothing, heard nothing. Monsieur Jaquemin Hérode said, apart to Monsieur Caudray, "He does not even salute us. This is not sorrow, it is vacancy. He must have lost his reason." He took his little Bible, however, from the table, and held it between his hands outstretched, as one holds a bird in fear that it may fly away. This attitude awakened among the persons present a certain amount of attention. Grace and Douce leaned forward eagerly. His voice assumed all the solemnity of which it was capable. "Mess Lethierry," he began, "let us not part without reading a page of the Holy Book. It is from books that wise men derive consolation in the troubles of life. The profane have their oracles, but believers have their ready resource in the Bible. The first book which comes to hand, opened by chance, may afford counsel, but the Bible, opened at any page, yields a revelation. It is, above all, a boon to the afflicted. Yes, Holy Scripture is an unfailing balm for their wounds. In the presence of affliction, it is good to consult its sacred pages, to open even without choosing the place, and to read with faith the passage which we find. What man does not choose is chosen by God. He knoweth best what suiteth us. His finger pointeth invisibly to that which we read. Whatever be the page, it will infallibly enlighten. Let us seek, then, no other light, but hold fast to his. It is the word from on high. In the text which is evoked with confidence and reverence, often do we find a mysterious significance in our present troubles. Let us hearken, then, and obey. Mess Lethierry, you are in affliction, but I hold here the book of consolation. You are sick at heart, but I have here the book of spiritual health." The Reverend Jaquemin Hérode touched the spring of the clasp, and let his finger slip between the leaves. Then he placed his hand a moment upon the open volume, collected his thoughts, and raising his eyes impressively, began to read in a loud voice. The passage which he lighted on was as follows: And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw, and beheld, the camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she lighted off the camel. For she had said unto the servant, What man is this that walketh in the field to meet us? And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And he loved her, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Cowdray and Déruchette glanced at each other. End of chapter 3 of book 7 and part 1. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com.
Chapter 1 of Book 1 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alison Veldis. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 1, The Rock. Chapter 1. The place which is difficult to reach and difficult to leave. The bark which had been observed at so many points on the coast of Guernsey on the previous evening was, as the reader has guessed, the old Dutch barge or sloop. Gilliatt had chosen the channel along the coast among the rocks. It was the most dangerous way, but it was the most direct. To take the shortest route was his only thought. Shipwrecks will not wait. The sea is a pressing creditor. An hour's delay may be irreparable. His anxiety was to go quickly to the rescue of the machinery in danger. One of his objects in leaving Guernsey was to avoid arousing attention. He set out like one escaping from justice, and seemed anxious to hide from human eyes. He shunned the eastern coast as if he did not care to pass in sight of St. Sampson and St. Peter's Port, and glided silently along the opposite coast, which is comparatively uninhabited. Among the breakers it was necessary to ply the oars, but Gilliatt managed them on scientific principles. Taking the water quietly, and dropping it with exact regularity, he was able to move in the darkness with as little noise and as rapidly as possible. So stealthy were his movements, that he might have seemed to be bent upon some evil errand. In truth, though embarking desperately in an enterprise which might well be called impossible, and risking his life with nearly every chance against him, he feared nothing but the possibility of some rival in the work which he had set before him. As the day began to break, those unknown eyes, which looked down upon the world from boundless space, might have beheld, at one of the most dangerous and solitary spots at sea, two objects, the distance between which was gradually decreasing, as the one was approaching the other. One, which was almost imperceptible in the wide movement of the waters, was a sailing boat. In this was a man. It was the sloop. The other, black, motionless, colossal, rose above the waves, a singular form. Two tall pillars, issuing from the sea, bore aloft a sort of cross-beam, which was like a bridge between them. This bridge, so singular in shape that it was impossible to imagine what it was from a distance, touched each of the two pillars. It resembled a vast portal. Of what use could such an erection be in that open plain, the sea, which stretched around it far and wide? It might have been imagined to be a titanic cromlech, planted there in mid-ocean by an imperious whim, and built up by hands accustomed to proportion their labours to the great deep. Its wild outline stood well defined against the clear sky. The morning light was growing stronger in the east. The whiteness in the horizon deepened the shadow on the sea. In the opposite sky the moon was sinking. The two perpendicular forms were the Douvres. The huge mass held fast between them, like an architrave between two pillars, was the wreck of the Durande. The rock, thus holding fast and exhibiting its prey, was terrible to behold. Inanimate things looked sometimes as if endowed with a dark and hostile spirit towards man. There was a menace in the attitude of the rocks. They seemed to be biding their time. Nothing could be more suggestive of haughtiness and arrogance than their whole appearance. The conquered vessel, the triumphant abyss. The two rocks, still streaming with the tempest of the day before, were like two wrestlers sweating from a recent struggle. The wind had sunk. The sea rippled gently. Here and there the presence of breakers might be detected in the graceful streaks of foam upon the surface of the waters. A sound came from the sea like the murmuring of bees. All around was level except the Douvres rising straight like two black columns. Up to a certain height they were completely bearded with seaweed. Above this their steep haunches glittered at points like polished armour. They seemed ready to commence the strife again. The beholder felt that they were rooted deep in mountains whose summits were beneath the sea. Their aspect was full of a sort of tragic power. Ordinarily the sea conceals her crimes. She delights in privacy. Her unfathomable deeps keep silence. She wraps herself in a mystery which rarely consents to give up its secrets. We know her savage nature, but who can tell the extent of her dark deeds? She is at once open and secret. She hides away carefully, and cares not to divulge her actions, wrecks a vessel, and, covering it with the waves, engulfs it deep, as if conscious of her guilt. Among her crimes is hypocrisy. She slays and steals, conceals her booty, puts on an air of unconsciousness, and smiles. Here, however, was nothing of the kind. The Douvres, lifting above the level of the waters the shattered hull of the Durande, had an air of triumph. The imagination might have pictured them as two monstrous arms, reaching upwards from the gulf, and exhibiting to the tempest the lifeless body of the ship. Their aspect was like that of an assassin boasting of his evil deeds. The solemnity of the hour contributed something to the impression of the scene. There is a mysterious grandeur in the dawn, as of the borderland between the region of consciousness and the world of our dreams. There is something spectral in that confused transition time. The immense form of the two Douvres, like a capital letter H, the Durande forming its cross-stroke, appeared against the horizon in all their twilight majesty. Gilliatt was attired in his seaman's clothing, a Guernsey shirt, woollen stockings, thick shoes, a homespun jacket, trousers of thick stuff with pockets, and a cap upon his head of red worsted, of a kind then much in use among sailors, and known in the last century as a galérienne. He recognized the rocks, and steered towards them. The situation of the Durande was exactly the contrary of that of a vessel gone to the bottom. It was a vessel suspended in the air. No problem more strange was ever presented to a salvor. It was broad daylight when Gilliatt arrived in the waters about the rock. As we have said, there was but little sea. The slight agitation of the water was due almost entirely to its confinement among the rocks. Every passage, small or large, is subject to this chopping movement. The inside of a channel is always more or less white with foam. Gilliatt did not approach the Douvres without caution. He cast the sounding lead several times. He had a cargo to disembark. Accustomed to long absences, he had at home a number of necessaries always ready. He had brought a sack of biscuit, another of rye meal, a basket of salt fish and smoked beef, a large can of fresh water, a Norwegian chest painted with flowers, containing several coarse woolen shirts, his tarpaulin and his waterproof overalls, and a sheepskin which he was accustomed to throw at night over his clothes. On leaving the Bout de la Rue, he had put all these things into the barge, with the addition of a large loaf. In his hurry, he had brought no other tools but his huge forge hammer, his chopper and hatchet, and a knotted rope. Furnished with a grappling iron, and with a ladder of that sort, the steepest rocks become accessible, and a good sailor will find it possible to scale the rudest escarpment. In the island of Sark, the visitor may see what the fishermen of the Havre Gosselin can accomplish with a knotted cord. His nets and lines and all his fishing apparatus were in the barge. He had placed them there mechanically and by habit, for he intended, if his enterprise continued, to sojourn for some time in an archipelago of rocks and breakers, where fishing nets and tackle are of little use. At the moment when Gilliatt was skirting the great rock, the sea was retiring, a circumstance favourable to his purpose. The departing tide laid bare, at the foot of the smaller Douvre, one or two table rocks, horizontal, or only slightly inclined, and bearing a fanciful resemblance to boards supported by crows. These table rocks, sometimes narrow, sometimes broad, standing at unequal distances along the side of the great perpendicular column, were continued in the form of a thin cornice up to a spot just beneath the Durande, the hull of which stood swelling out between the two rocks. The wreck was held fast there, as in a vice. This series of platforms was convenient for approaching and surveying the position. It was convenient also for disembarking the contents of the barge provisionally, but it was necessary to hasten, for it was only above water for a few hours. With the rising tide the table rocks would be again beneath the foam. It was before these table rocks, some level, some slanting, that Gilliatt pushed in and brought the barge to a stand. A thick mass of wet and slippery sea wrack covered them, rendered more slippery here and there by their inclined surfaces. Gilliatt pulled off his shoes and sprang barefooted onto the slimy weeds, and made fast the barge to a point of rock. Then he advanced as far as he could along the granite cornice, reached the rock immediately beneath the wreck, looked up, and examined it. The Durande had been caught suspended, and, as it were, fitted in between the two rocks, at about 20 feet above the water. It must have been a heavy sea which had cast her there. Such effects from furious seas have nothing surprising for those who are familiar with the ocean. To cite one example only, on the 25th January 1840, on the Gulf of Stora, a tempest struck with its expiring force a brig, and casting it almost intact completely over the broken wreck of the corvette La Marne, fixed it immovable, bowsprit first, in a gap between the cliffs. The Douvre, however, held only a part of the Durande. The vessel, snatched from the waves, had been, as it were, uprooted from the waters by the hurricane. A whirlwind had wrenched it against the counteracting force of the rolling waves, and the vessel thus caught in contrary directions by the two claws of the tempest had snapped like a lathe. The after part, with the engine and the paddles, lifted out of the foam and driven by all the fury of the cyclone into the defile of the Douvre, had plunged in up to her midship beam, and remained there. The blow had been well directed. To drive it in this fashion between the two rocks, the storm had struck it as with an enormous hammer. The forecastle, carried away and rolled down by the sea, had gone to fragments among the breakers. The hold broken in had scattered out the bodies of the drowned cattle upon the sea. A large portion of the forward side and bulwarks still hung to the riders by the larboard paddle box, and by some shattered braces easy to strike off with the blow of a hatchet. Here and there, among beams, planks, rags of canvas, pieces of chains, and other remains of wreck, were seen lying about among the rugged fragments of shattered rock. Gilliatt surveyed the Durande attentively. The keel formed a roofing over his head. A serene sky stretched far and wide over the waters, scarcely wrinkled with a passing breath. The sun rose gloriously in the midst of the vast azure circle. From time to time a drop of water was detached from the wreck and fell into the sea. Chapter 2. A Catalogue of Disasters. The Douvre differed in shape as well as in height. Upon the little Douvre, which was curved and pointed, long veins of reddish-coloured rock of a comparatively soft kind could be seen branching out and dividing the interior of the granite. At the edges of these red dykes were fractures, favourable to climbing. One of these fractures, situated a little above the wreck, had been so laboriously worn and scooped out by the splashing of the waves, that it had become a sort of niche, into which it would have been quite possible to place a statue. The granite of the little Douvre was rounded at the surface, and, to the feel at least, soft like touchstone. But this feeling detracted nothing from its durability. The little Douvre terminated in a point like a horn. The great Douvre, polished, smooth, glossy, perpendicular, and looking as if cut out by the builder's square, was in one piece, and seemed made of black ivory. Not a hole, not a break in its smooth surface. The escarpment looked inhospitable. A convict could not have used it for escape, nor a bird for a place for its nest. On the summit there was a horizontal surface as upon the Man Rock, but the summit of the great Douvre was inaccessible. It was possible to scale the little Douvre, but not to remain on the summit. It would have been possible to rest on the summit of the great Douvre, but impossible to scale it. Gilliatt, having rapidly surveyed the situation of affairs, returned to the barge, landed its contents upon the largest of the horizontal cornice rocks, made of the whole compact mass a sort of bale, which he rolled up in tarpaulin, fitted a sling rope to it with a hoisting block, pushed the package into a corner of the rocks where the waves could not reach it, and then clutching the little Douvre with his hands, and holding on with his naked feet, he clambered from projection to projection, and from niche to niche, until he found himself level with the wrecked vessel high up in the air. Having reached the height of the paddles, he sprang upon the poop. The interior of the wreck presented a mournful aspect. Traces of a great struggle were everywhere visible. There were plainly to be seen the frightful ravages of the sea and wind. The action of the tempest resembles the violence of a band of pirates. Nothing is more like the victim of a criminal outrage than a wrecked ship violated and stripped by those terrible accomplices, the storm cloud, the thunder, the rain, the squall, the waves, and the breakers. Standing upon the dismantled deck, it was natural to dream of the presence of something like a furious stamping of the spirits of the storm. Everywhere around were the marks of their rage. Strange contortions of certain portions of the ironwork bore testimony to the terrific force of the winds. The between decks were like the cell of a lunatic, in which everything has been broken. No wild beast can compare with the sea for mangling its prey. The waves are full of talons. The north wind bites, the billows devour, the waves are like hungry jaws. The ocean strikes like a lion with its heavy paw, seizing and dismembering at the same moment. The ruin, conspicuous in the Durande, presented the peculiarity of being detailed and minute. It was a sort of horrible stripping and plucking. Much of it seemed done with design. The beholder was tempted to exclaim, "What wanton mischief!" The ripping of the planking was edged here and there artistically. This peculiarity is common with the ravages of the cyclone. To chip and tear away is the caprice of the great devastator. Its ways are like those of the professional torturer. The disasters which it causes wear a look of ingenious punishments. One might fancy it actuated by the worst passions of man. It refines in cruelty like a savage. While it is exterminating, it dissects bone by bone. It torments its victim, avenges itself, and takes delight in its work. It even appears to descend to petty acts of malice. Cyclones are rare in our latitudes, and are for that reason the more dangerous, being generally unexpected. A rock in the path of a heavy wind may become the pivot of a storm. It is probable that the squall had thus rotated upon the point of the Douvre, and had turned suddenly into a waterspout on meeting the shock of the rocks, a fact which explained the casting of the vessel so high among them. When the cyclone blows, a vessel is of no more weight in the wind than a stone in a sling. The damage received by the Durande was like the wound of a man cut in twain. It was a divided trunk, from which issued a mass of debris like the entrails of a body. Various kinds of cordage hung floating and trembling, chains swung chattering. The fibres and nerves of the vessel were there naked and exposed. What was not smashed was disjointed. Fragments of the sheeting resembled currycombs bristling with nails. Everything bore the appearance of ruin. A handspike had become nothing but a piece of iron. A sounding lead, nothing but a lump of metal. A dead eye had become a mere piece of wood, a halyard an end of rope, a strand of cord a tangled skein, a bolt rope a thread in the hem of a sail. All around was the lamentable work of demolition. Nothing remained that was not unhooked, unnailed, cracked, wasted, warped, pierced with holes, destroyed. Nothing hung together in the dreadful mass, but all was torn, dislocated, broken. There was that air of drift which characterizes the scene of all struggles, from the mêlées of men, which are called battles, to the mêlées of the elements, to which we give the name of chaos. Everything was sinking and dropping away. A rolling mass of planks, panelling, ironwood, cables, and beams had been arrested just at the great fracture of the hull, whence the least additional shock must have precipitated them into the sea. What remained of her powerful frame, once so triumphant, was cracked here and there, showing through large apertures the dismal gloom within. The foam from below spat its flakes contemptuously upon this broken and forlorn outcast of the sea. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Book 1 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alison Veldis. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt. By Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 1, The Rock. Chapter 3. Sound, but not safe. Gilliatt did not expect to find only a portion of the ship existing. Nothing in the description, in other respects so precise, of the captain of the Sheltiel had led him to anticipate the division of the vessel in the centre. It was probable that the diabolical crash heard by the captain of the Sheltiel marked the moment when this destruction had taken place under the blows of a tremendous sea. The captain had, doubtless, warned ship just before this last heavy squall, and what he had taken for a great sea was probably a waterspout. Later, when he drew nearer to observe the wreck, he had only been able to see the stern of the vessel, the remainder, that is to say, the large opening where the forepart had given way, having been concealed from him among the masses of rock. With that exception, the information given by the captain of the Sheltiel was strictly correct. The hull was useless, but the engine remained intact. Such chances are common in the history of shipwreck. The logic of disaster at sea is beyond the grasp of human science. The masts having snapped short had fallen over the side. The chimney was not even bent. The great iron plating which supported the machinery had kept it together, and in one piece. The planks of the paddle boxes were disjointed, like the leaves of wooden sun-blinds, but through their apertures the paddles themselves could be seen in good condition. A few of their floats only were missing. Besides the machinery, the great stern capstan had resisted the destruction. Its chain was there, and thanks to its firm fixture in a frame of joists, might still be of service, unless the strain of the voyal should break away the planking. The flooring of the deck bent at almost every point, and was tottering throughout. On the other hand, the trunk of the hull, fixed between the Douvres, held together, as we have already said, and it appeared strong. There was something like derision in this preservation of the machinery, something which added to the irony of the misfortune. The sombre malice of the unseen powers of mischief displays itself sometimes in such bitter mockeries. The machine was saved, but its preservation did not make it any the less lost. The ocean seemed to have kept it only to demolish it at leisure. It was like the playing of the cat with her prey. Its fate was to suffer there, and to be dismembered day by day. It was to be the plaything of the savage amusements of the sea. It was slowly to dwindle, and, as it were, to melt away. For what could be done? That this vast block of mechanism and gear, at once massive and delicate, condemned to fixity by its weight, delivered up in that solitude to the destructive elements, exposed in the gripe of the rock to the action of the wind and wave, could, under the frown of that implacable spot, escape from slow destruction, seemed a madness even to imagine. The Durande was the captive of the Douvres. How could she be extricated from that position? How could she be delivered from her bondage? The escape of a man is difficult, but what a problem was this, the escape of a vast and cumbrous machine. Chapter 4. A Preliminary Survey. Gilliatt was pressed on all sides by demands upon his labours. The most pressing, however, was to find a safe mooring for the barge, then a shelter for himself. The Durande having settled down more on the larboard than on the starboard side, the right paddle box was higher than the left. Gilliatt descended the paddle box on the right. From that position, although the gut of rocks stretching in abrupt angles behind the Douvres had several elbows, he was able to study the ground plan of the group. This survey was the preliminary step of his operations. The Douvres, as we have already described them, were like two high gable ends, forming the narrow entrance to a straggling alley of small cliffs with perpendicular faces. It is not rare to find in primitive submarine formations these singular kinds of passages which seem cut out with a hatchet. This defile was extremely tortuous, and was never without water even in the low tides. A current much agitated traversed it at all times from end to end. The sharpness of its turnings was favourable or unfavourable, according to the nature of the prevailing wind. Sometimes it broke the swell and caused it to fall. Sometimes it exasperated it. This latter effect was the most frequent. An obstacle arouses the anger of the sea and pushes it to excesses. The foam is the exaggeration of the waves. The stormy winds in these narrow and tortuous passages between the rocks are subjected to a similar compression, and acquire the same malignant character. The tempest frets in its sudden imprisonment. Its bulk is still immense, but sharpened and contracted, and it strikes with the massiveness of a huge club and the keenness of an arrow. It pierces even while it strikes down. It is a hurricane contracted, like the draught through the crevice of a door. The two chains of rocks, leaving between them this kind of street in the sea, form stages at a lower level than the Douvres, gradually decreasing, until they sunk together at a certain distance beneath the waves. There was another such gullet of less height than the gullet of the Douvres, but narrower still, and which formed the eastern entrance of the defile. It was evident that the double prolongation of the ridge of rocks continued this kind of street under the water as far as the Man Rock, which stood like a square citadel at the extremity of the group. At low water indeed, which was the time at which Gilliatt was observing them, the two rows of sunken rock showed their tips, some high and dry, and all visible and preserving their parallel without interruption. The Man formed the boundary, and buttressed on the eastern side the entire mass of the group, which was protected on the opposite side by the two Douvres. The whole, from a bird's eye view, appeared like a winding chaplet of rocks, having the Douvres at one extremity and the Man at the other. The Douvres, taken together, were merely two gigantic shafts of granite, protruding vertically and almost touching each other, and forming the crest of one of the mountainous ranges lying beneath the ocean. Those immense ridges are not only found rising out of the unfathomable deep. The surf and the squall had broken them up and divided them like the teeth of a saw. Only the tip of the ridge was visible. This was the group of rocks. The remainder, which the waves concealed, must have been enormous. The passage in which the storm had planted the Durande was the way between these two colossal shafts. This passage, zigzag in form as the forked lightning, was of about the same width in all parts. The ocean had so fashioned it. Its eternal commotion produces sometimes those singular regularities. There is a sort of geometry in the action of the sea. From one extremity to the other of the defile, The two parallel granite walls confronted each other at a distance which the midship frame of the Durande measured exactly. Between the two Douvres, the widening of the little Douvre, curved and turned back as it was, had formed a space for the paddles. In any other part they must have been shattered to fragments. The high double facade of rock within the passage was hideous to the sight. When, in the exploration of the desert of water which we call the ocean, we come upon the unknown world of the sea, all is uncouth and shapeless. So much as Gilliatt could see of the defile from the height of the wreck was appalling. In the rocky gorges of the ocean we may often trace a strange permanent impersonation of shipwreck. The defile of the Douvre was one of these gorges, and its effect was exciting to the imagination. The oxides of the rock showed on the escarpment here and there in red places, like marks of clotted blood. It resembled the splashes on the wall of an abattoir. Associations of the charnel house haunted the place. The rough marine stones, diversely tinted, here by the decomposition of metallic amalgams mingling with the rock, there by the mould of dampness, manifested in places by purple scales, hideous green blotches, and ruddy splashes, awakened ideas of murder and extermination. It was like the unwashed walls of a chamber which had been the scene of an assassination. Or it might have been imagined that men had been crushed to death there, leaving traces of their fate. The peaked rocks produced an indescribable impression of accumulated agonies. Certain spots appeared to be still dripping with the carnage. Here the wall was wet, and it looked impossible to touch it without leaving the fingers bloody. The blight of massacre seemed everywhere. At the base of the double parallel escarpment, scattered along the water's edge, or just below the waves, or in the worn hollows of the rocks, were monstrous rounded masses of shingle, some scarlet, others black or purple, which bore a strange resemblance to internal organs of the body. They might have been taken for human lungs, or heart, or liver, scattered and putrefying in that dismal place. Giants might have been disembowelled there. From top to bottom of the granite ran long red lines, which might have been compared to oozings from a funeral bier. Such aspects are frequent in sea caverns. Chapter 5. A word upon the secret co-operations of the elements. Those who, by the disastrous chances of sea voyages, happen to be condemned to a temporary habitation upon a rock in mid-ocean, find that the form of their inhospitable refuge is by no means a matter of indifference. There is the pyramidal-shaped rock, a single peak rising from the water. There is the circle rock, somewhat resembling a round of great stones. And there is the corridor rock. The latter is the most alarming of all. It is not only the ceaseless agony of the waves between its walls, or the tumult of the imprisoned sea. There are also certain obscure meteorological characteristics, which appear to appertain to this parallelism of two marine rocks. The two straight sides seem a veritable electric battery. The first result of the peculiar position of these corridor rocks is an action upon the air and the water. The corridor rock acts upon the waves and the wind mechanically by its form, galvanically by the different magnetic action rendered possible by its vertical height, its masses in juxtaposition and contrary to each other. This form of rock attracts to itself all the forces scattered in the winds, and exercises over the tempest a singular power of concentration. Hence there is in the neighbourhood of these breakers a certain accentuation of storms. It must be borne in mind that the wind is composite. The wind is believed to be simple, but it is by no means simple. Its power is not merely dynamic, it is chemical also. But this is not all, it is magnetic. Its effects are often inexplicable. The wind is as much electrical as aerial. Certain winds coincide with the auroras borealis. The wind, blowing from the bank of the Argelers, rolls the waves 100 feet high, a fact observed with astonishment by Dumont d'Urville. The corvette, he says, knew not what to obey. In the South Seas, the waters will sometimes become inflated like an outbreak of immense tumours, and at such times the ocean becomes so terrible that the savages fly to escape the sight of it. The blasts in the North Seas are different. They are mingled with sharp points of ice, and their gusts, unfit to breathe, will blow the sledges of the Esquimaux backwards in the snow. Other winds burn. The simoon of Africa is the typhoon of China, and the samiel of India. Simoon, typhoon, and samiel are believed to be the names of demons. They descend from the heights of the mountains. A storm vitrified the volcano of Toluca. This hot wind, a whirlwind of inky colour, rushing upon red clouds, is alluded to in the Vedas. Behold the black god who comes to steal the red cows. In all these facts we trace the presence of the electric mystery. The wind indeed is full of it, so are the waves. The sea too is composite in its nature. Under its waves of water which we see, it has its waves of force which are invisible. Its constituents are innumerable. Of all the elements the ocean is the most indivisible and the most profound. Endeavour to conceive this chaos so enormous that it dwarfs all other things to one level. It is the universal recipient, reservoir of germs of life and mould of transformations. It amasses and then disperses. It accumulates and then sows. It devours and then creates. It receives all the waste and refuse waters of the earth and converts them into treasure. It is solid in the iceberg, liquid in the wave, fluid in the estuary. Regarded as matter, it is a mass. Regarded as a force, it is an abstraction. It equalizes and unites all phenomena. It may be called the infinite in combination. By force and disturbance it arrives at transparency. It dissolves all differences, and absorbs them into its own unity. Its elements are so numerous that it becomes identity. One of its drops is complete and represents the whole. From the abundance of its tempests it attains equilibrium. Plato beheld the mazy dances of the spheres. Strange fact, but not the less real, the ocean, in the vast terrestrial journey round the sun, becomes, with its flux and reflux, the balance of the globe. In a phenomena of the sea, all other phenomena are resumed. The sea is blown out of a waterspout as from a siphon. The storm observes the principle of the pump. The lightning issues from the sea as from the air. Aboard ships dull shocks are sometimes felt, and an odour of sulphur issues from the receptacles of chain cables. The ocean boils. "The devil has put the sea in his cauldron," said de Ruyter. In certain tempests, which characterize the equinoxes and the return to equilibrium of the prolific power of nature, vessels breasting the foam seem to give out a kind of fire. Phosphoric lights chase each other along the rigging, so close sometimes to the sailors at their work, that the latter stretch forth their hands to try to catch, as they fly, these birds of flame. After the great earthquake of Lisbon, a blast of hot air, as from a furnace, drove before it towards the city a wave 60 feet high. The oscillation of the ocean is closely related to the convulsions of the earth. These immeasurable forces produce sometimes extraordinary inundations. At the end of the year 1864, one of the Maldive Islands, at 100 leagues from the Malabar coast, actually foundered in the sea. It sunk to the bottom like a shipwrecked vessel. The fishermen who sailed from it in the morning found nothing when they returned at night. Scarcely could they distinguish their villages under the sea. On this occasion boats were the spectators of the wrecks of houses. In Europe, where nature seems restrained by the presence of civilization, such events are rare and are thought impossible. Nevertheless, Jersey and Guernsey originally formed part of Gaul, and at the moment while we are writing these lines, an equinoctial gale has demolished a great portion of the cliff of the Firth of Forth in Scotland. Nowhere do these terrific forces appear more formidably conjoined than in the surprising strait known as the Lyse Fiord. The Lyse Fiord is the most terrible of all the gut rocks of the ocean. Their terrors are there complete. It is in the northern sea near the inhospitable Gulf of Stavanger, and in the 59th degree of latitude. The water is black and heavy, and subject to intermitting storms. In this sea, and in the midst of this solitude, rises a great sombre street, a street for no human footsteps. None ever pass through there, no ship ever ventures in. It is a corridor 10 leagues in length, between two rocky walls of 3,000 feet in height. Such is the passage which presents an entrance to the sea. The defile has its elbows and angles like all these streets of the sea, never straight, having been formed by the irregular action of the water. In the Lys Fjord, the sea is almost always tranquil. The sky above is serene, the place terrible. Where is the wind? Not on high. Where is the thunder? Not in the heavens. The wind is under the sea, the lightnings within the rock. Now and then there is a convulsion of the water. At certain moments, when there is perhaps not a cloud in the sky, nearly halfway up the perpendicular rock, at 1,000 or 1,500 feet above the water, and rather on the southern than on the northern side, the rock suddenly thunders, lightnings dart forth, and then retire like those toys which lengthen out and spring back again in the hands of children. They contract and enlarge, strike the opposite cliff, re-enter the rock, issue forth again, recommence their play, multiply their heads and tips of flame, grow bristling with points, strike wherever they can, recommence again, and then are extinguished with a sinister abruptness. Flocks of birds fly wide in terror. Nothing is more mysterious than that artillery issuing out of the invisible. One cliff attacks the other, raining lightning blows from side to side. Their war concerns not man. It signals the ancient enmity of two rocks in the impassable gulf. In the Lys Fjord, the wind whirls like the water in an estuary, the rock performs the function of the clouds, and the thunder breaks forth like volcanic fire. This strange defile is a voltaic pit, the plates of which are the double line of cliffs. End of chapter 5.
Chapters 6 to 7 of Book 1 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 1, The Rock. Chapter 6, A Stable for the Horse. Gilliatt was sufficiently familiar with marine rocks to grapple in earnest with the Douvres. Before all, as we have just said, it was necessary to find a safe shelter for the barge. The double row of reefs, which stretched in a sinuous form behind the Douvres, connected itself here and there with other rocks, and suggested the existence of blind passages and hollows opening out into the straggling way, and joining again to the principal defile like branches to a tree. The lowest part of these rocks was covered with kelp, the upper part with lichens. The uniform level of the seaweed marked the line of the water at the height of the tide, and the limit of the sea in calm weather. The points which the water had not touched presented those silver and golden hues communicated to marine granite by the white and yellow lichen. A crust of conoidical shells covered the rock at certain points, the dry rot of the granite. At other points in the retreating angles, where fine sand had accumulated, ribbed on its surface rather by the wind than by the waves, appeared tufts of blue thistles. In the indentations, sheltered from the winds, could be traced the little perforations made by the sea urchin. This shelly mass of prickles, which moves about a living ball by rolling on its spines, and the armour of which is composed of 10,000 pieces, artistically adjusted and welded together. The sea urchin, which is popularly called, for some unknown reason, Aristotle's lantern, wears away the granite with his 5 teeth, and lodges himself in the hole. It is in such holes that the samphire gatherers find them. They cut them in halves and eat them raw, like an oyster. Some steep their bread in the soft flesh, hence its other name, sea egg. The tips of the further reefs, left out of the water by the receding tide, extended close under the escarpment of the Man to a sort of creek, enclosed nearly on all sides by rocky walls. Here was evidently a possible harbourage. It had the form of a horseshoe, and opened only on one side to the east wind, which is the least violent of all winds in that sea labyrinth. The water was shut in there, and almost motionless. The shelter seemed comparatively safe. Gilliatt, moreover, had not much choice. If he wished to take advantage of the low water, it was important to make haste. The weather continued to be fine and calm. The insolent sea was for a while in a gentle mood. Gilliatt descended, put on his shoes again, unmoored the cable, re-embarked, and pushed out into the water. He used the oars, coasting the side of the rock. Having reached the Man Rock, he examined the entrance to the little creek. A fixed wavy line in the motionless sea, a sort of wrinkle, imperceptible to any eye but that of a sailor, marked the channel. Gilliatt studied for a moment its lineament, almost indistinct under the water. Then he held off a little in order to veer at ease and steer well into channel. And suddenly, with a stroke of the oars, he entered the little bay. He sounded. The anchorage appeared to be excellent. The sloop would be protected there against almost any of the contingencies of the season. The most formidable reefs have quiet nooks of this sort. The ports which are thus found among the breakers are like the hospitality of the fierce Bedouin, friendly and sure. Gilliatt placed the sloop as near as he could to the Man, but still far enough to escape grazing the rock, and he cast his 2 anchors. That done, he crossed his arms and reflected on his position. The sloop was sheltered. Here was one problem solved. But another remained. Where could he now shelter himself? He had the choice of 2 places, the sloop itself with its corner of cabin, which was scarcely habitable, and the summit of the Man Rock, which was not difficult to scale. From one or other of these refuges it was possible at low water, by jumping from rock to rock, to gain the passage between the Douvres where the Durande was fixed, almost without wetting the feet. But low water lasts but a short while, and all the rest of the time he would be cut off, either from his shelter or from the wreck, by more than 200 fathoms. Swimming among breakers is difficult at all times. If there is the least commotion in the sea, it is impossible. He was driven to give up the idea of shelter in the sloop or on the Man. No resting place was possible among the neighbouring rocks. The summits of the lower ones disappeared twice a day beneath the rising tide. The summits of the higher ones were constantly swept by the flakes of foam, and promised nothing but an inhospitable drenching. No choice remained but the wreck itself. Was it possible to seek refuge there? Gilliatt hoped it might be. Chapter 7. A Chamber for the Voyager. Half an hour afterwards, Gilliatt, having returned to the wreck, climbed to the deck, went below, and descended into the hold, completing the summary survey of his first visit. By the help of the capstan he had raised to the deck of the Durande the package which he had made at the lading of the sloop. The capstan had worked well. Bars for turning it were not wanting. Gilliatt had only to take his choice among the heap of wreck. He found among the fragments a chisel, dropped no doubt from the carpenter's box, and which he added to his little stock of tools. Besides this, for in poverty of appliances so complete everything counts for a little, he had his jackknife in his pocket. Gilliatt worked the whole day long on the wreck, clearing away, propping, arranging. At nightfall he observed the following facts. The entire wreck shook in the wind. The carcass trembled at every step he took. There was nothing stable or strong except the portion of the hull jammed between the rocks, which contained the engine. There the beams were powerfully supported by the granite walls. Fixing his home in the Durande would be imprudent. It would increase the weight, but far from adding to her burden, it was important to lighten it. To burden a wreck in any way was indeed the very contrary of what he wanted. The mass of ruin required, in fact, the most careful management. It was like a sick man at the approach of dissolution. The wind would do sufficient to help it to its end. It was, moreover, unfortunate enough to be compelled to work there. The amount of disturbance which the wreck would have to withstand would necessarily distress it, perhaps beyond its strength. Besides, if any accident should happen in the night while Gilliatt was sleeping, he must necessarily perish with the vessel. No assistance was possible. All would be over. In order to help the shattered vessel, it was absolutely necessary to remain outside it. How to be outside and yet near it, this was the problem. The difficulty became more complicated as he considered it. Where could he find a shelter under such conditions? Gilliatt reflected. There remained nothing but the two Douvres. They seemed hopeless enough. From below it was possible to distinguish upon the upper plateau of the Great Douvre a sort of protuberance. High rocks with flattened summits, like the Great Douvre and the Man, are a sort of decapitated peaks. They abound among the mountains and in the ocean. Certain rocks, particularly those which are met with in the open sea, bear marks like half-felled trees. They have the appearance of having received blows from a hatchet. They have been subjected, in fact, to the blows of the gale, that indefatigable pioneer of the sea. There are other still more profound causes of marine convulsions. Hence the innumerable bruises upon these primeval masses of granite. Some of these sea giants have their heads struck off. Sometimes these heads, from such inexplicable cause, do not fall, but remain shattered on the summit of the mutilated trunk. This singularity is by no means rare. The Devil's Rock at Guernsey and the Table in the valley of Anweiler illustrate some of the most surprising features of this strange geological enigma. Some such phenomena had probably fashioned the summit of the Great Douvre. If the protuberance which could be observed on the plateau were not a natural irregularity in the stone, it must necessarily be some remaining fragment of the shattered summit. Perhaps the fragment might contain some excavation, some hole into which a man could creep for cover. Gilliatt asked for no more. But how could he reach the plateau? How could he scale that perpendicular wall, hard and polished as a pebble, half covered with the growth of glutinous confervae, and having the slippery look of a soapy surface? The ridge of the plateau was at least 30 feet above the deck of the Durande. Gilliatt took out of his box of tools the knotted cord, hooked it to his belt by the grapnel, and set to work to scale the little Douvre. The ascent became more difficult as he climbed. He had forgotten to take off his shoes, a fact which increased the difficulty. With great labour and straining, however, he reached the point. Safely arrived there, he raised himself and stood erect. There was scarcely room for his 2 feet. To make it his lodging would be difficult. A stylite might have contented himself there. Gilliatt, more luxurious in his requirements, wanted something more commodious. The little Douvre, leaning towards the great one, looked from a distance as if it was saluting it, and the space between the Douvres, which was some score of feet below, was only 8 or 10 at the highest points. From the spot to which he had climbed, Gilliatt saw more distinctly the rocky excrescence which partly covered the plateau of the Great Douvre. This plateau rose 3 fathoms at least above his head. A precipice separated him from it. The curved escarpment of the little Douvre sloped away out of sight beneath him. He detached the knotted rope from his belt, took a rapid glance at the dimensions of the rock, and slung the grapnel up to the plateau. The grapnel scratched the rock and slipped. The knotted rope with the hooks at its end fell down beneath his feet, swinging against the side of the little Douvre. He renewed the attempt, slung the rope further, aiming at the granite protuberance, in which he could perceive crevices and scratches. The cast was, at this time, so neat and skilful that the hooks caught. He pulled from below. A portion of the rock broke away, and the knotted rope with its heavy iron came down once more, striking the escarpment beneath his feet. He slung the grapnel a third time. It did not fall. He put a strain upon the rope. It resisted. The grapnel was firmly anchored. The hooks had caught in some fracture of the plateau which he could not see. It was necessary to trust his life to that unknown support. He did not hesitate. The matter was urgent. He was compelled to take the shortest route. Moreover, to descend again to the deck of the Durande in order to devise some other step was impossible. A slip was probable, and a fall almost certain. It was easier to climb than to descend. Gilliatt's movements were decisive, as are those of all good sailors. He never wasted force. He always proportioned his efforts to the work in hand. Hence the prodigies of strength which he executed with ordinary muscles. His biceps were no more powerful than that of ordinary men, but his heart was firmer. He added, in fact, to strength which is physical, energy which belongs to the moral faculties. The feat to be accomplished was appalling. It was to cross the space between the two Douvres, hanging only by this slender line. Oftentimes in the path of duty and devotedness, the figure of death rises before men to present these terrible questions. "Wilt thou do this?" asked the shadow. Gilliatt tested the cord again. The grappling iron held firm. Wrapping his left hand in his handkerchief, he grasped the knotted cord with his right hand, which he covered with his left. Then, stretching out one foot, and striking out sharply with the other against the rock, in order that the impetus might prevent the rope twisting, he precipitated himself from the height of the Little Douvre on to the escarpment of the Great One. The shock was severe. There was a rebound. His clenched fist struck the rocks in their turn. The handkerchief had loosened, and they were scratched. They had indeed narrowly escaped being crushed. Gilliatt remained hanging there a moment dizzy. He was sufficiently master of himself not to let go his hold of the cord. A few moments passed in jerks and oscillations before he could catch the cord with his feet, but he succeeded at last. Recovering himself, and holding the cord at last between his naked feet, as with two hands, he gazed into the depth below. He had no anxiety about the length of the cord, which had many a time served him for great heights. The cord, in fact, trailed upon the deck of the Durande. Assured of being able to descend again, he began to climb hand over hand, and still clinging with his feet. In a few moments he had gained the summit. Never before had any creature without wings found a footing there. The plateau was covered in parts with the dung of birds. It was an irregular trapezium, a mass struck off from the colossal granitic prism of the Great Douvre. This block was hollowed in the centre like a basin, a work of the rain. Gilliatt, in fact, had guessed correctly. At the southern angle of the block he found a mass of superimposed rocks, probably fragments of the fallen summit. These rocks, looking like a heap of giant paving stones, would have left room for a wild beast, if one could have found its way there, to secrete himself between them. They supported themselves confusedly, one against the other, leaving interstices like a heap of ruins. They formed neither grottos nor caves, but the pile was full of holes like a sponge. One of these holes was large enough to admit a man. This recess had a flooring of moss and a few tufts of grass. Gilliatt could fit himself in it as in a kind of sheath. The recess at its entrance was about 2 feet high. It contracted towards the bottom. Stone coffins sometimes have this form. The mass of rocks behind lying towards the south-west, the recess was sheltered from the showers, but was open to the cold north wind. Gilliatt was satisfied with the place. The two chief problems were solved. The sloop had a harbour, and he had found a shelter. The chief merit of his cave was its accessibility from the wreck. The grappling iron of the knotted cord having fallen between two blocks, had become firmly hooked, but Gilliatt rendered it more difficult to give way by rolling a huge stone upon it. He was now free to operate at leisure upon the Durande. Henceforth he was at home. The Great Douvre was his dwelling, the Durande was his workshop. Nothing was more simple for him than going to and fro, ascending and descending. He dropped down easily by the knotted cord on to the deck. The day's work was a good one. The enterprise had begun well. He was satisfied and began to feel hungry. He untied his basket of provisions, opened his knife, cut a slice of smoked beef, took a bite out of his brown loaf, drank a draught from his can of fresh water, and supped admirably. To do well and eat well are two satisfactions. A full stomach resembles an easy conscience. This supper was ended, and there was still before him a little more daylight. He took advantage of it to begin the lightening of the wreck, an urgent necessity. He had passed part of the day in gathering up the fragments. He put on one side, in the strong compartment which contained the machine, all that might become of use to him, such as wood, iron, cordage, and canvas. What was useless he cast into the sea. The cargo of the sloop hoisted on to the deck by the capstan, compact as he had made it, was an encumbrance. Gilliatt surveyed the species of niche, at a height within his reach, in the side of the little Douvre. These natural closets, not shut in as is true, are often seen in the rocks. It struck him that it was possible to trust some stores to this depot, and he accordingly placed in the back of the recess his two boxes containing his tools and his clothing, and his two bags holding the rye meal and the biscuit. In the front, a little too near the edge perhaps, but he had no other place, he rested his basket of provisions. He had taken care to remove from the box of clothing his sheepskin, his loose coat with a hood, and his waterproof overalls. To lessen the hold of the wind upon the knotted cord, he made the lower extremity fast to one of the riders of the Durande. The Durande being much driven in, this rider was bent a good deal, and it held the end of the cord as firmly as a tight hand. There was still the difficulty of the upper end of the cord. To control the lower part was well, but at the summit of the escarpment at the spot where the knotted cord met the ridge of the plateau, there was reason to fear that it would be fretted and worn away by the sharp angle of the rock. Gilliatt searched in the heap of rubbish in reserve, and took from it some rags of sailcloth, and from a bunch of old cables he pulled out some strands of rope yarn, with which he filled his pockets. A sailor would have guessed that he intended to bind with these pieces of sailcloth and ends of yarn the part of the knotted rope upon the edge of the rock, so as to preserve it from all friction, an operation which is called keckling. Having provided himself with these things, he drew on his overalls over his legs, put on his waterproof coat over his jacket, drew its hood over his red cap, hung the sheepskin round his neck by the two legs, and, clothed in this complete panoply, he grasped the cord, now firmly fixed to the side of the Great Douvre, and mounted to the assault of that sombre citadel in the sea. In spite of his scratched hands, Gilliatt easily regained the summit. The last pale tints of sunset were fading in the sky. It was night upon the sea below. A little light still lingered upon the height of the Douvre. Gilliatt took advantage of this remains of daylight to bind the knotted rope. He wound it round again and again at the part which passed over the edge of the rock, with a bandage of several thicknesses of canvas strongly tied at every turn. The whole resembled in some degree the padding which actresses place upon their knees to prepare them for the agonies and supplications of the fifth act. This binding completely accomplished, Gilliatt rose from his stooping position. For some moments, while he had been busied in his task, he had had a confused sense of a singular fluttering in the air. It resembled, in the silence of the evening, the noise which an immense bat might make with the beating of its wings. Gilliatt raised his eyes. A great black circle was revolving over his head in the pale twilight sky. Such circles are seen in pictures round the heads of saints. These, however, are golden on a dark ground, while the circle around Gilliatt was dark upon a pale ground. The effect was strange. It spread round the great Douvre like the aureole of night. The circle drew nearer, then retired, grew narrower, and then spread wide again. It was an immense flight of gulls, sea-mews, and cormorants, a vast multitude of affrighted sea-birds. The great Douvre was probably their lodging, and they were coming to rest for the night. Gilliatt had taken a chamber in their home. It was evident that their unexpected fellow lodger disturbed them. A man there was an object they had never beheld before. Their wild flutter continued for some time. They seemed to be waiting for the stranger to leave the place. Gilliatt followed them dreamily with his eyes. The flying multitude seemed at last to give up their design. The circle suddenly took a spiral form, and the cloud of sea-birds came down upon the Man Rock, at the extremity of the group, where they seemed to be conferring and deliberating. Gilliatt, after settling down in his alcove of granite, and covering a stone for a pillow for his head, could hear the birds for a long time chattering one after the other, or croaking, as if in turns. Then they were silent, and all were sleeping, the birds upon their rock, Gilliatt upon his. End of chapter 7 of book 1. Recording by Paul Adams, www.yawnguy.com.